I was making my dinner. Sorry. That's why I'm a tiny bit. How are you, Chad? Hope you're doing well. Sorry. I'm trying to get everything together right. That's my bad. My bad. Ew, hair in my mouth. Disgusting. But Henry's always great. I might just save it for Sunday. We'll see. You'll watch it before the night game. The hell is the night game? Probably shit. No, they're on bye. Thank God it can't be. Oh, thank God I don't have to watch the Cowboys. Oh my God, that might be the best early Christmas ever. Hope you're having a good day. Anybody else in my. Okay. That there. Buy the food. Doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Doo doo. Doo 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 doo. Okay, that there. Shit, gotta figure out sound, don't we? Gotta figure out sound. We gotta figure out sound. It's probably too much, but let's get in the game. I don't know why the menu is so much louder than the rest. What the hell is Henry doing? Oh boy, more vegan stuff. Maybe it'll actually be fucking vegan this time. Whenever I watch it.
I trust this will suffice.
Oh, by the way, Chad, I don't know if you've been on prolific all day, but I had a fuck ton this morning. That's why I was late. I was working like just constant stuff for like 3 hours. Hold on, guys. I gotta send the French elf something. And the snowman.
I trust this will suffice.
I didn't get into the game.
War.
Alright. Close that. Chat. Alright. We're so fucking far ahead right now. We are so far ahead that we have 10 days. I'm pretty sure I've done all the quests I can do, and I've done all of the whatchamacallit, the bounty, unless one like randomly pops up, you know, when that's the dude. I don't even know. Actually, hold on, I gotta do one more. Hold on, shit. Hold on. Okay, so, okay, we need to, oh my, dude, I am not fucking, dude, we can have a lore day at some other point. We have stroll, okay, dude, I'm breaking out the notepad. The notepad's happening. We're writing down the names. We're doing the notepad. We're taking the notes. That is not what I wanted to move. All right, the notes are being taken. Gallica. 4. Roll. God, I'm leaning back. This is a terrible idea. 4. First note, throw it off. Ow. Heck. I'm trying to take notes. Volkenberg is at 5, I think. Heisman is at 3. How you doing, man? Happy Friday. We have question mark we'll fill in. We got a lot of protagonists from Pokemon. Tourist. 3. Maria. At 5. Kath. At 4. We gotta work on Alonzo. It is what it is. We got him. Same with Barden. We got time right now to work. I don't know if I want to finish Brigitte. I'm trying to get her up as quick as possible. Six. Why are we scattering? Why you just got here? Where are you going? And more is 5. Got everybody. Okay. The notes have been taken. I'm gonna make it smaller if I do this. But if I need to check the notes, they'll be over my head. There we go. There we go. So Stroll will go up right now. Maria. I feel like the easiest one would be Maria because she's 6. Seems like I can just visit her whenever. But I don't know. Let's see. Okay, let's see what's happening. What do you get at 5? Or, I mean, I do gotta...
Roydman asked me, did FatJesus TTV take enough notes? Am moving like shadows, taking notes like a scholar. FatJesus TTV got the wisdom, the lore. They a shot caller, scribbling down gems, loud pack in the room, always on point, making knowledge boom. Bow wow.
Thank you, Dracula. But I'm not on any sort of pack. And sometimes I wish I was. It's just, well, that was 3 for Barden. I haven't started his lineage yet, but it's. Oh, I can just get the next one. I could just do general. I should level up and be like, fuck it, let's do the general. I feel like these are the 4 I'm gonna be juggling during the day. Stroll, if I go on a thing, I'm gonna be able to hang out with him pretty. Maria, I'm not. Let's go Barden. I'm going Barden. Barden will be 3. Okay. How are you, by the way? Got any good plans? Fun plans for them?
Thank you. My apologies.
Sorry, I'm reading. Make yourself comfortable. Let's see, I've asked for some refreshment. I'll take some time. But heaving at the moment. How does that mean? Who's heaving what? Who's heaving what? I didn't read that shit. I thought, sorry for the noise. We're trying out some things to build and strengthen the town's security.
Don't you worry.
That whole mess with Lady Joanna was a right nightmare, and I won't chance to fade a whiff of that kind of thing happening again.
Yeah. Thank you.
I don't aim on letting tragedy eat itself.
And then...
Too many good folk here almost lost loved ones. We gotta straighten this place out, make it peaceful so that people can smile and laugh easy.
Got to say,
And Governor, it falls to me to take care of anyone who's disturbing that. But I'm sorry now, I didn't mean to start rambling about all these serious matters. What kind of host lays his burdens on his dear? I'll have some real eats whipped up for you. You must fill your belly and celebrate the... Is it more worms? I didn't bring Hulkenberg. Oh, it looks
don't worry your head.
Thanks to you, all the weans playing outside again. Blessing all with those bonny voices of theirs.
That's right.
Never took a liking to be called governor and still don't. The only thing I care about is protecting those weans and all this. Appreciate you looking out for me, but I gotta push myself. This is important.
It was so long ago.
I once had a wife and child myself. Back when monsters were tearing up Martyria from top to bottom, the town was in shambles. Hunting where the monsters were. The mission was a long one. What was I supposed to do? Go home? I was captain, for goodness sake. So I stayed, and when I finally came home, no one was... My family, I guess they They got sick of waiting for me. Left. Never knew how cold that house could be. Then came the incident with Lady Joanna. So many weans started going missing, and I didn't know what to do. It was useless. First I'd lost my young child, then I couldn't protect any of the others. I wish I could be the one to disappear. I don't know.
No.
Aye.
Hoping about won't change the past. I can do much more now.
Leave
than
it in my
put back
hands.
then. Won't let the weans ever live in fear again. That's my oath. Consider us comrades. Seeing as you're aiming for the throne, we both strive for a better world. Oh, we're telling them about the plan to get Luis. Okay.
What?
What? First the scheme with Heisman, now this? Play a long game, the lot of you. Thank you. You could have easily stayed silent about it. Yet you confided in me because you trust me.
That's how it is.
Then I shall do the same. I'll support you and any who envisions the same future.
Now,
Poochie, what the fuck are you
a
working on?
new power.
I shall lay down my very life for the town.
I'll tell you, the children find me right frightening. They get scared if I say hello. Justy, god damn it, Poochie, hold on, chat. Barking like mad out there. Either something or more than likely nothing. I smiled at a proper newborn who started crying like he was on fire. I think one of my governor duties is to be well friendly with the townsfolk. I protect the town you work
That's
so
that.
hard to save. It was a nice thing to talk about at the town with you today. I hope we can do it again. What the fuck? He's a bloody Roustan fit for guarding the town. No, not else. Someone like him governing is beyond the pale. Should have been me continuing to guide us as the rightful leader, yet somehow the masses are cheering for Bart.
Aye.
But I have a plan to deal with it. What the hell? What a dick. Wake up.
Interesting.
I guess we can go to Alondro. Heisman could work too. Alright, let's get Alonzo to 2.
Interesting.
Alright. Going out with Alonzo. Alonzo. Getting everybody up at least one level.
Greetings.
Easy.
Yes.
Glad I level that shit up now, huh?
see.
Very intriguing. External force protects the candidate. For outsiders like myself, it's rather difficult to get a hold of accurate information pertaining to the royal magic and throne. Information is quite the weapon, you know. All the more reason beating you. Such
Understand?
In fact, if you really want to take down the other candidates, the most effective method would be investigating their families and home. For info you could use. Quite effective against blackguards who hide their misdeeds naturally, but outstanding so against good, upstanding family folk.
That's...
I don't know what's up with my fucking tracking today. You don't mean to threaten them, do
But of
you?
course.
I know it's not in your nature, but still, not every weapon is pointed in. A villain will always strike where it hurts most, like snakes. Those I associate with are usually the most finished kind.
Hmm?
Speak of the devil, here comes one such associate now.
Oi!
Yeah.
20, we've 20 at present, no delays. Arrangement have been made. You know, my lord may have taken a shine to you, but let me make something clear. Use one false move, and I can promise I will flay you alive myself. Understand, Cuculius?
Ridiculous.
He's an honoring of landowner I'm working with. He's exceedingly cautious, as you might expect him. For some reason, he still doesn't trust me. Can't blame him. That landowner is my true target. He's a foul one. He's been trying to take advantage of the struggle for the throne and at a huge fortune. Ambition sorts all over the country are used the tournament to rise up in the world, and this landowner is their leader, earning a tidy profit. I am his middleman. Of course, the landowner only lends because he knows how to collect. So when he realizes he can't, why, that's an awful lot of money to disappear.
What?
That's your plan.
Now then.
I'll spare you the details, but the man's money will end up in my coffers eventually. It's a curious thing. People are never more vulnerable to tricks than when they think they're playing one themselves. When all is said and done, it'll be his loss and my gain, and I do mean gain. Enough to buy a small village, really.
Well,
Hey, there's a future for you in this line of work
Oi.
yet.
Yes.
listen.
That flunky, he's snooping around the village.
Hey!
I gave him the slip before he saw me, but this is bad. If they find out how you're connected to the village,
No.
my hometown or not, there's no way they'll catch on to what I'm up to now. He'll turn up nothing, and that'll be the end of it.
Yeah.
The same, you should pack your things in case things go south. I'll bring you the money to stash soon. Oh, that lackey of his. I hadn't expected him to move so quickly. Even went as far as digging up my roots.
You...
Push comes to shove, I may end up needing your help. You're a muscle, that is. I'm trying to buy my hometown with the money I'm bilking from the landowner. He's the one who's bleeding my village dry to begin with. I got to make this piece of my deception succeed at all costs and save the whole poverty-stricken village.
Hey.
If you cut me in.
Yeah.
Thank you, truly.
I mean, you said that to me, so fuck it.
Mother.
Small village nearby. If it were up to me, we'd head there straight away. I have a schedule of your own, even so I implore you, please do not delay for long. I'll be waiting.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Well then. All right then.
Let's go. Hey.
I'm running low on money. Wait, we have a appraisal
Time
item?
involved.
How do I get that? How the hell did I get this? Oh, I don't even need that. I don't think I do at least. Hey, what you got today?
Greetings. Well then.
Knight's bracelet. Hold on, I gotta look up what Knight's bracelet is, chat. Knight's. Is it? It's either endurance or something. Strength +6. Nah, we got plenty though, man. Man, we don't need more. We don't need more of that. I think we have 2 actually. Okay,
All right then.
run down here.
Say there.
Blast this heat.
Young man.
Now what am I to do?
Stop!
Young man, young man, young man.
Hang on.
Getting my daily
Isn't
pittance.
that? Let's. Yep.
Now what am I to do?
Nice. We got Stroll, Maria. Let's do Maria while we're in town.
Mister.
I think I gotta be in like the top 3. I'm top 40.
Mister.
There you go.
Uh.
Aw. There really plays like that outside of Grand Trash. Oh, you were 30. Wait, was I 30? Well, I'm only top 30 then. I don't fucking remember. The Peregrine Falls.
Wow.
Whoa.
Thank you. You know.
How'd I hang out, dog? Oh yeah, we're gonna have to nerd to make her a sign. Hope you're doing well, by the way, man.
Aha!
A present, you say? No cheap trinket either, but one that requires my assistance to create? You can help, right? Color me intrigued. Piqued my interest, so I must oblige.
Really?
Really mean it? This design, I believe it's your work, isn't it, young miss? I am thus inspired. Such lively line work and vibrant colors. Truly innovative schematics.
Genius!
My girl, you're quite the budding artisan, are you not? Design is sure to brighten up even the gloomiest avenues and grayest boulevards. Yes, I know. I've got a fine cut of wood around here that was destined for this. It should be crafted in a way that repels both rain and ravenous bugs alike.
Amazing.
Mr. Nuris is really helping us. I can't believe it. I think we'll do a good job.
Yeah.
Definitely. Now that Mr. Nuris is helping, I hope it makes Miss Fabian happy. I didn't ask her before we started making it. I hope it won't be a bother. I think she's gonna love it.
Oh-ho!
Ahoy, young lady. The sign is now ready to astound the people of the city. It should be installed at the optimal angles. I'll need to handle that myself, sir. To the honeybee.
Let's go.
Now then.
Install the sign now. Step back and leave me space to work. Okay. Whoa, look at that. Oh, that's awesome. Look, it's got our faces on there too. An astute observation, but there's more to this work than good looks. She's built to last. I've outdone myself once again. I'm sure you'll all agree. Hey. Got a new sign, dog?
You know.
Look, Miss Fabian, I asked Mr. Nuris to make this for you. He said the last sign was too. But do you like the one we made instead?
Right.
Maria designed it herself. Oh, Maria, you did this for me?
Thank you.
Thank you. Of course. I absolutely adore it.
Oh, good. Wonderful.
Truly a wonderful sign, and so well built, too. It's a perfect way for the inn to greet new guests. Just look at all these smiling faces. I can see you now. Why, he might even shed a tear.
Huh?
Oh no, Miss Fabian, are you crying? Ain't no mind, dear. This sign is so bright, my eyes are still adjusting.
You all.
Now then, how about a feast? On the house, of course. Thank you for all this. We'll come and eat, won't you?
Oh.
Of course, it would be quite rude to turn down a free drink, would it not?
Oh, good.
Miss Fabian really loved it, I can tell.
Okay.
But it made her cry. Do you think Papa would cry too? Do people cry when they're happy? Miss Fabian was really happy, huh? Am I just like Papa now? You outdid him.
Certainly.
Huh?
I'm not that good. Will you come back and help me again, mister? You here? I can climb back.
You know.
You can give me pictures of your journey. I'm always surprised. I've never seen anywhere else except for this place in the sky. But your pictures always teach me about so many places on the outside and makes me really happy inside to look at them. Want everyone else to have fun too. I want to give that feeling to a lot of people.
By the way.
There's so many people around here that are always crying, getting upset. Everyone's sad and trouble and lonely. Both grown-ups and kids, everyone's suffering just like I
I'll do
was.
my best.
But I'm okay now. I want to make things okay for everybody else. Rank 6.
I wonder if Papa is watching.
I want to make sure that boy's feeling okay too.
Maria!
The hungry one? Oh no, she gets that at rank 8, man, Cardi. And so we have Heisme, no Alonzo tonight. He's earned it. Plus, you just got a free sign, dog. Chill. Alright, let's go see what Heisme's up to.
Apologies.
Oh, what up, Heisme?
Ah, it's you.
Oh yeah, the village.
Yes.
The place is just to the east of Martyria. The village hidden, so I prefer a quiet, careful approach by carriage. Alright. Yeah, from Maria and friends.
In days gone by,
Has it changed a bit? Yes, this is my hometown. Apologies for dragging you all this way.
Tadari.
Tadari, it's me, Heisme. I've returned and I have something to discuss. I've known Tadari for a long time. He's the leader of the village.
Just
Although I should warn you now that you'll not be welcome. You might feel some hostility in me.
Hey.
I'm used.
I apologize.
Heisme, is that you? You're looking gray in the ears, my friend. As if the years were any kinder to you, Tadari. Heard you left the Royal Knights, but it's good to see you again. Who's
He
this?
is.
This is Eggy, traveling companion, standing in the tournament for the throne.
Nice to meet you.
Wait, is that why you've come back to the village?
No.
No, I came to see the cemetery. I'm trying to find a place where my son can rest. Your boy's gone ahead then. Passed away before I could bring him here. At the very least, I thought I might let him rest somewhere with a view of the village. He loved running with the wind in his face. Surely I thought he'd like the hill. I know it's not something the villagers would easily accept, but...
Yes.
I see. Well, it sounds like a wonderful idea to me. But you know, the cemetery is sacred to the village. You might be right. I'm not certain how they'll receive it. Do you allow me to take the urn? Imagine that seeing it will prompt their cordiality. If not,
Please.
alright. Thank you.
Here.
I always used to train here when I was young. Look closely and you'll see this tree is riddled with claw marks. I know because my claws left it. Brings back memories. And of course, having shaken the trees, I'd get a swarm of bugs coming down. Of course, I'd go whining to Tadari about it. Adorable. So even you were a cute kid once, huh? Dude, Heisme is awesome, dude. I love this dude. This is a great fucking character. The villagers are here. They watch us. If you focus and listen, you'll hear them too. He didn't leave voluntarily. He was stripped of his knighthood, wasn't he? Now he wants his child buried here. The boy wasn't even born in the village.
Oh.
Very welcoming.
Well,
Exactly within my expectations. And if they decline, let's withdraw without a fuss.
Heisme.
I've explained the situation to the younger villagers. Like nobody had any problems with giving your son a place here. Indeed? Thank you. Master Tadari. The urn of bones, it's gone. The hell? What's the meaning of this? A fallen knight brings shame to the village. Oh. Tadari was just too afraid to refuse him, that's all. I can hear you. I'm sorry, Heisme. I cannot excuse the villagers' behavior. The village hasn't changed a bit. Still rejecting outsiders, still shutting themselves away. Maybe I should have expected this. I left this place behind. I became an outcast. Maybe losing my son again is what I deserve. Still, you stood for me, spoke in anger on my behalf, and that is my soul's salvation. Aww. Aww.
my thanks.
I shall search the village entire, no stone unturned. Doubtless that intrusion will only provoke further offense, but I haven't the time to waste. Hell yeah, let's get them. Get my sincerest apologies. I shall take responsibility and find the error. My duty as chief, no, one who would see justice done. There's an unease in the village for today. I think it's best you. Very well. Damn, that's fucked up. That's fucked
Time
up.
marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Well then.
Got Barden. Got Stroll, obviously, too. Maria. Well, we just did Maria yesterday. That makes sense. We're just making the rounds, baby. Ranking up everybody. Is that Barden a 4? Hell yeah, it is. What
You've
up,
come.
Barden? What do you need, bro?
I am gladdened. Brilliant.
Whoa, look at that. Look at those gates. We've rebuilt the town's defensive barriers, not just here either, but all entrances of the town. Plus, we doubled the guard deployed, deployed them throughout town. Nobody wanted to do us harm. We'll be getting in now.
Now then.
Now I can focus on other things, far more insidious threat plaguing the town, like your political opposition. And they're fairly powerful, I'm sorry to say. When one of them has a following, well, getting rid of them can be a bit of a toughie.
This is.
What the hell are you doing in this, doing to this town, Barden? Oh.
Huh?
Oh, this fucking guy again. Dude, I'm not even gonna try to fucking say Gastrodon's name here. Don't play the fool, Barden. Explain the special taxes plan. Oh, well, the plan was right. Necessary to build the barrier you see before you.
Seriously.
Spending the people's money so carelessly, we have no need for such defenses. You honestly believe Martyria will be attacked? Well, it was already attacked once, you dingus.
What now?
One ought to be prepared for anything. Do you not agree? Besides, weren't you the one doling out funding from donations to the town's leading figures? Surely you had cause. Where'd you hear that?
In other words,
Not only did I hear about it, I managed to recover those very funds, and that's why these barriers were finished ahead of schedule. Those gastro... I don't care. I don't know French. Too many fucking vowels in a row there, dude.
what did you say?
Gastro. Is it just gastro? Is that what all it is? So just gastro. Without the Don. I'm still just gonna call him Gastrodon. Oh. What a dick. The scary armor is
What?
talking. What? You are big and imposing, Barden.
But then.
I must prove to Gastrodon that no injustice will be happening on my watch. Children really do fear you. I'm gonna be snarky. You don't blame the child's outburst on Gastro, do you?
Alright.
Well, I gotta admit that one was partially my fault. But I tell ye, I shudder to even think about that man being
The
governor.
truth is.
I mean, I'll confess he was the clergyman I thought would do well in a position, because I thought him a splendid fellow at first, but in truth he is a scoundrel who only wants to control the town. Honestly, thinking on it all, maybe I'm not such a great judge of character. First Lady Joanna, and now Gastro. I've got some naivete in me, and it seems just a light stretch.
If so, then.
Change it to like what? Bugs fear me, fish fear me. I am forever alone in the culinary world. I am the Hulkenberg.
Nicely done.
I suppose.
You know, it's for your sake too that I'm
You
cleaning
hear
up
me?
the town. Don't you see that I want to unite the people under your banner? That requires removing certain obstacles.
really amazing.
Yeah?
Glad you appreciate it. I'll direct more of my efforts.
Mm.
I won't feel truly fit to be governor until I repay your favor.
It's not enough. It could yet be improved.
Improves defense when whole party is in the back row. Okay, okay. That's just an overall thing. And then occasionally as one day ends and another begins, Barden will send a parse. Okay. Okay.
So long.
Hey, the non-female ones weren't all vapid romances. I don't think. At least with 3 and 4. 5 kind of went that way a lot. I thought 3 and 4 weren't as bad about it. But I do agree, it's just like people getting to know each other. The guard keeps looking at me.
Yeah.
I know, I can't even relax in my own home. I thought if we left things to Barton, we'd finally have some peace and quiet. Might be going a little too far. Look, dude, we found our rotation. It was what? Maria, Barden, Barden, Alonzo, Maria, Heisme, Barden, Alonzo. We've found the circle. We've found the circle. We found the gameplay loop. Unless I need to be higher in something to talk to him again.
Thank goodness.
Yep, that's fine by me.
Ridiculous.
This should do. The owner was kind enough to give us some space. My collaborator, that is, my good friend from back home, should arrive any minute now. It's late and you've come all this way too. Come to think of it, I haven't really told you about where I grew up. It's a beautiful village full of flowers. Not wealthy, but not destitute. There was a cheerful village.
Aye.
Apparently, I'd been abandoned on the nearby road as a baby, and the woman who took me in is my mother in all but blood. She's a parapus. I'm a nitty. Couldn't look more different, but she raised me like I was. Never stopped smiling at me, and she was always so proud to call me her.
Well,
Don't expect much, or you'll be disappointed. Mother is a good person. Trusts far too readily, though she has this uncanny ability to know when I'm the one lying. Anyway, well, that's just the mother sins tingling. Anyway, she was an easy mark for fraudsters. Can't tell you how many times an expertly told sob story was all it took to rob her of everything she had. In fact, my only memories of her without a smile are the time she would apologize for having nothing to do. That's why I started conning. I decided I'd give any miscreant scum who'd take advantage of such kindness a taste of their own hell, each and one of them. My latest mark is the worst villain of all, the landowner of my hometown. He changed my idyllic village into what it is today.
sorry.
It'll be fine.
Village.
Thank you.
I've been blessed with a silver tongue since I was born. I could fool anybody except my mother. Oh, you're a bit like her too, strange. I forgot what a nice feeling it is being able to have a genuine conversation with someone, so thank you for.
I find myself wanting to believe you.
Hear me.
Oh! Chill.
Well, well, well.
Have you come to check on the clients? You can drop the act or beg your pardon. Did I say Alonzo?
Good
You're
grief.
from that village of paupers, aren't you? Fancy yourself some sort of hero with your little tricks? A cheat is still a cheat. We're the same, you and I, except you're more of a fool if you think you'll ever get justice. You have money that belongs to the village, and I would see it all returned to its rightful place. Is that not justice? Perhaps you'll change your tune after sorry state your your associate, the one you meant to meet here, took me to doing, but we managed to squeeze out a few details about him, about your family.
Do what?
What have you done to my mother? Well, simply killing her wouldn't teach you any lessons, nor would it be any fun.
What did you do?
Oh. Can't change things. You can't save anyone. One's on the house, boy. What a dick. What a dick. We arrived at a village near Brilehaven. Been set ablaze.
Mother!
Oh. A man. He asked if Alonzo's mother was. Don't speak. I'll save you.
I'm sorry.
I told him that's me. You're my one and only son, and I.
Please.
Mother, I'm sorry. This is my fault. You're always so sensitive.
Live on.
Mother.
Can you hear me? Please say something.
Mother.
Aw. Aw.
Hey!
The landowner's servant told us it was you, that you were chumming up to the owner to suck this village dry. Now you put us to the torch. What the hell did we ever do to you? My fault. I can pay for the reconstruction. I have the money, so I'll give.
How dreadful.
Traded your mother's life for that money. I did.
This damned!
Keep your blood money, you filthy murderer. Damn. Please take the money, use it for the village, and bury it.
Devil.
The only one who belongs in a grave. Jesus Christ, chill. Damn. Burn in hell, you damn parasite. Jeez. The villain always strikes where it hurts most. Family and home. I should have known. Said the damn words myself. People are never more vulnerable to tricks than when they think they're playing one on themselves. I should have. I was being blinded by revenge. No, I was simply unequivocal. Mother said to live on. You have to be strong for her.
Why?
Don't wish that upon me. I've been feeding on my mother's life this whole time. Just like the parasite I am.
I'm sorry.
I never had the power to change a single thing. Alonzo refused to move or even. After ensuring his safety, I had no choice but to leave aside.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Oh. And I get they're angry, but damn. Oh,
Here you are.
came across this and thought it better in your hands. Oh, free meds. But shit. Oh, I forgot to check what the item was yesterday.
All right then. Let's head there right away.
I bet I missed something fun.
Young man.
Greetings. Well then.
I don't even know. Yeah, I missed the once. I think it's probably just the same thing every day of the week. You know.
Proper aces. Blast this heat.
Ow.
Hey, Bishop.
Now what am I to do? Stop!
Hey, well, I need to get my 200 mag, brother.
Isn't that? Let's.
Oh, it's 400. Excuse me.
Yep.
Now what am I to do? But that's...
Oh my God, we broke the thing. It's not Maria and it's not Barden. So we can hang out with Stroll, or we could get our eloquence up by trying to debate.
What now?
By trying to scrum debate. With my wisdom of frozen pizza. I just had some for my lunch day. My wisdom is, if you're gonna have frozen, get some tombstone, get some oregano or some Italian seasoning. Sprinkle some of both on top. Get a little bit of butter, garlic, and with some garlic mixed in it. Brush it on the frozen pizza crust. You've got a pretty sick frozen. What up, Angel? Hope you're doing well. Oh.
I wonder what that no good Gastro is up to.
He's probably fucking trying to steal money or some shit. Yeah, we have like no eloquence. Alright, let's try and debate.
Listen all to your next king!
I see.
Ooh, and imagine it. Yeah, what up? A frontal siege was beyond use, instead you opt for uncouth tactics of arrears. I just came on the stage from the side, dog. Your juvenile tricks will have no effect on someone as experienced as I will eliminate you here and now.
To your next king!
My good people, the dream of a united kingdom has failed. Well, I mean, they're still a country, I'm pretty sure, right? Right, aren't they? They're still a country. When I'm king, our land shall be reborn under the proven military leadership of the Roussant. What has the United Kingdom actually done for you? Forcing the tribes together has only spurred further skirmishes. Furthermore, the throne and other key positions have been strangled by the Clamar's nepotism. The time for the Roussants, I don't know if it's Roussant, that's just what I'm saying, and I don't care to learn how to pronounce it. Roussaint, maybe? I don't care. To reclaim their pride and independence out of that hand. Here, the Roussaint, body strength of the saint, Santi, saint, I don't care anymore. Respect the very best land of the Roussaint. Oh my god, I don't care about these spectators. Tribes must stand together. Welcome back from the ads, by the way, chat. What about the other tribes? I don't think that matters. Military state is dangerous. Aren't the Roussants like powerful? I think it's stand together.
Here's what I would do.
We can't let the tribal differences define us. I envision a world where everyone stands as one. Nothing but idealistic platitudes. You're too young to lead if you can't see ahead. Fuck. Oh, okay. Rabble. Yeah, eat shit, Rudolphs. Eat shit.
I knew it.
Your idea struck a chord with the people. They want to give you something. Oh, there's 5,000.
Works for me.
All right.
Dude, that's a big bit of Ella. That was a fiver. Oh my. That was a big bit. Holy. We're 26 apparently, by the way. We're not even 30. We've gone up a little more.
I'm just incredulous.
Oh no, there's nobody to level up. Uh-oh.
Huh?
Young lad, there's something you need. Uh-oh, we've caught up too much. Yeah, you can't stop her.
Hey, listen.
I'm just.
There's a bard in here. Okay.
All right, then.
Well, I guess let's work on shit then, huh? I mean, wait, is Brigida around? Oh, hold on. If we go to Brigida, can we, like, talk to her so she's ready for the next one? Oh, I need Oh, it's I need things to level up now. Is that the point we're at? Or we need to be bigger?
The truth is,
Okay, we need courage. That's not what I want.
All right then.
Where is courage and eloquence? Eloquence. Fuck is. Am I just missing it? I mean, I know I'm dumb, but courage is the Coliseum. Are they open at night?
Let's go.
Dude, Friday night fights. Let's go.
Do you need something?
What do you think?
30 matches? Go Borns.
Isn't that...
I mean,
What will it
honestly, Go Born. I know they don't like stabs, and I'm using 2 stabs right now, but well, I'm using a staff, I guess. Ah, we should be fine, right? Fuck it. Fuck it. Oh, maybe not.
Incredible.
Uh-oh.
But...
Come on.
Alright.
All right. Let's show him what we can do.
now accept your fate. Some darker arts.
Observe the join with me. Perhaps not this. With blade in hand. Shine.
Ba, 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 ba.
Now,
Ba, da,
what's the
ba,
play?
ba.
Let's get on with it. Are you prepared? I'll
Ba,
crush you.
da, ba, da, ba, da,
It's
ba,
okay.
ba.
We'll do this together. Not this. Vitus power. I'm right here.
Come at me. These were those assholes that gave me trouble before. Oh, can't block that. Oh, that doesn't help.
Child's play.
Oh, thank God.
Assassin! Rancor!
Missed? Work on your
Oh,
aim,
healing
mate.
power. Grant us solace.
There ain't, if I'm missing, there ain't no
Let's
way.
show him what we can do.
If I'm missing, there ain't no fucking way.
Some darker arts.
I stand ready.
You know, even though the evasion fell.
Shine.
Fuck me, am I right?
With these.
If they're just gonna be pissed, there's no reason not to be pissed.
Right on target.
Oh,
By the
sick
chivalrous
crit
spirit of the
though.
night, come forth, royal soul. Lend me your strength.
Let me help!
How's this?
Ugh.
Oh, please!
Somebody dodge one of these. Or not.
I see your game.
Is everyone okay?
And literally anybody.
You're all hurt bad.
I'll use what I must.
Anyone get on
For
healing
the
team?
love of God, just hit.
Rancor! Four left.
Oh.
Halfway decent
This is
result.
the last
Power of heroes.
Someone get him healed up.
Healing ops.
Thanks.
I owe you.
Much thanks.
I shall fight as the. Let's get on with it! Not the right move. Fusionist!
Oh, well, you want it, big guy?
That!
It's okay. We can do this. Magic knife. Roar. A tough one.
Why do you have? Why do you have? Literally, somebody dodge.
Oh!
I'm begging for a dodge.
Kimber's badly wounded.
He's about to die.
Heal her. Kimber's down. Get her back up. He's knocked out. Someone help him get back in the fight.
Here!
Pain in my ass.
My spirit.
Heisman's
By the
knocked
chivalrous
out.
spirit of the night.
We gotta revive him.
I won't hold back. The lightning. 3 left. Okay.
Is everyone okay? You gotta heal up. Let's roll. Someone get him back on his feet.
Only a flesh wound. Oh,
Kimber's
still
badly
stands.
wounded.
Fuck, that's gonna kill us both.
Everyone.
Will your tale end here?
No, we're gonna try the damn fight again. Better put me back outside. Pain in my ass. Pain in my ass. Fucking guy, I swear to God. Stupid fucking goblins. Do it every fucking time. I guess we could double knight.
By the sworn oath of knighthood.
Uh, 4,200.
All right.
Add on.
now.
Why don't we just put everybody on the back row? Fuck it. I know it's gonna decrease Heisman.
Fight up!
Isn't that...
What'll it be?
Pain in my ass.
What?
Come on.
Alright, let's show him what we can do.
Now accept your fate. Rancor!
I can't afford to hold. Are you prepared? Take that!
Right on target.
Big
Nice
Brit.
one,
But
Stroll.
we'll do this together. Let me help!
Is everyone all right?
Nice!
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Oh, come on.
The captain's poisoned.
Forward!
We better cure that before the pain sets in.
I'll use what I must. Some darker arts.
I shall fight
damage.
as the noble I am. Closing the distance. Ah! You'll be dust! Not done yet. Poison in my veins. Let's go. Roy!
Still up?
That's
By the
fucking
sworn oath of night! Shine! Crush the assault! Good.
Okay.
Tis done.
Stroll's badly
Fucking
wounded.
course rolls
Anyone
fucking
heal
link
him?
to it.
What can I
He's
do?
dead as hell, bro.
I see your flame.
Stroll!
Forgive me.
Someone get him back on his feet!
No, not yet.
Stroll got knocked out. Can anyone get him back on his feet?
Pain in my guys, I swear to
It's
God.
best used.
Hulkenberg's
Live to
in
see
bad
another
shape.
day.
She needs help.
Who the fuck is next? I don't know who's next. Oh, it's... Fuck. Well... I don't think I know what I'm...
I shall vanquish evil. I'll crush you.
Captain's poisoned. We
Poison
better
in
cure
my
that before the
veins.
pain sets in.
We're looking good here.
Hulkenberg's guard
For
is
all
down.
that we strive for!
That helped. Helpful as ever.
Quite a boon.
Is that all?
How?
Brit, Joy.
So you're strong.
Okay? We've gotta heal up.
Christ.
My target is here.
People knocked out here. We've gotta get back on track. Or this'll get ugly.
Oh, Hulkenberg died there too. Shit.
I'm not out of this yet. That's
All
fine.
right,
I'll
everyone.
figure it out. Come and
Get him.
That is not what I wanted to do. I hit the wrong button. I wanted to restart.
Let's show him what we can do.
To the vanguard. Now accept your fate. Some darker arts.
I to the fore. I shall vanquish evil. Take that.
It's okay. We can do this. Forward!
Magic knife.
No, I won't hold back! No, hold on. Let's set it up!
Coordination is key.
All right. I've got a new weakness.
Oh, please.
Hell, bro.
I see your
Stroll's
claim.
badly wounded. Can anyone heal him?
Nice! I will not let you die.
That helped.
My thanks.
Quite a boon. Rancor!
With these fists, I strike for justice. All yours.
Let's stay calm. Let's work together.
We'll team up.
4 remaining. By the sworn oath of knighthood. Come! Shine!
Okay.
Only a flesh wound.
Thank God. Oh, come on. Okay, no crits.
Hulkenberg's sick. She can't fight at her full strength.
Face me! Some darker arts.
With these fists, I strike. No holding back. I'll crush you. They die hard.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night. Let's go. The lightning. Let's keep this up.
Keep it up.
Let justice prevail. Are you all right?
Thanks.
Helpful as ever.
Much thanks.
Oh, she couldn't heal herself. Uh-oh. Oh, that's fine. Oh.
Hulkenberg's sick. She can't fight at her full strength.
Rancor!
Now, what's the play? Pugilist! Take that! Tougher than I thought.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night. Roar! Let's finish this!
That's the spirit.
My strength. From our provisions.
Oh, she's got Malady. Oh, fuck, I'm stupid as hell.
Hulkenberg's sick. She can't
Now
fight at her
accept
full
your
strength.
fate. Some darker arts.
Stroll.
With these,
They've
I
sapped
call
your
upon
defenses.
royal power within. I'll crush you.
Stroll
By the
can't
chivalrous
take any
spirit
more.
of the night. Magic
Someone
knife!
heal him.
The lightning! A tough one.
Knight! I will not let you die.
That helped.
My thanks.
My thanks.
Uh-oh.
Hulkenberg's badly wounded. Someone heal her.
Stop it. Thank God.
Hulkenberg's in bad
Oh,
shape.
power
She needs
of
help.
kings. Rancor!
Stroll.
With these
They've sapped
fists,
your
I
defenses.
pugilist. Take that.
I will fight with pride. Magic knife! Roar! Stay sharp. It's not over
Keep it
yet.
up.
They've dropped their defenses.
Yeah. We'll whittle them down. Chill, everybody. Chill,
Quite a boon.
chill, Gallica. We whittled everybody down. I haven't expected that to be a fucking crit, honestly.
Highspace been sickened. Cover him.
I'll use what I
Not his
must.
full power like that.
Some darker arts. Apologies. Would you
I shall
finish
fight
it?
as the noble I shall vanquish evil.
Alright. Goddamn goblins, dude.
Good. 'Tis done. I shall strive to use this power to greater heights.
In my ass.
Bravo.
The man of war gloves.
Look at you.
All right.
Fight another day.
Alright. We didn't move anywhere. No moving allowed.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Look at this.
Panacea. My brain just stopped working
Well,
on
then.
Panacea there.
How can it be?
Oi there!
Oi.
Well met, eh? Wonderful.
Alright, chat, I gotta go feed Poochie right quick, so I will be right back. So have this view and I'll be right back, chat. Shut up, bot. Who's Kiko Vision? Why are you telling them about headgear, Aniv? Also, hello, Aniv. Sorry, I'm doing something, chat. Give me un momento, por favor. Alright. Alright, what the hell do we need to do? What the hell do we need to do? You know? Go see Stroll. I think we need to get Stroll. Roll to 5.
Oh, it's you.
What up? We get to see your hometown finally?
Oh, right.
Ah, you're fine. Whoa, this messed up. With Stroll leading the way, we arrived at last to his childhood home, the village of Halia. Doesn't look like anyone's lived here for a very long time. It's a chilling sight. Traveling here by gauntlet runner, you'd think we were practically next door to the camp. Yet as I fled for my life, the nearest settlement felt leagues away. Call went to lie down and give up on several occasions. Probably hard to tell now, but this was once the village's main road, full of people crossing every which way.
Truth is,
You used to be able to see the mountains cresting on the horizon above the rooftops. It was beautiful. Could have seen it like that. See it someday. It's been 7 years since that day. It feels like forever ago, and only the blink of an eye at the same time. Afterward, I was shuffled between various relatives, more than another mouth to feed, fitting, I suppose, of the burden I'd become. I went to the site of our manor, but all I found was rubble. The walls were sort of standing, but it was a sorry sight compared to how I see it in my mind. Except I've discovered a letter.
take this.
There was a corner of my father's study that seemed to have been designed to withstand a fire. I found a box in there with a letter inside, and I recognized the writing as my father's.
Hey.
Afraid I must ask a favor. I have no doubt this is his will, and I know I must read it, but I'm going to go over there and do just that, alone. But would you mind waiting nearby? That'll be such a time to man up, Stroll. You would tease me at a time like this. Oh, I suppose I have a rather darkened the mood. That wasn't the right thing. Well, it's a good thing we found this. Seems I do have an inheritance. Royal capital.
Yeah.
But it doesn't give a specific location. The letter is unfinished. I mean, how could it be? No one expected a murderous rampage in humor. Not to let the anger win.
Sorry.
I thought I was just teasing, man, Cardi. Whenever I think back to that day, my father's names me the soul of his estate. He even addressed the letter to my beloved son. Feel only shame at such endearments. But as it stands now, the inheritance has but one purpose: pay the debts owed to my parents and my people. So if they would see our house
Oh,
rebuilt,
definitely.
I'll be whatever they want me to be, a noble of prominence or otherwise. If I can make the people speak the name of the house Haliatus with reverence, and once it lives on the tip of everyone's tongue, maybe then I'll be able to embrace the words, my beloved son. I never imagined the day that would come that I'd get. I never imagined the day would come that I'd come to terms with these feelings. I owe you so much. Bro, I haven't watched SmackDown in like 2 years, but I guess that's cool. DIY and Motor City happens. While in reserve, the amount of experience Stroll gains increase. Interesting. But first things first, I'm sure he entrusted the inheritance to someone in the capital, but I have no clue who it might be. What about your father? He's a big man, so much that standing next to my mother made her look teeny, but despite his size, he solved his problems. And he never treated people lesser than him. In fact, he used to handpick the fish he'd bring back to the household gifts. Grand Trad was able to source fresh fish from Brylehaven, but in Halia they were a rare feat.
Aha.
Maybe I'm onto something. He spoke highly of the fish market, so he must have gone to the same one every time. Perhaps they'd remember him. That may be our best lead. Afraid I shall once more take advantage of your generosity. Turn a Grand Trad, will you help me walk in my father's footsteps? It could still turn out fruitless, so I'll need all the help I can get.
This one's important.
Whoa, okay, we're getting an actual quest out of it. And we get tolerance, too.
All
Whoa, okay. What I like to see. Oh, Alonso. Oh, yeah, he's rank 5. That changes to rank 5. Yep. Alonso will be rank 4. Now everybody but Noras will be at least rank 4. Because I can't really do anything with him until we go to more places to find the things. You know. Can't do that, Alonso. I've got a lot of tolerance. If anyone's going to pester me, I'm glad that you spare me a bit of time.
Thank you, truly.
Bro, this has legit been almost 2 hours of me basically just getting lore out of the way for all the characters. This is good shit. I like this. I did some more digging on the landowner who burned down my village, and when I thought I'd hit the bottom, I found more behind him that I hadn't unearthed before. In the end, he's nothing more than a pawn for someone else. I thought I had the upper hand, shadowing him and those he associates with, but they'd been looking well, and they untangled the web of lies that is Cuculus, and struck first. What a fool I've been. My village, my mother, they're all gone. I've lost everything. As if I have any right to be sad. I just wanted to save my hometown. Taxes were extortion. He siphoned the village to trade profits away for himself. My once peaceful village was trampled by poverty and the ills that accompany it. He caused only torment for them, so I struck back. I thought I could fix things, that my mother would be happy. But I got too caught up with my heroics and underestimated him. Couldn't have burned down the village on his own.
Samuel.
Even if the village was rid of the landowner, someone else was backing an even more powerful enemy who'd be left unseen. I endangered everyone's life because it was my mother, my own. Whoa, 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 chill! Step back from that ledge, my friend. Die, they said, in all my waking hours, in all my dreams, I hear the villagers demanding my death. I only began this endeavor to free them, to give their joy back, so if my death is what will give them that, now I have to.
No!
Was it your mother's wish for you to die? My mother's? Mother wanted me to live. But what's the point of living when all I have are my sins? Why do you not blame me? Make amends by not dying, bro. Live to atone, not by dying. I wonder if there's anything I can still do. I gotta go get Poochie after this. He's what, man? I don't think there is, but just because you believe in me. I think I can go on living just a little longer.
This is what you and Mother wanted.
Discount the prices at magic shops, okay, and then increases the monetary reward for. Well, I'm glad I have all the requests done right now. God damn it! Not the slightest clue what to do next. I'm not a good person, not like how my mother was, and I don't have some special power like you. You were right. It would have been rather hasty of me to end my life here and now. Thank you, Eggy. I finally realized that as long as I have you, the world is mine. Do visit again. I'll set the stage. I have some fun tricks. Oh, no.
Good night.
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Well then.
Oh, another day. Roll done. Well, we can go see Barden. Alright, give me 1 second. Poochie has good hearing, so he hears the kids way down the line, way down the road playing, and is just going bark, 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 bark. So he's back inside now. That's okay. All right, okay. Let's go to Barden.
How can it be? You've come.
What up? And just be yourself, dog.
What?
Be myself. Just face the problem head on like there's nothing to be afraid of. Just be honest to a fault. It seems a far better thing than working out some plan. I can only be myself after all. Gotta play the hand I was dealt. Many thanks. Well, let's go.
Thank you truly.
I got your back, dog.
Listen to me.
Someone here set fire to the administration building. Managed to put it out before anyone got hurt, but this is treason. The traitors should come forward immediately. Did you want to become a governor so badly that you would go this far, Sir Gastro?
What?
Surely you don't mean to say I'm the one behind them.
I know who it was.
I'm done listening to ye and all your denials. Take him away. Sirs, isn't it obvious that that fire is Barton's own plot?
So?
Your own position is safe if you have a scapegoat. How uncharacteristically intelligent of you.
What did you say?
What are ye saying now?
Listen to me.
My fellow townspeople, you go on never questioning this man. Look what's happened to your town under his rule.
Seriously?
Guards are treating you like prisoners, spying on you, reporting on you. This place your town or theirs?
Let's do this.
Furthermore, this man in any way fit to govern? I propose we hold a vote to decide once and for all.
Huh?
Vote? Is that where we decide who's governor?
No, I see.
Such a thing can't possibly be done with integrity. I won't allow it. Oh, yes, you will. People should decide, just like with the king. Now, that fellow is certainly all for it, even though I assume you hate the idea. For myself, I think a vote will speak volume. Reveal to all here that you are the dangerous. Shut up, you conniving cur.
Barden.
You should accept the will of the people, Barden.
What?
I hear you.
I haven't a choice.
Fine. However, anyone who cheats will have the hell slapped
Am
into
I
them.
understood?
You all understand that? I'm keeping a watchful eye. Don't forget it. No cheating, chat.
You're a great help indeed.
I thank ye. I nearly forgot myself back there. I must say, everyone seems so frightened of me, even the wee ones. They're even more scared than when they thought I was a phantasm. The way they look at me.
Got to say,
Tell me true, have I erred when it comes to my methods? A little bit.
But then?
But whatever should I have done instead? I mean, I thought they'd understand my reasons soon enough. I wasn't monitoring them out of contempt.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you something. I have no choice but to just hope they'll come around. My duty is to protect the Weans from rampant villainy. Think of another strategy. I hope I can always count on ye for the best advice.
Still, though.
The vote will be held soon by the looks of things. I can't lose. I must protect the town. I say this as your comrade as well. Oh.
I wish I had better tidings for you.
Oh, improves this chance of escape too. Sick. Chances of successfully escaping a squad battle have increased due to the effect of escape artists. Worrying out, I became governor by forever striving to fulfill everyone's expectations. That's how it should be. And I need courage. We can go back and fight.
All right then.
I just hear, you guys hear Brooke from One Piece there?
Let's go.
Uh-huh.
Who's next?
Fight on.
Ganga flows and
gonna be tough.
Serpentis.
What'll
Oh,
it be?
hold on. Let's save
Fight
right
another
quick.
day.
Bro, I don't know what the fuck this means. 40 hours.
Uh-huh.
Alright, let's go. Well, we probably have this, right?
Come on, come on.
There they are. Time for some close combat.
Don't let them get the best
Right
of you.
there. Charging in.
Are you feeling okay? Just making sure.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
I see the enemy. There they are.
I can feel my power growing.
I see the enemy.
Amazing! Great back there.
If you are struggling, do you well to heal.
Right there.
Price on the money.
Oh. Alright, easy enough. I mean, aside from the start. Oh, look at all that blessed water. Oh, that's beautiful.
All right.
Oh, that blessed water is
Fight another
awesome.
day.
Oh man, one day we're gonna hit top 25, chat. One
Time
day.
marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Oh, what up, Bart?
Look at this.
Oh, I got my balm of life back. Thanks.
Well then.
Uh-oh. I'm out of people to hang out with.
Sorry.
I'm out of people to hang out with. Help! There's 4 days left. Help!
Well met, eh? Wonderful.
What now?
I need to
All
go
right,
check something.
Where
At
to?
the-
Let's go.
I need to check something.
All right. Right.
Gotta poop, shit. Gotta poop. We already have fucking both of those. That doesn't help.
Everyone's here.
Oh, I guess we could go there. I forgot about that. Could go to the fish market.
Now then.
We'll face danger here.
A village, is it?
All right. All right.
Ah, I see.
This place.
What lurks below?
Let's see.
Let's see. Let's see. It's your call. Let's move.
Hey, where do we go for the market?
Is there any shelter from this?
Meow. Oh, maybe I just talked to him.
It's done. Oh God.
Close your ray. The brawn breastplate. The brawn breastplate. Oh, it's what's on her right now. Caesar's semaphore. The Grand Eagle bow.
What now?
Yoink. Yoink. Match. I mean, I'm pretty balanced, so I could get away with it. All allies defense for 3 turns.
I see. Fascinating. This right here, all right?
I think Heismay would be perfect for being a
counting on you.
commander, too. Good luck with the edge, chat.
Of course. Oh.
Oh, sick. Thank
My
you.
power swells forth.
We get the Man of War gloves, too. Did we just get 3? Holy moly. Okay. Well, hell yeah. What the... And then, we can take... I mean, we don't have to pay anything. We just take these. And we got a steal and a hits. Yeah, I'll do that. Do that for now. I'm here for it. Let's level it up a little bit, too. Wait, hold on. Let's see, does it need to level? This commander at 20. Alright, that's not too bad. Get some of that done now.
I have retained my edge.
Critical. Okay, rebellion's pretty good.
My power swells forth.
Now we got some fire. Good.
Steady effort is key.
Moves all allies to front row and increases their attack by 2. Whoa! That's sick! What the hell? And what's Flame Vanguard do? Medium magic fire damage and may inflict burn. Let's get to 10. I do want to keep going with Assassin. I mean, we could all theoretically just be the front row like this. Welcome back, chat. What's she at 14? I mean, she's getting there. Okay.
What now?
Doo. Doo. Doo doo.
Good. I'm still getting stronger.
Goose, hello, good afternoon. Heavy rushes at 9, 5. Home from work. Well, hope work wasn't too bad for you today. Welcome home. Why is my fucking HP? Oh. I need to get these fucking things off. We had a good day, or at least a not terrible one. Oh. I don't even know what this does. Strength and okay. It's not a terrible day? Hell yeah. Okay. Can't really do anything. I mean, I just kind of want to keep pounding courage, honestly.
All right then.
Right?
What now? All right then.
Don't worry, you miss nothing but lore for every character. And 6 days of it. I've caught up on everything to do in this game. Now we're at the point where I'm just leveling not my skills. What the fuck are they called? My traits, I guess. Where the fuck is the... Oh, I'm at the wrong fucking city. Like, where's my fucking Came home to a neighbor frantically looking for small children. They were with her teenager, it turns out. So were they like in the backyard?
Let's go.
Were they just like chilling?
Oh. Fight on.
Whoa.
What'll it be? Fight and war.
Oh, they're 2 blocks away. Oh, totally not where they were supposed to be. All right, I need to see what these bugs are weak to. Here's skills. Back row, second archetype in the gunner lineage. Shit. Do I have Pierce on... I have Pierce on my knight, don't I? That I currently have on? Don't I have Pierce? Oh, I need to get a 9 for that. Do I have inherited? Oh, my weapon deals pierce damage, doesn't it? I don't think I'm gonna get there with these 5, but see if we get close. Yeah, I didn't think. Alright, that's unfortunate. Payday? Hell yeah. Now, if only for 30 minutes ago, and friends tell me it's all psychological thing, though. Sure is, Anna. I'm proud of you. Find some endurance for the fight. And we're endurance 9. I mean, we can pierce, I guess. You know what? Let's give this a try with Magic Knight. What are Vesp? No. Has. Bro, what? What? I don't know the weakness. Unless it's... Okay, hold on. That doesn't fucking help. Oh, I spelled it wrong. I'm an idiot. Weakness is wind. Okay, see? I just needed to find the right list for this new game that's been out for barely a couple weeks. Not everything's readily available yet. Irritant. I already have Cyclo. I'll be in the back, but it is what it is. All right, let's see if we can do this. Find out.
At last. But
Come on, come on.
all right, let's show him what we can do.
Come forth, royal soul. Scour.
You hit their weakness.
It's okay.
That's your
We can do
opening,
this.
Captain.
Magic knife. Wind.
Oh, wait, that's it?
I won't hold back. Scour. Stay sharp.
Oh.
Not bad.
Boink, boink.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
No burn?
Burns.
Okay, unfortunate.
Captain, you've been burned. You'll take more damage this way, so be careful.
Let's go. Wind.
Ow. Dick.
Captain, you've been burned. You'll take more damage this way, so be careful.
Scour.
The battle of attrition right now. I think we're fine. Oh, so we're definitely fine now.
You hit their weakness.
By the I won't hold
That's
back.
your opening, Captain.
Wind. Still here?
No poison check? Dick.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Scour.
Enough. Easy enough, chat. Look at that. Look at that. I was worried. I was worried for nothing.
Bravo!
Silver 3, baby. And we got Fortune's Grasp. And a Rainbow Bath Blossom.
Look at you.
Got some bath bombs, chat.
All right.
Our courage is slowly climbing right there.
Fight another day.
Good shit. Hey, I'll get to 25. Oh, can I actually hang out with somebody? Oh, Alonzo. Can I actually hang out with him now? I would put Alonzo to 5. I mean, might as well. There's no reason not to.
Greetings.
Been waiting for you. Putting a major new plan in a move. Oh, shit. New plan. Who dis?
Understand?
I've discovered something interesting. The landowner controls all the trade and the settlements around my village, so his valet often comes through the town.
Apparently.
However, I heard the landowner himself will be present for the next inspection. That's when I plan to nap.
What?
Wow. Trust me, I'll behave myself.
Well,
But it would be near impossible to catch him if they come via a busy open street. So I'll force them down on the forest path where there'll be no witness. I spread rumors about humans appearing on the village roads for that express purpose. The men guarding him won't be an issue either. I'll lie in wait along the forest path and call out to him.
and then
And I'd like for you to accompany me there as well. For what?
about that. That's
Just to bear witness. Grand operations such as this is not a one-man job.
I'm
We will change things. This world of greedy pigs gorging themselves on riches will come to an end.
Seriously?
Long time ago, my mother brought home a weak sapling. The tree was practically dying, but still bore a small fruit. With its seed, my mother planted them and it gave way to saplings, the new saplings to our neighbors. Before long, there was an orchard in one corner of our village. The mere sight of it was breathtaking. My mother refused any credit, and she said the tree itself wanted to grow, wanted to bear fruit. That's when I realized perhaps we all have something we'd like to see come to fruition. Within all of us, there is a seed of virtue wanting to blossom.
it's fine.
It's what I'm betting on. So make sure you go out and change the world, eh?
Leave it to
Leave
me.
it to me.
I implore you.
May this seed grow into a large tree under which many gather. Hey, we're cultivating the future, eh? Rank 5.
You're all I have left in this world. Understand?
I can use my network to arrange which afternoon the inspection occurs. Let me know soon. How?
Time marches on, and
What are
the
you
age
doing
of
over
a new
there,
king
Bobra?
draws nearer.
What are you doing, Aurora? Hello?
Well then.
3 days until the mission. Of course, Barton can get leveled up. Assuming I can talk. So Barton will be at 6. Excuse me, chat. Oh.
I myself.
Alright, let's get Barton to 6. Hello, kitty. Well, she's on the ground walking. I'm not gonna go that far. Hello, Poochie, for when he barks. I can't fucking talk.
You've come. I'm sorry. Aye.
They had another vote. Should be announcing the results any minute. Want to go take a listen? No. Can't be that many people who support the likes of you.
Unscrupulous.
I thought I had an Aurora one. Yeah, I have an Aurora one sitting there. I don't have a Poochie one though. You bribed the Rotters, or you rigged the vote. You're too much a coward to act
Well,
on.
you see,
There's no foul play to be had here. He had the whole thing under close watch, and there was nothing suspicious
It's
about it.
absurd.
Barden.
Calm down.
Seriously.
Ordinary men with delusions of heroism are not fit to rule. You are at fault for all that has happened. Yeah, that's Aurora. Not a redeem, but I've had it sitting there forever. Especially since they gave me more animated emote slots.
But please.
And now you're looking at me like I'm scum? I was protecting you. I was acting for the common good.
How can it be?
You asked me to protect you, and I fall short on one wee thing, and then it's all whispers behind my back. Who among ye cares about the town? Fine, have it your way. Will of the people. Gastro can protect ye now. And so ain't nothing to be sorry about. Shouting insults and running away, a shirker of responsibility to the very end.
Listen up!
Well, yeah, it's Gastro now.
Please, let's not lose our heads.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh no.
A giant sandworm. Alright, Gastro, yeah, what do we do?
What?
We have defensive barriers, yes, the ones you built with your taxes. Besides, a giant sandworm wouldn't come here, would it? Well, it could make quick work of the walls, though, if you don't do something. We thought it wouldn't, but
Keep going.
Barton only had you looking for nests, so he would have an excuse to collect taxes for defense. It was all part of his deceit.
Yeah.
You understand me? No, nothing is happening. There's nothing to be afraid of. What an idiot.
Hey.
There's a giant sandworm coming? Hey dog, I know you're sad and shit. You lost the election, but this place is about to get fucking fucked up, dog. I know I'm eloquent with my words, but I'm probably saying it better in game.
Whoa.
Say a giant sandworm's coming. Bet it's a human too, isn't it? Those defensive barriers won't stand a chance against a human. But there's nothing I can do now.
Hang on.
There is something you can do.
On the other hand,
Me, but I... No, you have the right of it. This is no time for self-pity. The human must be stopped.
true.
But first things first, I don't want to see the town fall into chaos. Have the guards declare it was a false alarm. While they do that, I'll exterminate the beastie myself. Whatever needs to be done, I'll do it.
I'm sorry.
But truth be told, against a human, I don't stand a chance. Here, I'll put aside my pride and ask you to help me. On it,
Yeah.
boss.
I see.
Think of that nonsense I was just saying, pretending I couldn't do anything. Why, you don't need to be governor to protect people.
I shall bar his meddling with Martira.
Has the turn icon of switching with a reserve member during battle. Oh, sick!
Is that right then?
You should be able to get there quickly with your gauntlet runner. I'm going to investigate the location, so I'll hope you come back another day.
This one's important.
Together, a great sandworm near Martyria can be defeated. Sandstorms will lower accuracy, so preparing countermeasures is a much. I should speak to Barden when I'm ready.
I thank you.
That's her. That's a right. I mean, it's an old shitty picture of her. But I just quickly just made into an emote. Okay. We need more courage.
Incredulous.
All right then.
Let's go.
I mean, we can try this. I mean, I do have Faker. Okay, so what the hell is everybody weak to in this fucking fight? Azure is slash peer. Okay, I have that. Okay. Physical tag. Oh, the fire, wind, ice. Okay, we have. Alright, I mean, we can probably do this, right?
What now?
We can probably do this, right, chat? This will totally work out. Totally work out. So apparently we're about to fight a bunch of teeth. A swarm of hemotentas, a mob of multicolored teeth with different skills and weaknesses. They're just waiting to chew up their foes. Let's give it a shot. Why not?
What?
I've only seen like 2 of these. Guess you can really knock the teeth out of. Okay, chill, bro.
Come on, come on.
All right, let's show him what we can do.
Okay, so the Hemotena will probably go down first. He's the weakest. You resist dark. Resist dark too.
Let us click. I'll use what I must.
Azure might be weak to fire.
Face me.
I mean, good time Annie to try out this.
We'll hit their weakness.
Okay, so that's what it is.
Grant us solace.
Platinum might be weak to
Oh, power of heroes!
lights. Wait, am I up
Not
front?
this one. I'm stepping back. Come! Shine!
Uh-oh! Brace yourselves!
God damn it. Alright, so that thing is not weak to anything.
Pugilist! Take that!
I will fight with pride. Come forth, royal soul. Scour!
Be neither all power of kings. Blaze!
We'll hit their weakness. Nice!
All the great strive for! I will not let you die.
You need help. I owe you.
Quite a boon.
I can't afford to hold back. Pugilist! You'll be dust!
Right on target.
Oh, sick
see.
crit.
Stroll.
Let's set it up. Magic Knight.
Sick
Wind.
crit.
Is that all?
Dick. 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 I don't know what I'm weak to. I'm gonna be honest. Am I in the back? Whatever.
Commander!
Yeah, dicks. What a ball. We're doing well.
Hellfire!
Alright, let's get this extra attack.
Oh, healing power. Oh, power of heroes. Healing us.
Have a good day. Good to see you.
My thanks.
Now I shall vanquish evil. Take that!
Hit the tooth.
Tougher than I thought.
I will fight with pride. Time for some close combat. I won't hold back. Scour! Still here?
Let us clean up this mess. Face me! Some darker arts. Apologies.
Oh, come on. Ow. Alright, don't start doing this.
Only a flesh wound.
Alright, that's fine. Oh, don't fucking do this. Oh, my defense was. I didn't even know my defense was.
Stroll can't take any more. Someone heal him.
Are you alright?
I knew you'd help.
Helpful as ever.
Much thanks.
Right, this
I
is
shall
going
fight as the noble I am.
not off.
Let's make an end of it. No. No holding back. I'll crush you.
Let's stay calm.
Alright, well, that's unfortunate.
Let's go. Wind!
Let's make sure he goes
Or
down.
left!
Superb.
Be neither timid nor a commander. Blaze!
You hit their weakness.
I
Nice
stand
moves,
ready.
Heisme.
With blade in hand.
Just
Oh,
don't
Mystic
suck
Punch.
it. Alright, some damage. Good. Man, they really hate Stroll.
Stroll!
Forgive
Someone
me.
get him back on his feet.
Oh my god, it's got Tooth Bomb.
I refuse to die yet.
Oh, I'd make that. Okay, never mind.
Stroll got knocked out. Can anyone get him back on his feet?
In my ass, I swear to God, dude.
Here.
Every fucking time.
I live to see another day.
My son must wait. Now accept your fate.
You hit their weakness.
Let justice
Nice
prevail.
moves, Heisme.
Healing us.
Thanks.
I owe you.
Quite a boon.
Now, what's the play? Fusionist! Take that!
Dick,
Only a flesh wound.
Dick.
What can I do?
Badly wounded. Can anyone heal him?
Stop
Stroll!
focusing one person.
Take it.
I live to see another day.
Hellfire!
You hit their weakness. Nice
Oh,
moves,
power
Heisme.
of
Fuck.
heroes.
That helped.
Dumb teeth.
My thanks.
With these fists, I strike for justice. I call upon royal power within. Moment of truth.
Oh,
It's okay.
sick.
We can do this. By the chivalrous spirit of the night.
What the hell do I want?
No.
Magic knife.
Hey, Mr. Pumpkin looking tooth. Do you like wind? I mean, you don't hate it. I bet you don't like ice. You stop it. Well, I mean, that could be worse. Okay, I don't know what to use now. I don't know what to use now.
The general's command may turn the tides of war. Face me! Rancor!
I stand ready. For all that we strive for, shine!
I shall fight as the noble I am. You can't run!
I will fight with pride. Let's go. Wind!
Dick. Double dick.
That's
fine. Oh.
Someone heal him fast!
Oh, power of kings! Some darker arts.
Ty's made in
Observe
real
the
danger.
enemy.
He needs healing
Let
now.
justice prevail. I will not let you die.
I knew you'd help.
Hook.
I owe you.
Pain in the ass.
Much thanks.
I can't afford to hold back. Pugilist!
I know he resisted, but fuck it.
Right on target.
It's okay.
Nice one, Stroll.
We can do
I
Vitus
know he
power.
resisted, but fuck it.
Scour! Still up?
The general's commander! There's a better way.
He looks like he would absorb fire, right?
Rancor! We cannot relax yet to
Okay.
ever greater heights.
This is nothing.
A blunder.
Bro, you hate him. Alright, so, we don't know if the platinum likes or dislikes. Okay, it absorbs that. Do you not, do you like light? Do you
With these fists, I strike for
resist it.
justice. Pugilist! Take that!
I will fight with pride. I won't hold back.
Win? This win. Platinum.
Wind!
This.
Be neither timid nor arrogant. Now accept your fate.
Will absorb dark, so I can't do that.
This should suffice.
Helpful as ever.
I'm obliged.
Dick.
Not this one.
Actually, what I want to do is...
Shine!
I know it resists, but
I shall
we gotta
fight
do
as the
damage to
noble. Are
it
you
somehow.
prepared? You'll be dust!
Right on target.
Thick
Let's take
crit.
Nice one, Stroll.
Lend me your strength.
I'm counting on you!
Let's do this!
The general's command may turn the tides of war. A wise choice.
Is everyone cleric? Healing offs. Thanks.
I owe you.
Oh, that's not good time. That's. Oh. That's.
Take that!
All right! I've got a new weakness.
You think yourself equal to a Ujief's agility? Face me! Some darker arts. Formidable indeed.
Child's play.
Oh! Ho, ho.
Cleric,
I haven't. What?
join with me. Perhaps not this. Oh, power of heroes. Oh, mystic purge. They yet cling to life.
Now, what's the plan? I shall vanquish evil. You'll be dust!
It's okay. Lend me your strength.
All
I'm gonna
right,
make sure
let's
this
go.
hits.
Last one.
Fine work, Captain. Commander!
I don't think we're gonna die.
Charge!
Helpful as ever.
Oh, healing power. Grant us cleric.
And it absorbs
Not
this.
now.
So the best we can do is punch.
These are
Hold
predictable.
yourself together.
Okay, well. Everybody's dodging each other.
Give me your aid! Not the
Okay,
right
can't
move.
do that because
I'll crush you!
Right on target.
oh,
I will
sick
fight
crit,
with pride.
Roll.
sick crit.
I'm all prepared.
Coordination is key!
How's this?
Be neither timid.
My thanks!
Thank you.
Observe
the enemy. Cleric! Are you alright?
That helped.
Helpful as ever.
My thanks.
Okay.
A blunder.
Kick.
Are you prepared? You'll be dust! Not done
Let's
yet.
stay calm. Lend me your strength.
Let me help!
That'd be enough. Oh, okay. Tooths are down. Pains in my ass.
A halfway decent result.
Oh, the double level up, the double rank up.
Not bad at all.
We'll double up
Even
on
I
strength.
had more to learn.
You needed more agility, Heisman. Alright, we killed the teeth.
Bravo!
A miracle igniter.
Look
What the
at
hell
you.
is that?
All right.
Oh, the courage is so close.
Fight another day.
The courage is so close.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Well then.
Oh, 2 days in the soiree, too. Okay, so we can go help Alonzo. Oh yeah, it is daytime, isn't it? Get him to 6. Fuck it. So Alonzo will be at 6. Let's go. Hopefully I have high enough stats to do whatever we're doing.
Greetings. Hey.
Hell yeah, we don't have to have a
Thank
stat
you.
check yet. My network already has the info. I'll send the final go-ahead. That'll ensure the landlord takes a certain little used pass, so he won't be disturbed. Now the curtain rises. Oh, sick transition here. Really haven't seen. Hey, bud. What are you planning? Nothing. Have you heard? A little bird told me your daughter has a man she fancies. What's his name again? Oh, right. The coolest. Did you say your goodbyes to her before you left, or had she gone out somewhere?
You bastard!
What have you done to my daughter, you cur? What happens to your precious daughter depends on you. Tell your guards to give us a little space.
Now!
What are you after, my life? You're offering it, sure, but there's something I want more. Tell me, where do your desires truly lie? The hell are you getting at? To get to your purse strings, I had to use everything at my disposal to look into you. What I found was rather discomforting. Allegedly, you've committed several atrocities in various villages, yet many villagers still respect you. I'd assumed you used your money or force to make them submit, but I was wrong. Perhaps you've hidden your true intentions the whole time. Explain yourself. She's 5 years younger than me. Quite lovely when she smiles, just like her mother. With such a beautiful family at stake, you've no choice but to obey what your conspirators told you behind closed doors.
That's right.
You were a beloved father, an upstanding man, and they noticed. They fed you lies and flattery in turn. One moment you're praised, the next threat. And before you knew it, you've fallen in line with the oppressors of the weak. And you can't breathe. It's a rather pitiful tale, don't you think?
Silence!
Well, what do you know? How could you possibly understand the depravity that taints this world? I have 3 daughters, and those bastards, they...
Tell me.
Don't you wish you could end this ruse? I'd have quit long ago if I could have. I don't want to be stolen from any longer. I haven't the power to change a single thing.
Ridiculous.
Sounds awfully familiar, doesn't it? Where have I heard those words before?
Well, sure.
I believe you said them. That's all in the past now, and if I hadn't met you, I'd have surely ended up just like him.
Moving on.
Well, I've learnt what I wanted to know. Now then, good sir, would you like a chance at redemption? I'll set your daughter free, and I'll even help you atone for your sins so long as you agree to my terms. Operate. I accept your offer. You have my word. You hear that? All right, then. It's time for the big reveal. He doesn't have his daughter. I haven't done anything to your daughter. Actually, I've never even met her.
Hey.
You understand why I told you that load of rubbish, don't you? I took a gamble on you and on what you truly desire. Well, that's one mountain climbed. I predicted correctly and won my bet. Our bet. I can't tell if you're the daring or dauntless type. I must admit it's quite charming, what I like most. In hindsight, I've always run away when things take a turn for the worse. And I tried to die. It was to escape my sins, but you've helped me figure out what I ought to do. Something only I can do. Yes, I'm a liar and a cheat. Yet I hate those who lie and cheat. I hate the very framework of a world that made me become the deceiver I am. What lies ahead will be the great con man Alonzo's work of a lifetime.
Remember your vow.
For this new king who will change this cesspit into a never-before-seen utopia. I'll pull the wool over the world's eyes and then take it for myself. Persona 5. He's decided to place his absolute trust in me. Rank 6.
I will live to my fullest
Significantly reduces the cost of studying in the Faker lineage. You're dying to know what I have planned, but just bear with me for now. When next we meet, I'll unveil everything in spectacular fashion. You don't delay, but for now, farewell. Oh. Alright, what's after the teeth? Alright, we're gonna go see if I can do this next Coliseum.
Alright then.
But I have my doubts, so we might just go to the Courage and the other place.
Let's go.
And Martyria.
What now?
Alright, let's see. I don't think I can get this done, but fuck it.
Fight on!
Gonna be tough.
What'll it be?
Alright, let's try. No reason not to.
Come on, come on.
I see the enemy. There they are. I see the enemy. Charging in.
Amazing.
Right there.
Forward!
There they are.
Yeah, nice work.
I see the enemy.
Come on, anytime.
Right here.
Okay, there ain't no way I'm getting this done.
Come and get me.
You can't die on us.
Okay, I don't think I can get this one done. I mean, I guess I could change around archetypes.
Will your tale?
we can try it again. Okay,
What now? The freedom of a wanderer.
By my sword.
Alright, okay. Let's try this again. Let's try again.
Fight.
Gonna be tough.
What'll it be?
Come on.
I see the enemy.
Dad,
Come and get me.
Dad.
There they are.
Dude, I'm just gonna die here. Hold on. Can I restart?
I'm right here. I see the enemy. I'm sorry. Everyone.
Alright. Don't charge into the fucking middle. I don't need you to yell at me, Gallica.
So,
Come on. I hate that I can't pause or restart in that.
What now?
That's crazy. Oh, it. Yeah, I need to fucking. I'm doing shit.
The freedom of a wanderer.
You know what? Honestly, as cleric, you're probably stronger. I mean, honestly, assassin.
Perhaps this suits me best.
Fine, I'll save so I don't gotta go through this.
Uh-huh. Fight.
What'll it be?
Come on. I wish it wasn't this sort of pain in the ass every time we go in here.
Come on.
Right there. There they are.
Bro, I hate the targeting in this game.
Right there. I see the enemy.
Very impressive.
Right there.
Your training has paid off.
I'm right here. There they are.
Oh, come on. I didn't know you were going to go that far. Okay.
I see the enemy.
Can you guys help me?
Your health is scaring me. Come on.
Oh, I'm dead as well.
Come and get me. Right there. Not like this.
Okay, I don't think I can do this right now. Oh, all right. We're not doing this shit anymore. We'll come back in a little bit.
What now? By the chivalrous spirit of the knight.
The general's command may turn the tides of war.
Alright, fuck that.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Right. Can't get Gurge that way, I'll get it this way. Jump off a cliff.
What in the blazes?
Super fine rope. Who really want to risk it all? Oh, hell yeah. I worked out the last 3 times. Uh-oh. What? No, come on. No!
All right.
Time marches on, and the age
I'm
of
mad.
a new king draws
I'm
nearer.
mad. Well, tomorrow's the day. And simply, we've been waiting for like 10 days, Heismay. Where have you been?
Oh well.
So?
Boy there.
Well, if nobody needs to hang out, I'm gonna go do that jump
Alright.
again and see if we can't fucking...
Where to?
Let's go.
not trip. Maybe we'll get lucky and level up. Wait, hold on.
You've come.
Anity, what are you doing streaming this late? You're past your bedtime. What up, Vanity? What up, Raiders? Oh, Jetpack, no bunch, Vanity. Y'all are doing well. Oh, you were being a sleuth. Hello, Anna. Welcome. Did you solve all the mysteries?
I'm sorry.
I mean, I have everybody set.
What now?
Okay, let's save right quick before we go get nasty. Lyric, what up, Spartan? Thank you for the lyric, dog. Hope you're doing well too. Hopefully work wasn't a bitch.
You've come.
Yeah, what up, Raiders? I'm FJ. If you don't know, you probably know. Round Bandies in some form. We're playing Metaphor. We're on day 7 now. We're gonna go see a fucking worm. I might reload if I need to put on ice. If it's the same worm from before. I'm not lit. No, it's not Persona. Metaphor. It is made by Atlas.
Yeah.
Is it the same tooth flower from before? I think it might be. I don't have ice on me. Yeah, I don't have ice on me. Hold on, we might need to reload right quick, chat.
The cavalry has arrived. Heads held high, everyone. Stand strong.
Hey, Wormface! Remember when you ate us? Well, I sure do.
Huh? I just want. Okay, how do? What is that thing? That's a human jetpack. That's what we're fighting. It ate us before, and we had to escape it. Okay, I need to reload right quick. That's why I saved right beforehand. Hold on, shit. That's Wormface? Yeah, it's what, Homo Butera is its name? Yeah, Homo Butera is great. Got teeth for petals and a eye rose coming out of its mouth. It's got little leg fins. I have PS1. Yeah, I have a PS. Yeah, it's the third time I've used it to play a video game. Between Spider-Man, this, and Persona 3 Reload. Okay, we need to put ice on me, and then we should be good. Then we can actually do shit. Yes. That. Yes.
All right.
Do I have item to make ice? These are May times, Final Fantasy 7, Destiny. I don't know, a lot of stuff I just play that I play is PC a bit now. Man, oh, I do have a Frost Igniter. Hold on. Put that on somebody right quick so we can double up. What's your, which is your, yeah, we can lose magic through the igniter now. That's sick. To have an extra. Alright, so. Alright, now we're good, Chad, to fight the weird thing. I use my PS5 controller for almost everything, if that counts. That gets more use than the console itself.
You've come.
It's a damn nice controller. Alright. Alright, now we're gonna fight the big worm. The human worm. I'm just old and I don't want to use mouse and keyboard because I'm old unless I have to.
Yeah.
Something boomer. You know? Alright, you son of a bitch. Gonna try and eat me again, you asshole? You sword horn, rose eyeball, feet, leg, feet, tailed, tooth lip piece of shit.
Remember when you
Power
beat
of
us?
kings.
Well, I sure
There's a
do.
better
I
way.
do too.
Looks like we can't brute force through
Okay,
this
there's
one.
nothing
Now
to
accept
steal.
your fate.
Alright, let's lower that hit rate.
With blade in hand.
Alright, hit her with the ice.
Hulkenberg got them right
Now,
in their
what's
weak
the
spot.
play?
Exactly.
Are you prepared? No, not this.
I mean, I guess I could
Fusion.
just punch the piss out of him, huh? I don't know if
You'll
it
be
resists.
It's okay. We can. Freeze!
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Dude, you seem stronger, asshole.
Some darker arts.
Observe the enemy. Come! Oh, shards of ice!
I can't afford to hold back. No holding back! Take that!
Okay.
Everyone,
Stroll!
forgive
Someone
me.
get him back on his feet!
God damn it, Stroll.
Come forth, royal soul! Ice!
You hit their weakness. That's
Be
your
neither
opening,
timid
Captain.
nor arrogant. I'll use this.
I live to see another
Is
day.
everyone all right?
Slower.
Not with blade in hand.
Pain
Will
in
not
my
let you die.
ass.
Thanks.
I owe you.
My thanks.
With these fists, I strike for justice. You first.
Heisman,
Let's stay calm.
they cut your speed.
Magic
So
knife.
be careful.
Freeze!
Okay. Please dodge. That's too much! Uh-oh, I'm dead. Oh, I'm not, thank God.
Throw her back.
Commander!
Anyone get on healing duty.
Yeah, we'll be on healing duty in a sec.
Rancor!
Stroll,
Let
your speed's
justice
down.
prevail. Are you all right?
I knew you'd help.
Helpful as ever.
Much thanks.
Now, I call upon royal power within.
Hulkenberg's
It's okay.
moving slower.
We can do that. Magic knife! Ice!
You hit their weakness. That's
Let us
your
clean
opening,
up this
Captain.
mess. I'll use what I must.
I mean, that's a good hit burn, huh?
Hellfire!
It didn't burn. Well, at least I resisted it. Oh, well, bye. Bye.
You need training.
Someone get him back on his feet.
About to miss out on healing, isn't he?
Stroll got knocked out. Can anyone get him back on his feet?
I will not let you die.
Pain in my ass.
I
Hulkenberg's
live to see
moving
another
slower.
day. Staying on the defensive.
Let's stay calm. By this power. Freeze!
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Some darker arts.
Please just miss. Can you just dodge anything? You're gonna die to the sandstorm every time, Stroll! Pain in my ass.
This should do the trick. Heads held high, everyone. Stand strong.
Of course he's dead for it.
Anyone, get him back on his feet.
Come! Are you alright?
Thanks.
Quite a boon.
By the chivalrous spirit of the night.
Annoying as shit.
Come forth, royal soul. Ice!
You hit their weakness.
Let
That's
us
your
clean up
opening,
this
Captain.
mess.
Dude, if I get him up now, he's just gonna fucking... Well, I guess I can heal him, can't I?
I was saving this.
Troll, can you please just literally dodge
Live to see
anything?
another
I
day.
will.
Down.
Oh, power of heroes! I will protect
I
you!
just need you to dodge, Troll.
I owe you.
Just dodge. Just dodge.
Too many people knocked out here. We gotta get back on track. But this will get ugly. Captain's hurt bad.
Can't give up now.
Let's get him some healing.
I don't like this.
Someone, help him back up.
Alright, well this is a fucking restart now.
The moment of truth. Venture at the hand, my friends. Charge!
Hey, worm face!
I'll use what I must.
Eat us? Well, I sure do.
Some darker arts.
Is everyone alright? With blade in hand! Shine!
I shall fight as the noble I am. Let's make an end of it.
Maybe he crits. But then he dies
No.
next turn.
No holding back.
He dies next turn regardless. Fuck
Let's
it.
do this.
Let's see how much it does.
You will taste justice.
Oh, you're just starting with it to kill me, huh?
What can we do?
Oh, sick fucking dodge. Thank God.
Magic knife! Hold on. We'll do this together.
All right, let's go.
How's this?
Defense
Now
down.
accept your
Someone,
fate.
heal him.
Rancor.
Let's extend this.
Hi, Space. They
cleric.
cut your speed. So be careful.
Are you alright?
That helped.
Helpful as ever.
My thanks.
Down. Get her back up.
Where it ends.
God fucking damn it!
Arthur's here.
Out. Someone help him get back in the fight.
Please.
Nice one, Captain.
Now you dodge. After two people die. That's all it fucking takes, huh?
We
Fuck
will
me,
not
dude.
fall here. Heads held
No, we're gonna fall here.
Stand strong.
Barton, your fucking sandworm shit's gonna have to wait, dog. I don't think I can fucking get this down right now.
Rancor.
Is
I'll
everyone
be
alright?
honest.
With blade in hand! Oh, shards of ice!
Hulkenberg got them right
Now,
in their
what's
weak
the
spot.
play?
That only did 37. Jesus.
I call upon royal power
Well,
within.
if you're just gonna fucking die, it doesn't matter.
Right on target.
Oh,
I
sick
will
crit
fight
actually.
for us.
What the
Work
fuck?
together.
I'm counting on you.
The generals come. Oh, power of kings. Some darker arts.
Dick. I need to heal.
Are you
I
all
need
right?
to heal those two.
Thanks.
My thanks.
I don't need to heal
Quite a
him,
move.
obviously, but
With these
it is what it
fists,
is.
I strike for just pugilist. You'll be dust.
Right on target.
Damn,
It's
another
okay.
crit. What the
We
fuck?
can do this. We'll do this together.
Coordination is key.
Oh, right. They've got a new weakness.
Let us clean. Now accept your fate. Rancor.
Okay.
They were about to collapse.
Oh, thank God. Good fucking dodges for once.
He's in real danger.
Cleric.
He needs healing now.
I will not let you
Oh.
die.
That helped.
I owe you.
Alright, that could have gone bad.
Much thanks.
I shall fight as the noble I am. Pugilist! I'll crush you!
I will fight with pride. I'm all prepared.
All right, let's go!
You hit their weakness. That's your
Be
opening,
my
Captain.
face me. Some darker arts.
Observe the enemy. Cleric. Oh, Mystic
Okay.
Purge.
That's been
Oh, good dodge, good dodge.
No holding back! You'll be dust!
Okay. Big
Let's stay calm.
damage.
Let's set it up.
Let me help!
Honestly,
Pierce through.
Oh, right. They've got a new weakness.
Let us clean up. Rancor.
oh, he's so dead. Oh, he's so dead.
I see your face.
The only
Someone
one.
get him back
Of
on his
fucking
feet.
course he is.
For all the
We
great
gotta
strive
get him
for.
up.
Healing
We gotta
us.
get him up.
Hulkenberg's
I live
in
to see
bad
another
shape.
day.
She needs help.
Go for it!
Captain,
I will
they've
fight with
slowed you
pride. We'll
down.
do this together.
All right, let's go!
You hit their weakness. That's your
General's
opening, Captain.
command may turn the tides of war.
2% HP to all allies.
I was saving this.
Fuck it.
Thanks.
Helpful as ever.
Was nicht.
This probably doesn't save her.
He's knocked out? Someone
Well.
help him get back in the fight.
Oh, well, here's the death, everybody.
First down. Get her back up. Like this. Someone help.
Yeah, even with all that,
The moment of truth.
couldn't have done this a fucking.
My friends,
You couldn't have done this a turn sooner, Barton, you piece of shit.
Help, please.
Alright, yeah, let's just end this.
Right on target. Nice
Why are you,
control.
why the fuck are you critting, bro? Stop it. I just don't have enough power behind my punches.
forgive me.
Alright, Barton, sorry about your shit, bro. We're gonna go do courage.
Do not forswear.
We ain't good enough for the worm yet. Alright.
What in the blazes?
What now?
All of my items, alright. Okay. Alright, can we not trip this time?
Good.
Can we not trip? That's what I'm hoping. Oh, thank God. I didn't trip this time, chat. Should be getting 4. I think it's 4 now. The money, the courage. Look at that, chat. Courage to 4. Dauntless. Thou aspire to true sovereignty, kindle the flame of thy courage to ignite the hearts of thy people. Oh, at your own risk. And now we can go chill with Brigitte. Everybody have their right thing on.
What now?
I don't want that. Magic. What the fuck? I don't want that. I guess. Don't need that. I mean, I do use both of those, and I do want Hydra. Okay. Alright. Alright, Brigitte, let's go get you to 7.
Just you. My
Hold up.
apologies.
You weren't supposed to see me like that, but thanks to you, I finally made up my mind. There's something I think you deserve to know. But telling you would mean drawing you into an all-out war, a campaign. I'm already doing that, dog. I'm with you no matter what.
You.
I find myself still at a crossroads, yet look at you.
Fine then.
You've helped me see what needs to be done. Will you accompany? I mean, we're already
Thank
trying to fight sancticism. What more you want from me, dog?
Here.
We use this facility for our own research. Specifically, we're trying to develop non-violent igniters, make them something more than weapons that should be decent enough for revenge against the church. If only I expand my current trade, it'd only make their pockets fatter, so I thought I'd find a different approach. Oh, what are you doing? I'm doing what the church hates the most. They knew that magic igniters would widen the gap. The strong would become stronger and the weak weaker. That's why I made igniters my occupation. I hated it. Most of all, I hated who I used to be. For my weakness, ignorance, and utter powerlessness. But behind it, I did wish for a different future, a world without poverty, despair, or violence. Civilization does not flow backwards. People are not so clever that they would abandon the convenience. It's impossible to be without igniters. But if we're stuck with them, we can still make them safer and more practical. We've actually been working on a prototype for a while now.
Say.
Remember the early days when I asked you to slay the Gutaro? The route it had been stalking was our transport corridor for prototypes. Glad I took this job.
My thanks.
We never made such strides with development if you hadn't been helping. Honestly, though, I'm even surprised it's come this far. Goes against the church's cultural and mercantile monopoly, of course, and they'll send their shadows after me, and they'll leave me a few scars if I survive at all. The only way I can think to stop that, you'll have to take the throne and support our peacetime igniters over the lethal. Help them spread across the land. I've been thinking about your dream, this kinder world in your little novel. I hear about people who live through mutual goodwill, respect, and equality, and I can't help but wish I lived in that world. I wanted to take the first step. I want to hope, no matter what it costs me, to position my fortune or my life. I won't let you die. That's quite a promise to make. You have a point, though. I'll postpone my death as long as I can. No one wants to see the new world of hope more than I do, after all.
I believe in you.
Take the throne, Eggie, for me and for a new world. I can sense Brigida's hope to change the world and her deep trust. One more.
You give me hope.
Further widens the variety of items sold at the Lycon Magic Association by adding rare items, and occasionally, as one day ends, another begins with Brigida sending a crate with funds. Alright.
And then...
This facility has another purpose. Igniters being one-sidedly destructive as they are, plenty of people have lost their homes to the violence, same as the village the church raised. So I hire them here and support them in ways I can. The least I can do. With tone. Oh, one day we're gonna move, chat. One day we're gonna move from that 26.
And the age of a new king
One day. Alright, I'm ready to lose to Lewis or whatever fight's gonna happen on this fucking thing right now.
At last.
Everyone at the soiree will be held tonight at the Feast Hall. Lewis is saying it. Let's go over our roles one more time.
Got it?
First, we will all greet Lewis together. Let him know we showed up, excepting Gallica, of course. She stays hidden, so he only sees one person go missing. Once we're clear of him, the captain and Gallica slip out with all speed and head for Lewis's gauntlet run. Heismay, Hulkenberg, and I will keep tabs on Lewis and buy whatever time we can. Understood. We have one objective. Take the curse formula from Lewis's Skyrunner.
All right.
All hangs upon this mission. Highness the Prince and the very kingdom itself are at stake. Now, I'm acting like I'm calling the shots here, but honestly, you're the one we're depending on. Once you're in, if you run into any guards, it'll be on you to take them out quick. Can't have them raising the alarm.
Things will be fine.
You're really the only one who has a chance alone against Lewis' best. To put all this on your shoulders, what we believe in. No pressure.
Some things...
Oh, come on. At least try to fake some confidence. I thought he would say something different, but... Here we go, chat. Story progress happening! Luis's soiree.
Sharp soldiers all.
They
carry themselves with more
shit, I don't have to read for the first time in 3.5 hours.
The most elite unit of the military until Luis's secession. Now they are his private guard.
I don't see Luis, those brothers, or that songstress. But this many people here means the runner's got to be all but empty.
Shh, they're here.
What
Glad
up?
you made it. Could stand to loosen up a little, though. What's got you lot so wound up?
Well, you have to admit, the assembled company is more than a little intimidating.
You'll get used to that. You'll have to if you want to survive. Hey, pups.
Oh. Where's that Ishkia man? The lanky old chap with the glasses.
He's keeping watch over our gauntlet runner.
What? Don't feel safe leaving your gauntlet runner empty? As you like, I suppose.
He doesn't really leave it
I don't see that
anywhere.
songstress, Juna. Is she not coming?
Ah, she's under the weather. Poor girl went and lost her voice. Not many others could refuse an invitation from Lord Louis and live to tell it.
You're looking forward to having another chat with her, eh? What a shame. Zell got a bit droopy about missing her, too.
Ah.
That's belt up.
Hey, look, it's Luis, man of the hour.
I'm glad you could make it.
Hello.
Thank you for inviting us.
Please, enjoy yourselves. As new comrades in arms, I expect you to. Now, while the drinks in their cups have yet to reach their heads, let's get the formality of introductions out of the way.
All right.
Friends, today we welcome a most emboldening addition to our ranks. Doubtless you've heard of the young candidate who brought great shame to Sanctifex Forden. Before you stands the young man himself.
What up?
Indeed, I was much surprised to learn he brought that Sanctorus forward with the intent of winning my regard. Commendably bold. Now, let us greet our new allies with warmth and pride.
Count Luis will be king. Oh, these young firebrands.
Count Luis will be the king our land deserves.
I know how
The rest of
to
the night is
rile up a
yours to
crowd.
drink in. Enjoy the party.
Go. We'll take care of the rest.
Hey, new boy. Slow down. Wouldn't be wise to snub a ranking officer now, would it?
Are you a ranking officer,
Well,
big
look
guy?
who it is. The only blowhard who showed up to the competition with a head smaller than his own.
Got him!
You want to say that again?
Good shit. It's good stuff. Oh, 23, baby. There we go. Top 25. All right.
All right.
I bet Juna's gonna be up here, isn't she? I've got a feeling she might not be on Luis's side either, but we'll see. It's just one guy.
Stop!
What are you doing? Oh. Something got you worked up? The bridge is locked and I can't get in. Give me a hand, would you? Fabio's on duty, isn't he? What's he doing locking the door? Well, I heard someone saw Lady Juna enter the bridge. They're alone in there. What do you think's going on? Did he take his sword? Or did he just pull out his...
No way! Oh, good.
Now we just keep up the charade as long as we can.
Might I have a moment, please?
Stroll, if I recall. I've heard you're a titled noble. Yet you stand behind a commoner candidate.
I stand with a candidate who's proven he has power and potential. Besides, I'm a noble in lineage alone. My house no longer stands.
Where are you from?
Have you heard of a village called Harlia?
Certainly. It was the first village to be destroyed by the human menace.
It was the first?
Only
What the
because
hell? I
help
didn't know
never
that.
came. They requested reinforcements, but the army wouldn't spare a single soldier. Are the rumors true that was by your decision?
Oh,
That is true.
bold.
But why?
To save this country.
Ain't gonna win. Chill.
The Fool King and the fossils of the Sanctus Church refused to face the threat looming over this country. An adequately dramatic demonstration was required.
So the
They
sacrifice
say
was
you
needed.
could see Harlia burning as far as the palace battlements. Confronted with that balefire, those old men could no longer deny the human threat.
Your balefire cost hundreds of innocent lives.
Do I offend you? Are you repulsed? Surely it helps you realize that you can protect nothing without power. The natural blessings you enjoyed are not infinite. Few have the luxury of living with no need to struggle and harm just to survive. But our nation would have you believe such hardship is born of moral weakness. So the punished are punished further. They die in silence like livestock. Their reality denied. It defies reason.
All people deserve the chance to fight for their lives with their lives. Some will fall, some will triumph, and therein is true equality forged.
Damn, he says some stuff that sounds pretty decent, honestly.
I am not one to
He
stand
wasn't
idly
like
by as
maniacal
history is
behind
written.
all of it.
All their sacrifices, and yours, shall not be in vain. A valuable conversation. I do hope you enjoy the party.
Strong.
Humblest apologies. He's a young heart and hasn't yet learned to temper his words.
No worries. Truth told, I'd take him over the sycophants.
That brat's nowhere to be seen. Where'd he slip off to? He couldn't have. Let's go have a look around, Hector.
Uh-oh, Stinky. Uh-oh.
What?
The hell is that? Wait, is it taking off? Huh?
Oh no. Oh no.
Okay. All this commotion's gonna have this place full of panicking guards. If we stay put, they'll find us. Uh-oh, we're about to die. Until our protagonist powers kick in, chat.
Phew.
Oh, sorry, she was talking, my bad.
What was that? The floor suddenly tilted. Whoa!
Oh, capsizing.
What's going on? That soldier from earlier was freaking out about some effect from a magla crystal. Maybe this is it.
Holy, what the hell? Are we getting blown away? Oh, we're dead. Well, game over. Roll credits, chat. Dude, we're flying sideways, dog. God damn, this thing is huge. Well, something's fucking happening. Did Judah make the guy take off so we could fly into the moon?
A lot.
What just happened? We're safe, but how? How are we still standing on the outside of the Sharadrius? I knew it was a big vessel, but this thing looks like it goes on for ages. This isn't going according to plan. I wasn't expecting to get thrown out into the hole. But failure's not an option. I have to think, what can I do to keep this
What do we
mission
do?
on? Gotta get to the bridge. We head for Luis's private quarters. Now we can get in from the outside. Key ended up being useless, so sneaking in from the outside might be our best bet.
Did you?
Oh, hell yeah! Tony Hawking it, baby! We ride together, we die together. Hell yeah. Luis's quarters are straight ahead, all the way at the end. If you're careful, you should be able to jump across the glowing section by using them as scaffolds.
Here we go.
Oh boy. Use L to control. You'll automatically jump between the scaffolds. However, if you jump when there isn't a scaffold in front of you, you fall. And so what are we doing?
I see. In the end, a dream is...
Okay.
Alright, let's try that again. I didn't know where, I don't know where I thought I was trying to cut in and go.
Here we go.
Alright, okay. So what is it right here?
Look at you.
Oh, thank God. And here. What do you mean?
No. This isn't.
What do you want me to do? If I just keep going to the edge? Okay. Okay.
Okay. Here we go. Gangway!
Okay, so I guess we have to hit the lights every time. That's the goal, is to get to lights. So we gotta, like, hang like that. Hang like that. Hang like that. Oh, hell yeah! Hold. I don't know where I'm going. Okay. Why couldn't I have just done that with all the other ones?
All right.
All right.
This is no good.
All right. Well, we got to get in.
Whew.
Protagonist powers, baby.
And yet,
This room is really beautiful. Maybe it's got some special spells so nothing falls when it's turbulent.
let's hurry.
I mean, I guess that makes sense, huh? Alright, well.
Okay. Look.
Royal flowers, the funeral. A formula. Hidden behind the painting.
Incredible.
Painting really helps put in perspective how impressive the vessel is. They say it was originally developed by the state army and Luke claimed it was known to him as a symbol of power. And so it's not behind there. Is it just on the desk? Map marked with different routes. Looks like it shows the Oceania area. Lewis is interested in this island for some reason. Okay. This bookshelf? Oh, this bookshelf? Oh, nope.
No good.
Bookshelf. Did I miss a spot? Yeah, that's the emergency exit. Is this the exit? Oh, I was supposed to go here. Is this the bathroom? Oh.
This?
Oh, it's a closet. I'm following the clues now. Yo, is that my book?
Look!
Oh.
That's the same novel that you have.
Hey, we're
Louise.
book buddies. Book club.
It's a forbidden text. So there shouldn't even be many copies left.
He probably just happened to find a copy.
Do you think Luis is actually reading this? If so, it doesn't seem like he's really getting its message.
I mean, he's taking the anger
Wait,
approach
in
rather
there.
than a sensible
There's a
approach.
hidden box. Yes, magic formulas. Which one has the prince's curse? Oh, forget it. Look.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What are you doing here?
I was looking for something.
I'm looking for something.
Not even bothering to hide it.
Man, what do you want me to
Hey,
say?
didn't you
Well,
just
what?
come out of the storage room? What were you doing in there?
You're
Yeah.
a fairy from before. Count Luis gave me permission to come and go as I please in his private quarters.
Hey, didn't I hear you had a sore throat or something? They said you lost your voice, but you sound fine to me. I get it now.
You looking for
snuck
something
in
too?
this room last time too, didn't you? Wow, you're a real repeat offender.
I'm really losing my touch.
Oh, well, chill, bro. Role reversal,
So,
huh?
Remember how I said I'd keep my eyes on you? Well, I have to say...
Why the hell are you crying?
Hey, get away from him! I don't suppose we could keep my little investigation secret. I'll keep quiet about you too, now that we're accomplices.
What are you looking for?
What exactly are you looking for?
Can't say, but I'll ask you no questions either. That makes us even, right?
Fine by me.
So, your little cohort cases the place first, leaving you to slink in once you've got the brief. Pretty sharp. Hey, I'm not just a little cohort. I have a proper name, and it's Gallica. Gallica? Your name is Gallica?
Yeah.
Wait, does this mean... So you're here for... Someone's coming!
Well, well. The occupant's absent, but the door's locked. I see why the guards are in a panic.
There's no use hiding. This is quite a turn-up, isn't it? The runtime might have figured for a rat, but even Milord's favorite little songbird? What a scandal! And when he hears it from me, maybe I'll finally get some recognition around here.
Oh, I hate this guy.
Everything's falling apart! What do we do?
Take
I think
those
he's
things.
gone. If he'd stayed, he could have trapped us here. Thank goodness he's as stupid as he looks. I'll take care of this. Just listen close and act fast. The box you found contains the formula to the curse. I knew it. We both know what you're here for, right?
Mm-hmm.
Take what's inside and leave.
Thanks, Juna.
Who are you?
Best singer in the
What
world.
are you?
Taylor Swift, dog.
Let's survive now. Talk later, shall we?
Yeah. Yeah.
She told us to run, but we can't just leave her.
Gotta get the fucking magic first, dog.
Your attention, everyone. Assembled comrades, let us speak of the old vulture's last grasp at power. The tournament for the throne. It hardly bears saying that the competition is a farce. It is a transparent conceit of the Sanctus Church orchestrated to win Forden the throne. For
Yeah, I mean,
all
that
who
makes
bristle
sense.
At their hubris, and indeed for the sake of the public. This hollow pageantry must be put to rights, once and for all. And it shall be done by my hand. I hereby announce my formal entry into the competition.
Here we go.
But my lord, Forden would surely never allow you to enter the race midstream.
What's he
Why
gonna
would
do?
I care for his permission?
Yeah.
The late king's decree was that the crown would go to whoever had won the people's trust, not whoever indulged the church's sideshow.
I mean, he's not
I
wrong.
will enter at my leisure. Should he deny me, Forden will be rightly denounced as the coward he is, and lose the nation's faith. Then all will know he was never the one in control. For all that we believe, and all that we have proven, we shall bring their own dogma down on their heads.
We got one sanctoress strung up. Now let's send Forden to the gallows.
He's entering the competition?
Even knowing it was rigged, there's still a lot he could get out of it. He's just been biding his time.
I mean, he was already like, what, second place on the rock anyway.
Unfortunately, I am told we have a rat in our midst, sniffing for morsels at our esteemed colleagues' heels. Wretched rat, if you stand among us tonight, you may tell your master this. I will neither run nor hide. If you think you can stop the rule of power, then come and try.
Luis will be king! Hail King Luis!
Go and see who is absent from the soiree.
On it.
They're going outside.
Not good. They're bound to check the gauntlet runner. We've got no choice but to chase and stop them.
Oi, new bloke. Didn't hear you shouting Count Luis's name loud enough.
Okay.
Come now, let's hear you cheer with your gut, eh?
Out of the way. I'm busy.
At this rate...
Well, this is breaking down in 300 different ways.
Hey! Zell! Look! The Caradrius is airborne!
What?
Why?
You hear
Oh
anything about
my
a
God,
takeoff
Pooch.
today?
With its owner out? Impossible. The rat's behind this.
Hold on, Chad. I gotta go see what Poochie's barking at. Hold on. Hold on, Chad. I'll be right back. Chat added about 2 minutes. Ready those ad blockers. Sorry, I had to use the bathroom. Poochie sees stuff outside. I don't know how. I think he maybe thinks he sees things. Or just going to just go. Bah, 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 bah. He's got good ears. How you doing, chat, by the way? Hope y'all are doing well. Hope y'all having a good Friday. Thanks for hanging out. We're 4 hours in now. All right, let us continue.
Do you know what's been on my mind? I want to know who took out Zorba. Wouldn't catch me dead sharing drinks with him, but he weren't some half-wit. If it was the Cathedral Guards, they had help.
Think the rat nipped him too?
Lord Luis has plenty of new friends hanging about. I wouldn't be surprised if some think they're clever. And me, I'd start with those stooges who cast all their magic without igniters.
Whoa, Del, eyes up. It's coming down.
Secure the perimeter. Anyone so much as blinks, the orders to kill on sight.
Whoa.
Whoa, Del.
Damn, Del. Hell, bro.
This is no good. Hurry!
Wait, if I'm on my own,
What now?
I'm gonna put on Wizard if I'm alone.
Wizard!
And I'm going to put on Slow Igniter. I'll take that down. Do I have electric? I don't know if I'm fighting or not, so. Oh, I can just have, oh, I already have, okay, oh yeah, I'm gonna have that. Okay.
Huh? Ready?
I don't know what's going on, dog. Maybe it'll be nothing. Maybe nothing on it.
Was that?
Yeah, we gotta help her. I ain't no pussy.
No. I told you to run. You're too soft.
Behave now. I'd hate to stick you through that precious throat of yours.
Chill, bro. Not as cool as you sound,
I didn't
Gladell.
expect you to actually bother to come. The songbird baited the trap nicely after all. I suppose that settles it. The rats were working together. Must be quite a story behind this. But more importantly, time and time again, you dragged my name through the mud. And now look who's the traitor. Oh, I'm going to make this hurt. Hector.
You are an asshole. Oh, Hector's a big boy now.
Hector? Wait, that's your dog?
Got a lot of eyeballs. He
You mean
looks
he
like
transformed
Shadow.
at your command? That animal's been corrupted by melancholia, and still you tamed it. Gladell, why did you hide such an amazing talent? Isn't taking hostages a bit beneath you?
An idiot.
What? Don't you dare patronize me.
Look
You think
what
I don't
he's
recognize
wearing.
it? I'm not strong, I'm no towering Rassant war hero. All I've got is my wits, damn you! How could I win a rigged game but through foul play?
Foul play?
And now, I'll wipe those arrogant smiles off their faces. I should be the man being served and worshipped. Me, no one else. And yet every time, I watch them surpass me in everything I did. That bastard Luis included. They've been thorn after bloody thorn in my side, but that all ends today. I'll offer you up on a silver platter.
Welcome back,
and one
chat.
day, the world will know me as its rightful ruler.
Damn, going over Lord Luis too?
I told you to
Damn,
shut
bro.
your damned mouth. Go, Hector.
Alright, gotta kill a dog, I guess. Sorry, PETA.
Don't move. That goes for you too, fairy. Unless you'd rather see her pretty little neck bleed.
What do we do? Right now, all we can do is make it through this. If we're not careful about this, Juna might...
Spectacular! A fitting end for a pack of rats. Get them, Hector.
Wait, that's it?
No. Isn't there anything we can do?
That don't move. I can't fucking move.
You like that? Who's your king now? I am!
Wow, he's got such one-liners. Thanks, Liddell. Oh shit, cutscene.
You let your dog do your fighting. You're such a disgrace.
Ah.
He has no pets here. So what's the matter? Are you too scared to fight him alone?
Yeah, he just said that.
You have it your way. Come then, we'll do this right.
Oh, backhand. Oh shit, can't do that. That's...
I am Gladel, and you will kneel before me as your king.
Got a little half glove on.
Who are you to me?
I am the one who would save this country!
Well, that worked better than I expected. This is bad. That guy is near the top of the candidate rankings. That means the royal magic will make him invincible to us.
You have the right of it. You fell for it. She brought you straight to me. Now I have you, and I'll ensure your suffering is
Well,
not
I'm ranked 23.
But see reason. Juna, if you take my side, I might be persuaded to spare you. Am I not worthy of your affection? I'm more of a man than that bastard Luis could ever be.
Man,
Over
you're
my
saying
dead
a lot
body.
of things.
I am Giovanni Cygnus. I am no
Cygnus?
one's puppet. My life is my own to protect, and I will accept nothing less. What? It worked?
I mean, he wasn't trying to kill him. Oh, the pig slap!
Well, you're not invincible.
Damn you. What's going on here?
Let me help. Your powers have intrigued me from the start.
Oh, new party
You and your
member?
friends.
We get T-Swizzle?
You call it an archetype, right?
What?
I thought as much. Surprising, though. I'd written them off as a myth. Not even my sister got close. Still, now that I've seen their power a few times,
Awaken!
I can do it myself.
Very well.
Shit.
O Loathstar, who wanders in sorrow. O thou anguished traveler who hath borne the weight of parting from the start. Henceforth, thy fears and insecurities become thy light. Thou art the brilliant star that shall illuminate the King's Road. Now, awaken.
Rip it out!
Look at me. What you see now is my commitment to my
Whoa, her hair's crazy! Holy shit! Whoa.
Behold, my voice rises from the depths of my heart.
Whoa! Oh my. Okay. Well, let's go, Miss Peacock.
How does she have the same power? She's just a damn singer.
Never underestimate a singer! Every song is a burden, the weight of a lifetime. I have sung 1,000 songs. I've known their power my whole life. Whereas all you've ever been is a lackey.
Oh, got him.
Lost on you. Listen and learn.
Do it! Chew them up! Tear them limb from bloody limb!
Alright, round 2. Now I can attack.
I see. So this is the power of an archetype. All it takes is a change of mask, and I can
Persona.
be whatever I want. Poetic, really? Especially for me. That's just as well. You can lend me your strength too.
This isn't the kind of thing you can just imitate. Do you know about this power?
Not much. It's been a while. Now, I hope you've had your fun, because you're about to pay for it in full.
Alright.
Shut up! Just shut up! I'll crush you with my own hands. A duel, then. You can die together.
Masked Dancer Archetype. Along with its own skills, the Masked Dancer Archetype can... Oh, that's what all the masks that I had were for that I've been collecting. The Seeker's Mask is currently equipped. To obtain new masks, visit the special experiments in academia. Okay, we have a bunch of fucking masks.
Fine. He wants a brutal fight, and he's about to get one. Let's give him hell!
Let's not. Now for a grand maneuver.
Afflicts all enemies with a one-time weakness to fire and ice. Well, I have both of those.
I think not.
And what is your... So we have Infernal Vortex and Cyclo, which makes sense.
No need to rush this.
I've got a bit of an idea cooking here.
You can do this.
Alright, help out.
Going for the weak spot. Great job, Judah. Now they're weak to something new.
With me now, Hector!
Oh, that didn't do nothing. But whoa, 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 whoa!
Let's set it up.
Heavy fire damage, heavy fire magic to one enemy. Well, if we take out the dog.
Burn.
Oh.
Don't underestimate
That's your opening,
me.
Captain.
Now for a grand maneuver.
Let's do this.
This might sting.
Great job, Judah.
All right.
Now they're weak to something new.
With me now, Hector!
This is fine.
Let's go. Fire.
Hit their weakness.
I've got just
That's your
the dance
opening,
for
Captain.
you. I'll show you.
Okay, so it's just a one time.
A bit much, actually.
You
No
know
one
what?
here fights alone.
Fuck it.
We'll combine
It's
our
work.
strength.
If it's working, it's working.
Going for the weak spot.
Great job, Judah. Now they're weak to something new.
With me now, Hector!
Oh, perfect. Going after me now.
Let's work together.
I'll lend a hand myself.
Burn.
Hit their weakness.
My star
That's your
is
opening,
rising!
Captain.
Let's do this together.
It's up to you now.
All right, we keep dancing and we keep throwing fire around. That's the plan right now. If he's not gonna attack,
Stay strong, Hector!
all right. Your dog's going down, big guy.
I'm all prepared.
Sorry to break it to you here.
Hector! Damn it! Damn you all!
I've got just the dance mask, dancer.
Try this power. Fire! Die!
That's it?
Come on, help me out.
Let's do this.
Okay.
Going for the
This is
weak
working
spot.
out so far.
Great job, Judah. Now they're weak to something new.
No crit. Fine.
Let's set it up.
Smack him with a big one.
I'll lend a hand myself.
Big damage.
Come on, follow me.
We'll combine our strength.
Great job, Judah.
Okay.
Now they're weak to something new.
Oh man, if he keeps attacking me, that's all I can ask for.
Get him.
I am
This is just what I
your
did.
rightful king.
Raging fire.
Easy fight. Hell yes. Get out of here, Gladell.
Help me.
Unfortunately, he ain't dying here, is he? Good shit. Oh.
I give. Please. I'll not say a word about you sneaking in. Just spare my life, I beg you.
I don't
What do
believe
we
you.
do? If we let him run off, he's obviously going to rat us out. But killing him would give us a lot to explain. Maybe we should work out some kind of deal.
Idiots! It's the oldest trick in the book!
Whoa.
Why?
Wait, hold on. Does that mean I have enough to be protected?
No. I'm the future
I'm in!
king. I can't. I can't breathe. Why?
Oh shit, he dead as hell. Oh, he dead as shit.
Is he dead? So the magic protected us.
Because we have enough support?
Why now?
Was Juna's support enough?
What the hell?
Oh, and they saw it too, didn't
Dead. You lot kill him.
they? Ah, the chains did.
He's the one who attacked us. And then the king's magic did all that to him.
That the truth of it?
Oh, he snuck into Count Luis's private quarters. Must have gotten in with all the confusion of takeoff, I suppose.
Hell
Right?
yeah.
And why did the bloody thing take off like that? We could hardly believe our eyes.
Oh, well, you know me and my indulgences, boys. Perhaps I got a bit carried away, but we're in Brilehaven. I simply had to see the night view over the city.
You having a laugh?
Anyway, then Gladell went from crass to violent. That's when he stepped in to help, right?
Yes, exactly.
Right.
Good
Crikey,
backhand.
Lady Juna, I'm sorry. Sounds like you've had a right awful
No way
evening.
Dell was buying this,
Hold
right?
on. You were supposed to be at the soiree, weren't you? That's a lot of ground to cover, isn't it?
Why? One would think you don't believe us, Fidelio. I'm wounded. You truly doubt me.
Well, no, just...
Suppose that means the rat was Glodell.
Makes sense.
Lord Louis said we got a traitor in our midst is all. We came by thinking to catch him.
Is that so? Well, hadn't you better report back? Shall we make what we can of this party together?
Your throat all better then, Lady Juna?
Yes, much better. He gave me such a thorough examination after all.
Whoa, whoa,
He took
whoa.
good care of my throat, my tongue.
Whoa.
He, you.
If you'd come a bit earlier, I might have asked you to do it.
Really? Hardly matters to me.
Anyway, I'd say this bears reporting. Let's leave the guards to their cleanup and get out of here.
Well, that was fortunate.
Yeesh, looks could kill. Scary.
All Poochie's barking.
So Gladel was our rat, was he? And he's already been executed?
Afraid so.
The two of them were the only ones who left the soiree early. Sounds like Gladel overstepped, and Lady Juna and the new lad had to fight him down.
Or it could have been the other way around.
Too right. Dead can't speak, after all, and we've no other witnesses to the scene.
Now hold on.
Gladel was a right prolific candidate. We know the king's magic protected him. Their story goes that he attacked them and got petrified to death for it. If that's true, the boy'd have to have the stand-in for it.
That fact is no longer in question. I received a report a short while ago. They say your face has emerged on the king's rock.
Hell yeah, we're in!
Stunt with the Sanctoress earned you some renown.
Hey, good for you, pup.
And that's how the magic got to Gladel.
Seems we were in more danger than we knew, but the risk paid
One
off.
wonders what you stopped Gladel from doing. What was he after there?
Who knows? We were hardly in a position to ask.
Wonder if he was on old Forden's payroll.
Nah. He'd been at that monk Godot's neck since the race had barely started. Tried to snuff him out in the wilds too, not anywhere he'd have had an audience.
No matter. Forden has been kind enough to whip the people into a frenzy over this race. I'll step in and reap what he so
I gotta go
graciously
see
sowed.
Poochie after this.
From here on, you will serve as my eyes and ears.
I'm glad we've cleared your doubts.
Results are all that matters to me. Let us see
Ah,
what
he's a
scheme Forden
results
devises
man.
for the next task. Until then, you may take your ease in the city.
Oh, and with Gladel out with the rubbish, might I promote him to the role of my chauffeur?
Are you serious?
Is it so strange? He does have his own gauntlet runner. In fact, I'd better go make sure it's up to my standards.
I don't think you're gonna like
Let her
sleeping
do
in
as
the
she
pod.
pleases.
I don't think she's gonna like sleeping in the pod.
What's wrong, Del? Looking a bit green around the gills.
Gladel was an ambitious man, yeah, but is that enough to justify him looting Count Luis's personal quarters? What was in it for him?
All right.
Seems the reputation at the exhibition saved me. All that remains is to break the prince's curse using the formula. We're at rank 20, baby. We're on the rock.
Sorry
What
for
up?
barging in. A bit late for introductions, I expect. What? You haven't told them about me yet?
I can't tell them what you haven't told me.
So, can I assume that you are one of us? That is, we too stand alongside.
You know
Count
about the
Luis,
archetype
but
stuff more than any of y'all
to say
did
it.
before.
I
No.
think you and I were after the same thing in old Luis's room. You really weren't told.
Don't tell me you're the other agent Grius mentioned.
Grius. Is he the one who died at the Grand Cathedral? I'm sorry. They kept the finer details confidential, so I never really knew who the other agent was. But I understand the objective well enough. The curse on His Highness the Prince can't be lifted by conventional methods. So we either kill the caster or get the formula.
That's what
I
we
see.
figured.
So you and Grius were the two prongs of the operation. You get the formula, he hunts the caster.
Ever since the King's magic made it impossible to kill Luis, I've been ready to meet up with a new contact. I just wasn't expecting one so young.
Aren't you
If I
fairly
hadn't
young?
learned the fairy messenger's name was Gallica, I'd never have realized it was you.
I'm pretty shocked myself. I never figured the big famous songstress would be on our side. And I thought you and Luis were... you were
His lady love. God, no. I wouldn't be caught dead in that madman's quarters unless it was to rob him blind. No. Luis keeps me close because he likes my voice. That's all. He made the lines of that relationship quite clear, with no room for messier entanglements.
I think that clears up your place here. But I have to say, You're risking a lot for a side job. Why go to these lengths when you've so much to lose?
At first, it was just coincidence. I tend to find myself in honored company, and I happened to be around where a resistance operative was doing a spot of recon.
So, in sooth, you were strong-armed into this?
What? No. Quite the other. I requested to join. When fate beckons, one can't just turn her away. A singer's whole self is built off all she experiences. This seemed like a chance for a once-in-a-lifetime inspiration for my art. And nobody else had a plausible way or reason to get close to Louise. So, you could say our interests aligned.
All that just so you could grow as a singer? You really are devoted, and fearless to boot.
I know what I put my life on the line for, that's all. You all have something like that, don't you? A devotion that anyone else might see as foolish.
Ha! The girl's bold as brass. No wonder she's got all the crown's subjects by the heartstrings, eh?
Well, half of it might be because of my birth. A Nydia girl's got to be bold to step out into this world at all. Though it's hard for most people to understand why. Singing is everything to me. To truly stir even a single soul, I'd take that over 1,000 of the church's accolades. Well, anyhow, that's what's going on with me. I'll stick close to Luis for now so he doesn't start suspecting anything. Any objections? Captain?
Be counting on you.
I knew you were the sort of man who knows what to say. Glad to meet you as a proper
New
comrade.
bond. Now I'm
Gets
glad
your
I
hair
have
going,
everybody
doesn't
a huge amount high with bonds now that we have one of our new ones. Juna, the kingdom's premier songstress, has become your ally.
Well, didn't see that coming. But I guess we've got another ally now. Our journey looked pretty precarious at first, but it's gone surprisingly smoothly. I'll do my best to help too. Let's see this through.
Calico to 5? Hey, hell yeah.
Gotta get back on track.
Significantly reduces the mag cost of studying the mage lineage.
Anyway, welcome aboard, Juna.
Oh.
Oh, right. Let's decipher the formula we found. Hopefully we can finally break the
Yeah,
curse.
let's just decipher it right quick.
Know anyone who can read the blasted thing? I love a good blueprint, but this formula leaves me a tad glazed, what?
Actually, Grease's notebook mentioned a Rella in the margins. Seems like he had it in mind to bring it to her.
Rella? The girl they call...
Isn't that her
the
sister or
Saint?
whatever?
Saint Rella. Indeed, she would be the most qualified. After the attack on His Highness, we sent for the kingdom's best healer. It was she who answered our summons, and she who saved His Highness from certain death.
Hold on, the best healer in the kingdom? That attack was over 10 years ago. That so-called saint looked about my age.
Rella was a prodigal talent. One of the most gifted at the Mage Academy. Even as a child, she outclassed her teachers with an igniter.
Wait, you know her?
I'm afraid she's a bit out of our reach now, though. She left a while ago to return to her work at the royal capital. We couldn't manage such a trip under Luis's gaze.
Well, a trip to the royal capital would hardly put us out. We'll just pip over with a bit of magic.
Yeah, we can
No,
teleport,
really,
dog.
it's
She doesn't
dashing
know.
convenient.
You're about to
There
learn,
are some
Juna.
conditions, but we could travel instantly to a few specific places.
Well, no sense waiting. Let's be off.
Yeah. Gonna learn today.
All yours.
You actually did it! We're at the royal capital!
Mm-hmm.
Wait, how did you do that?
I don't know.
Shout in the streets, would you?
How can I not? Do you know how incredible this is? What are you people?
I don't know.
Look, isn't that the songstress?
Yeah, what up?
It's the Lady Juna! Oh, I've always wanted to shake her hand. Oh, hell.
The price of fame. If word gets out that you were seen here, it'll be hard to explain yourself later on.
Rella works at the church on Main Street. I'll lead the way.
You know your way around, eh?
Wait, this Rella's a world-class healer, and she's working as a local doctor.
Is that uncommon?
Igniters are not known for their use in healing. Indeed, 'tis a virtually impossible feat, often reserved for the nobility. I'd have expected Saint Rella to serve the court only.
If she turned down that prestige in the name of helping the common folk, then I suppose she really has earned her saintly titles.
Come on, let's hurry on.
What do you make of all this, Captain? If we ask her to decipher the curse, we risk exposing our identities
choice
and
do
our
we have?
aims. Do you trust her?
Let's meet her first.
A fair thought. We need not be so reluctant.
I mean, if
If
she's
you
the only
say so.
one right now, then can't
let's
just
get on.
not.
Let's hurry.
Oh, can I save? Oh, thank God. Well, that was a long section. Holy moly. Alright, chat, give me a second. Poochie was barking up a storm out there, so I gotta go check on him again. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back, chat. Alright, Poochie has gone potty. Now let's go see about whatever's going on here. Am I allowed to do anything else right now?
All right then. What now?
Damn it, Juna's ahead of me as well at level. Fuck!
All right then.
Oh, I don't think I can go anywhere, can I? Alright. Alright, let's go. Excuse me. Closure.
Let's go.
Oh. Oh, I probably should have healed myself. Oh well.
Terribly sorry. Putting some elixirs away. Be with you in a moment. Hello. How can I help you? Juna.
Hey,
Long
Rolla.
time no see. Sorry for all of us storming the place.
And you're the one who was at the exhibition.
That's me.
Right. Now that you all know each other's names, Rella is my older sister. Adopted sister, that is. Her family took me in. Though don't spread it around. The public doesn't know, and we don't know who tried to exploit it.
It's been forever, Juna. I'm so sorry. I really was planning to meet you after the opening ceremony.
I understand. You were attending to Sanctifex Forden until Brilhaven. But that's wonderful. Such deft social climbing even puts Father's efforts to shame, eh?
Ugh, social climbing. Glad to make your acquaintance. I am Rella Cygnus. I'm a healer. But somehow, I doubt that's why you're here.
Actually, there's something we'd like you to look at.
Okay.
Where did you get this?
I know it's asking a lot, but
You
could
read
you
it?
share anything you know? Without asking too many questions?
I've seen something like this before. I'd never forget. Objectively speaking, the magic involved is a direct inversion of a healing spell. Popularly known as a curse.
Well, we
I
know
suppose
that
that
much.
stands to reason.
Pardon the late introduction. I am Hulkenberg, a Knight of the Crown. As you may have guessed, that is the formula to the curse that slew His Royal Highness, the Prince.
Hold on.
The death of His Highness was a tragedy, one I would see repaid in full. As His Royal Guard, 'tis my duty to punish the treasonous snake responsible. Then surely the man who penned this was Luis.
Look, what happened at the exhibition? We were trying to get closer to Louise. You're a holy woman, so I couldn't ask your forgiveness. But if you could at least understand.
The Lady Joanna's penitence was sincere. To hear her, I thought it must be so. It was Forden who chose such a terrible punishment. That was what scared me.
Oh, Rella.
But I'm a bit relieved. I heard rumors Luis had swept you off your feet and you'd been hanging on his arm since. I worried for you so, Juna. I see now I needn't have given it a second thought.
Of course. I am Juani Cygnus, and my life is...
Yes, your life is your own, I know. Just make sure you're not causing trouble for everyone else. I suppose this is another dramatic and risky gesture? Like when you ran away from home in a frenzy of passion, declaring you'd take the stage or die trying.
No! Well, sort of. Maybe, yes, but... Oh, you didn't have to put it like that.
I've looked over the formula. From what I can tell, this spell's effects are... enduring. As long as the magic's source continues to exist, the effect shall never fade.
So
The trouble
Louis
is,
himself?
while most curses simply consume the magic released in the moment's casting, this one is designed to perpetually draw on the magic of the caster.
So
Oh,
as long
shit.
as Luis lives, it doesn't matter where his victims run and hide. Sounds just like him.
Man.
But I'm afraid even if His Highness still lived, I don't think anyone could have broken the curse using this. This formula isn't complete. It's a mere outline, clearly jotted from memory. I couldn't tell you how to lift the curse from this alone. What? Then I'm sorry I couldn't be of any help.
No, you've done plenty. Especially since we're the ones who sprang this on you.
Pardon me, young man.
What up?
May I say one last thing? You're a friend of hers, aren't you? Please, keep Juna safe.
Of course. I'll do what I can.
Thank you. She can be reckless sometimes.
Oh.
I'll be here for the foreseeable future. Any friend of Juna is welcome here, so stop by any time you like.
The curse is impossible to break?
Oh. Well, there goes that
Did I
plan.
miss a funeral? I've never seen you lot so gloomy.
What do we do now?
The only way left is to take down Luis himself.
The impossibility of that is precisely what led us here, Stroll. And now, we are no further than when we started.
Hey, we
Plenty of
gained
assassins
some
have
allies.
come for Luis, but the king's magic works every time. They all died frozen in agony.
Even if we could fight him properly, do we stand a chance? The man's an unparalleled master of both martial and magic arts.
This might be the end.
What about me? I'm the protagonist.
Stop Luis, no matter what. The royal magic's not an absolute shield. It cost Gladel his life. We've just got to maintain the trust we've earned from Luis, and eventually we'll get our chance.
For now, he told us to wait until the race's next task is announced.
Then we'll have to do just that.
And I already been waiting for like
From all this
a
brainstorming,
week and a half.
I could use a break in the gauntlet runner.
If we take June out in public, we might attract a crowd. We can't risk Luis catching on that we're in the royal capital. At least for today, I'll ask her to stay and run her away from prying
Well,
eyes.
I must say I'm impressed. You have enough beds to accommodate this many people.
Well, we got pods.
As much as they grumble about cramped quarters.
Apologies. 'Tis hardly accommodation worthy of a diva. And I confess the ride itself is often jarring.
At the very least, I'll be happy with a bath. You have a room for that, I trust?
We got a deck.
Right this way, milady.
Well, no point getting reckless now. Let's think about this some more tomorrow. By the way, what have you been doing all this time, Eurus?
Probably thinking.
Mostly. I've been having a good old ponder ever since I saw Luis's Skyrunner in the air. Always been my dream to fly on wings, you see. Not with any of this magic levitatory. But then in you come with this teleportation. Made me start wondering if there was any ballet point at all to my flight theory, what? A long while back, I did a flight experiment to prove my theory was sound. Failed spectacularly, though, and got myself all crunched up in the process. I was still in bed, midway through my convalescence, when they told me I was to be demoted.
So you just gave up?
Hardly. It'll take more than that to stamp out my fires, chum. I've known my place was in the sky since I was a schoolboy. Between us, old boy, my flight theory's complete. Principles are sound and tested. All that's left are the practicals, incorporating it into the gauntlet runner. But ever since that accident, I suppose I've been afraid to move forward with it. Afraid of failure.
Damn.
You and the rest of our merry band are risking your very lives for the prince. Here I sit moping, And the way I see it, your teleportation can only take us places we've been. If we want to see new horizons, we'll need to take to the skies. It'll take time, no doubt, but I'll put my very soul into it.
Hell yeah.
And when I fly, I'll do it my way.
All right, Hank. You can change or add. The fuck do I get rid of? Roll maybe for a little bit. Third members gain I mean, Stroll now has he gets experience for being in reserve, so we can take him out technically. Probably the best one to take out. At least for now.
What now?
Oh, hold on. I gotta go talk to, what's his face?
Now, where was I?
You gotta teach me about some masks.
Would you look at this?
Your ally's awakening revealed a new archetype called the Masked Dancer. Holds a power both unique and interesting. So I prepared a special experiment to enhance its potential to the highest level. Should you desire to hear more, I have a lecture prepared if you'd like to listen.
Would you look at this?
Okay. Special experiments has been unlocked in Academia. Use special experiments to create items that certain archetypes utilize during battle. You can get the materials necessary for special experiments from enemies in battle.
I've been waiting.
Alright, so what the hell can we make? Okay, so this is... So we can make warrior out of her, because we have those masks. We can make a knight. We can make a thief. Wonder if there's a way to... I mean, warrior wouldn't be bad. Hold on, I'm gonna look up if you can, like, if you can only farm these or if these are like from enemy. Like, you know what I mean? Mask experiment metaphor. Man, I'm fucking 40 hours into this game. I'm learning a damn new mechanic right now. Alright. Well, how the fuck I get the Emperor's white mask? Into my ass, I'll tell you what right now. Finding shit. Emperor, oh, what if I just search it? Add metaphor. Come on, metaphor. Oh, you can buy them. Where the fuck do you buy them? I need the Emperor White Mask. Gold on Flames Day. But where the fuck do I get them at? The U-Chief stall and have we even been to Briarhaven yet? Let's just leave Seeker on for now. Isn't that the next town? We'll just leave Seeker on for the moment. Where's Briarhaven, the one we're in now?
Oh. You'll come again, won't you?
Figure it out. What equipment do you have on? Because you need... Okay, you have your own fan. Agility +5. I mean, you're losing 5 defense, but you're getting a bunch of agility. Agility +2. That's... Oh yeah, the effect. Oh, so the accessory has to be... Do I have any other masks? Well, I want to try to use this, so there ain't no reason to take it off for now. Still want wizard, still want cleric. I still want to work on command. Okay. Did you learn anything in all your thinking? Doesn't look like. Okay, so we got... Oh, I do want to check something. Do I need to be full to go see? I guess I don't know. Surprised we haven't shaken Juna's hand yet. Oh yeah, did I upgrade to 7? Did. Cool. So Barden's 6. B is 6. Guys make 4. 5. Okay. And we're getting up there for everybody. What the fuck do I want to do? Wait, what am I supposed to do? Am I just supposed to go to sleep? Oh. Where's Juna? I don't have seed. Not going to sleep. We can't leave. Don't have anything to cook. If I take a quick piss.
Right.
I mean, we could use the washing machine for the first time. I don't want to. Maybe I just it's probably just Hulky and Heisme up here, right? Oh, Juna's here too. How the hell am I not talking? Doesn't gonna turn out worse than it did. That crazy uncle looking chap. Yep. Must be quite the tinker. That your runner holds a candle to Luis. That aside, I wish you all wouldn't stand on ceremony, but I'm on your side now, true. Better set back. What am I just gonna go to bed? I'm gonna read. There ain't no way, dog. Falkenberg had much to say on the fame and accomplishments of both Juna and Rella. You must confess in your total ignorance of modern trends and those that set them. Pocket will read if it lets me. I can't leave! What do you mean? What the hell you want me to do?
Something up? Let's see.
All right then.
Am I just supposed to go to bed? It doesn't seem like I can do anything else.
Sure.
Pain in my ass. Can't even fucking do anything. Oh, do you want to read my book, Juna?
Oh, good. You're still awake.
What up?
What's the matter?
Can't sleep?
Well, that is rather the problem. I'm wide awake. Once we're back tomorrow, I'll sneak the formula back into Luis's room. Even if he suspected us, he'd never work out that we got to the capital and showed it to Rella in a single night. He won't find out about our mission.
Ooh. Probably should have Juna return any Magla keys we got on the Darius safe. Or Charadrius, excuse me. I want to say Darius every fucking
I thought
time.
I was fine doing all that infiltration at Luis's place. Turns out I wasn't. Finally having others who know the truth, and having gotten to see my sister. I didn't realize how exhausted I am, and you personally saved me from danger back there. I'm terribly grateful to you. You're lucky, really. I'll have you know I'm rarely this candid. That's the forbidden text you mentioned in Luis's room, is it? I've seen him reading it from time to time. What's it like? Can I read a bit of it?
Well, everybody else has. Gather round, children. The story shall continue.
The prevailing culture of the world is one of freedom in all things. No faith, fealty, or philosophy enforces ideology. All are free to create, and all are free to embrace those creations.
And about 3 minutes, chat. Ready those ad blockers if you need.
This culture's influence spreads throughout the world. It is even said that a song of peace was powerful enough to bring an end to war. How inspiring. It's hard to imagine that a single song could be so influential. I wonder what the world would be like if a song really could reach all people's hearts. No matter their status or tribe. We Nydia, we're all liars, you know. Everyone told us we were inherently worthless.
Damn.
Just a fact of our birth. So I learned some glamours to make myself at least look valuable. This form. It's all just a fancy disguise, really. A gilded mask for the world to admire. Or not. No, do forgive me. That was all lies, lies, lies.
Alright,
I don't think
bro.
it's necessarily a good idea to reveal yourself entirely, but you should always have the freedom to. If these new powers are to give form to my ideals, I want to create a world where we can appreciate each other's freedom. I'll make sure everyone hears that in my songs. No matter what happens.
Juna and I talked into the night.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Now,
Hey,
prepare to meet
Batlin!
Luis's next challenge. Let's find out where our fierce competitors are bound. To recap, the 20 candidates with the current highest approval on the King's Rock will be the only ones to proceed. All others will be disqualified.
Ooh,
I
made the
say
cut.
The results of the exhibition are sure to have spread by now. Let's have a look at the standings, shall we? In first place, the undisputed winner, bane of sea monsters and savior of the people, our very own Sanctifex Forden! And the traitor Luis in second, despite not actually being in the race. But in third, we have the warrior monk captain, Master Guido!
Of course we do.
Furthermore,
In the end, everyone but Luis is just representing the Sanctus Church.
What's your point?
The hell
I
I'm.
dare say that's
The
a
hell
relief.
I am.
We'll finally be done with all this chaos.
A return to normalcy.
Ha! Normalcy. Funny how it's only the rich who miss how things used to be. But now Count Luis has the people behind him. He'll save the common man.
Yes, we're all keeping our ears out for a response from Luis's faction. But we do have one standout who's seen a stunning jump in popularity since the exhibition. The lad responsible for exposing the sins of the Sanctress Joanna. Valiant human slayer. Yes, it's the young elder.
Hey,
geek. Wasn't expecting
Hey,
that one.
geek.
Nameless to famous in a
Hey,
single night.
geek.
Just like that, he's in the top 20.
Oi, crier man, where's the windbag? The one what acted all high and mighty over a tiny human head.
Who? Oh, right, that Gladell or something. No sign of him, probably saw the writing on the wall and dropped out.
So it really was all talk then? A disgrace to the Rusum, hiding his inadequacy behind Luis's authority.
But the boy candidate isn't the only one in the spotlight.
Whoa, she's still top 20? Oh,
By
hell
the
yeah.
name of Katharina. Some big ideas, that girl. I hear she plans to put a price on every wealthy head if she takes the throne.
And what's wrong with that? If they're sitting on most of the kingdom's money, they can afford to hire a little extra security every day. Let them sweat it out.
Now here's a surprise. We've got a Mastari candidate still in the running. And my sources say they hail from, well, Ferga Island.
That island on Luis's map?
Pagan islands, but they're filthy barbarians. Besides, nobody could compare to Lord Milo.
The final roundup's actually looking pretty diverse. We're just about ready to announce the next leg of the race.
Bing bong, bing bong.
And that's the bell. Thank you for waiting, ladies and gents. It's time to begin the second round of the tournament for the throne. First of all, congratulations to the 20 who have won their places on the King's Rock.
Rookhead's still
You are
here.
now officially the winners of the first round. Let's give them a hand.
No sign of Luis. Even if he does plan to take over, suppose he's still not eager to play by their rules.
I haven't seen Juna this morning either.
I heard some nobles say she had a job suddenly come up. Better that the audience doesn't see her with us, anyway.
Now, at long last, we are ready to announce their next challenge. This time, the task for the candidates is recovering and offering a divine relic.
What? A relic?
Well, we already got 3 of those.
We're happy to explain everything.
We already got 3 of those. We're good.
So, we've arranged for you to hear it from an unforgettable voice.
Juna's gonna sing.
To tell us more, please welcome to the stage our guide, our songstress, the lovely Lady Juna!
Her sudden obligation revealed, I suppose.
Chosen heroes, your next destination is Altaberry Heights, the capital of the Principality of Montario. You are
Okay.
to gather there by the deadline, with a divine relic in hand to offer the Sanctus Church.
Come back, chat.
Tragically, there are still heathens in this land who choose to reject sanctism. They care nothing for salvation. They cling to strange idols, calling them divine relics, believing them gifts from their eldritch gods. But their rituals are unstable, and their relics just primitive magic tools. It is time we put an end to this misguided witchery. Take these relics from the pagan's grasp and bring them to the birthplace of sanctism, Altaberry Heights in Montario. Please deliver them to their rightful place in God's hands.
Well, this makes it harder to
May
get
all
enough
our
for
aspiring heroes
for
be blessed
euros.
with good fortune and the favor of God. I pray for your success.
Thanks, Juna.
Got a real presence before a crowd, doesn't she? Positively plucks at your heart.
Focus, Iceland, focus.
By the deadline of the second round, Alderbury will begin the festivities for the autumnal Montario Saints' Day. This two-day event kicks off on Saints' Day Eve, with the main celebrations on the day proper. And this year's event will be historic. His Eminence, Sanctifex Forden, will be personally sealing the collection of the pagan relics.
Well, that's not good for
The
your
songstress
receiver.
Juna will be dedicating a ceremonial song. You won't want to miss this, folks. Now, ladies and gentlemen, on my mark, let the second round of the tournament for the throne begin!
Alright, here we go. Bing bong, bing bong.
They're unabashedly ordering them to steal relics from pagan land now. That's plunder. They would steal our very culture.
That candidate's a
wrong.
Mustari. Small wonder he's so aghast. Forden's stooping to a new low.
What new low?
By and large, the Mustari are a pagan people. Their relics are cultural touchstones, vital to their hearts and faiths.
Oh.
And Forden's just ordered us to loot them as we please.
But in our case, we won't even know what we're doing until Luis gives the order.
Either way, we're bound for Alderbury. It's further east. We've a long trip ahead of us.
Oh, my shoulder hurts. I don't care if it's the Crown Theocracy. You'd think they'd ask me a little sooner than the morning of.
Still managed to put on a hell of a show for him. Lady Juna, Count Luis has sent for you. And you lot too, I suppose.
I guess we're getting
Looks
what
like
we're
our
doing.
first job's come in. These men have me running all over. We're back, Lord Luis.
Funny, isn't it? Since the Gladell incident, you've been inseparable from this gang.
Well, one has to keep one's chauffeur in line, don't you
Alright, chill. Chill.
Hey, heard you got a gig at the Sanctus Festival? Good on ya.
Thanks. Though I don't know if it's worth celebrating. Seems to me it's to keep Lord Luis in check. Putting me on stage the whole time might keep you from crashing their Saints' Day party.
And if we try anything, they'll use it as an excuse to blacklist you. Just the kind of shite you'd expect from those Sanctist stooges.
Yeah, fuck.
You need fear nothing. It is Forden who now stews in his dread. That he seeks the divine relics is common knowledge. But who would simply give up an idol on par with the god's reverence? He has all but commanded that we take it by force. The king's magic ruined his schemes. You humiliated him in the public eye. And in one desperate final grasp for authority, the fool has placed his fate in my hands. Forden's game will soon end. Let us at least give him the finale he deserves.
What do you mean, a finale?
What? Do you need to hear it repeated? I will give Forden his death.
Oh shit, here we go.
And what of the king's magic?
You'll see soon enough. For now, you need only follow my orders.
Oh, hell
Your task is
yeah.
to obtain a certain divine relic on my behalf. The artifact in question is a lance known as Dracodius.
Dracodios. The Draco implies something to do with dragons, I presume?
Oh boy.
Suffice to say, the lore behind this particular relic intrigues me. You will acquire it in time for Saints' Day, and bring it to me.
Pretty high stakes, my lord. You sure you want this crop of novices on the job?
Rest assured,
wanna
my
do
other
it?
agents have their own relics I've assigned them to pursue. I've no urgent need for this lance, nor for them, should they fail.
I'll go along and keep an eye on them, shall I? You can bet that if they try and run off with the relic, I'll put a stop to it.
You certainly are attached to them, aren't you?
Well, it's their first formal assignment in your service, after all. I can be your eyes and ears.
So be it then. You may act accordingly.
So, my lord, Where can we find this fancy lance?
Find your clues elsewhere. You have nothing further from me.
All right,
Move you think
pal.
as well as you fight. May we both find success in the pursuit of our shared vision.
Well, we know it's east. Well, we're back at the end so far. The only thing we know for sure is that only thing we know for sure is that it's called the Dracodios.
All right.
Guess we got no choice but to go somewhere else and try to gather more information.
All right then. Where to? Where to?
Where the fuck you want me to go?
Met, eh? Wonderful.
Maybe the pub? Maybe this guy knows?
I'm just...
Oh, he's fucking gone.
Hey, listen.
I look for clues.
Wonderful.
All right then.
Crowded.
Wonderful.
You are.
Pagan crap. Go ask one of them, not a Clamar. I was already in a tavern. Oh, did I just miss somebody in here?
I'm just incredulous.
Hey, listen. Excuse me. Hey, listen.
Oh.
Hey, I beg your pardon, but you have business.
A customer.
I'm just
Hey, listen.
incredulous.
Huh?
What up? Heard of a divine lance dog? Rambling. Large mask on. Oh, it's probably the rook guy. Boat to the island. Merchant's Bazaar.
Okay, so... Hey, listen.
All right then. Let's go.
But that's... Now what am I to do? Well met, eh?
Hey, what up?
I can't believe this. He would have them all take what they please. This same atrocity all over again. Damn him. And damn his crown theocracy.
He's in quite a state. Though I can hardly blame him, with everyone ordered to ransack his homeland. For now, how to approach him?
What up?
Why don't we team up?
What? Really? The enemy of my enemy is my friend? Nah, I'll pass, thanks.
I don't know much about divine relics, but I know all too well what it's like to see your homeland threatened.
The divine relics are symbols of our faith. More than that, they are the soul of our culture, our history.
Followers of the old native beliefs worship idols that are known to conduct magic, which they call divine relics. But unlike the igniters of modern times, they are primitive in make and function, and often dangerous. So said my studies, at least.
Oh, far from it. Divine relics aren't primitive in the least. That's just Sanctus propaganda. Really, it's the opposite. Most of these relics are powerful beyond belief, and igniters are just our crude imitations of them.
That's
If
might
you'd
be
ever
why
seen
the
one
church
yourself,
wants
you'd know
them.
the difference.
Power.
They don't call them divine for nothing. With powers like that, they might as well have come from the gods.
You're that songstress. Didn't expect to hear all this from you, after what you said for the crowd.
Well, a job's a job. But as I'm sure you're aware, pagans aren't the only ones oppressed by the church.
You really are well informed. And it sounds like you know something of oppression. Did you perhaps come from the Mage Academy?
Details, darling. I've seen abuse of powers before, and I'd rather not see it again.
The other candidates seem bent on taking relics by any means necessary. But you all seem different.
To be fair, we are looking for one. The only relic we know by name right now is Dracodios.
The Lance of the Dragon God. So that's why you came up to me. I suppose anyone would want our homeland's greatest treasure. The Lance is no secret we're trying to hide. Truly, I hope mainlanders come by the scores to see it. Our village is on an island in the World Tree's embrace, where the Dragon God sleeps. On a clear day, you can see it from this land.
An island across the ocean.
That's what was on his
Verga
map.
Island, then. It is a large island in the inland sea. Most of its inhabitants are Mustari, and it remains the only place in the land where sanctism has not taken root.
I'm not out to abolish sanctism myself. I just don't want everything we believe in to be destroyed.
So that's why you're in this race.
I thought I could change the world. And then I saw the truth. What a fool I was. I've not introduced myself yet, have I? My name is Edeni.
What up, Edeni?
Take my advice. Forget about Dracodios. We can't hand it over, and you'll never reach it anyway.
That sounds like a quest to me.
What do you mean? No ship would carry you there, among the first of many reasons. Even so, it's no place for an outsider. It's time I stopped chasing a fool's dream. I need to face reality. And if you're smart, you'll do the same.
Well, learned something.
Well, sounds like Dracodios is on Verga Island somewhere.
Is there really no ship passage there? This is the biggest port in the kingdom.
'Tis true. His words reminded me. Thanks to both sea currents and cultural tensions, the only merchant ships passing Verga Island embark from Montario.
But Montario's on the other side of the bloody sea. You can't seriously be suggesting we go there first and then loop back to Verga. We'd never make the deadline.
Then let's ballywell conquer this inland sea ourselves.
Okay, alright, Norris, hell yeah. I'm not one to doubt him.
You worried about Lady Juna? Actually asking this time, not just prodding.
Shut up.
Tell. You still don't trust them, do you?
How can I? We've only known them for a matter of days. Look, the whole Gladell mess, you really think they're innocent?
Then let's go with them, yeah? Me and you. You do whatever makes sense to you, Del. You know I'll follow wherever you go.
You never could keep your mouth shut, eh?
It doubles as a boat?
What the?
Wait a second. You're not saying this thing can sail now?
Always has been.
While you lot were hobnobbing at old Luis's soiree, I had his runner all to myself. And believe you me, I got quite an eyeful. Came away full of ideas. After all, this old girl wasn't designed as a land runner alone.
Oh, hell yeah.
Design, don't you know? Flexible jointage. So I did a bit of tinkering.
Can it swim now?
We'd not even spoken of the island until moments ago.
Island Schmyland, milady. Look at the map. What's our shortest route to Montario, eh? A straight shot through the inland sea.
I mean...
The man has a point. That never dawned on me.
Besides, I've kept my ears open, what? Here there be monsters and all that rot? You'll need more than a ship for these waters. You'll need a proper sea runner.
Oh, right! Eurus, you weren't at the exhibition, so you wouldn't know. Forden already killed the big sea monster out there. It had a huge head.
Really? Don't tell me you're making the trip in that.
Why are you two here?
Bodyguard duty, Lady Juna. We're along for the ride, especially since you're bound for some remote wild island.
These poor newcomers are working so hard and you still can't trust them. Or is it me you don't trust?
We're here on Master Luis's orders. I'm sure I don't have to outline the pecking order there. Or do you have a problem with us being around?
Rather,
I don't care.
we're running short on beds.
Oh, don't worry. Dell doesn't take up as much space as me. Oh, belt up. Besides, you really expect this rust bucket to survive a night at sea?
If you don't like it, leave. Nobody's forcing you to come.
Looks like we're crewmates then. Not unlike a sea voyage for a bit of fun, yeah?
This is a fine mess. Wasn't expecting them along. What do you think their angle is?
They're big on sailing.
They probably still suspect us.
I agree. We definitely crossed a line with the whole Gladell incident.
Suppose that's that, eh? I'll do a last check on her amphibials, make sure she's shipshape. Give me a shout when you're ready.
I think I've bought everything I can in town. I don't think I have anything left to do but leave. Unless all of a sudden I can go somewhere.
Well met, eh?
Oh, I guess
Now
we
what
can
am I
get
to do?
some mag, huh?
Hang on, what if... Isn't that... Look at that! Besides...
Damn, 38.50. Hell yeah.
Now what am I to do?
Greetings. Well then.
I don't know. I don't think I got anything I need to appraise, but I might as well check on it.
What are you pining for?
Oh, I get her. Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm glad it came here now. Normal attacks inflict charm. I mean, it's already better. Can't wait till we find one now, so... Shit. But it is what it is.
What now?
Young man.
Welcome. What now?
Have on ability plus 2. Fortune, rest. I mean, that wouldn't be bad, I guess. Ability plus 3. Here's... Just get rid of that. Oh, that's already on somebody. Okay. Well, glad I wasted 5.
Young man.
I probably have stuff I could sell, huh? Damn, that was like an hour of shit, wasn't it? Go back in there. I forgot to sell shit.
Welcome.
Don't want. No, that's my apple. Don't want. my eggshell, and those are my baby.
Now then.
Alright. Once we kill that sandworm and get strong enough, we'll be able to add more to our makeshift human we're making.
Wonderful.
Young man!
Now what am I?
Where am I going? Am I just going? Oh. I think I'm good to go.
Ready to depart?
I'm as good as I'm gonna be, dog. Alright, here we go. New chapter, I guess, chat.
Virga Island is this spot right here. Wonder how many
Looks
days
about
away it is.
2 days? It's hot as hell there, apparently. Get to see some sights on the way, it looks like.
Hold on. This place here.
Oh.
This region's currents are a right pain. We must go around the island, around and across them lest they carry us off course. By my reckoning, it'll take us 4 days instead of 3. With June and the 2 thorns on our side, tensions may be high. Well, nothing to do but move forward. Rest assured, it'll get us through these waves to Virga Island as gently as can be. Alright.
Tis actually moving. A fine effort.
Was it ever in doubt? You're the master at the helm, my dear.
Virga Island, eh? Well, I can say it's wholly foreign to me.
Tis a land within an archipelago where many Mustari live. I've heard their faith involves a special maiden of some kind.
How have they managed to avoid the church's influence? I doubt they've the manpower or arms to fend off the crown theocracy.
There's something there that could overturn history, as the Sanctists tell it. Something so damning they couldn't even afford their soldiers seeing it. So the rumors say, at least. Might just be a conspiracy theory.
As for this dragon god's lance, we shall need to negotiate.
If negotiations are even on the table.
Ugh, why all the fuss? Just kill them and take it.
Nothing else works, yeah? Keep it simple.
It's always kill, kill, kill with you two.
Hey, Lord Luis's orders. Don't need to tell you, do I?
Yet you'd impugn Count Luis's reputation with wanton massacre. Simple, was it?
Ugh, give it a rest. Are we there yet?
Learn to talk strategy with those two hanging around.
And you're right about that, Chad. They're just fast-tracking that match, huh?
Ladies and gentlemen, feast your ears on this! The elder boy candidate seems to have crossed the channel to the island on a gauntlet runner too!
Is he alright? They say the waters are clear amongst us now, but...
If he made it, that means my husband can go out fishing again, doesn't it?
I have to say, I expected at least one daredevil to try ploughing straight through the inner sea, but I never thought it'd be that boy.
That's the same lad who exposed that lady from Martira, isn't it? He's not bad.
But Virga Island's infamous people. Treacherous! Even the crown theocracy struggled with them for years. So how will this shake out? The festivities have just begun.
I didn't know they were in a match tonight.
The gauntlet runner takes to the water.
Like you said it earlier, but
setting
I
out
didn't
to the
fucking
wide
remember
open
what you
sea.
said.
Their destination, Virga Island, an enigmatic foreign land that not even the long arm of sanctism can reach. Not all present now would count themselves as allies. Will this prove difficult, or something else entirely?
You're speaking.
What up? Ismay's got his fishing gear laid out on the deck. If you've been keen on learning, ask him. Can't promise I'll stop if you slip overboard, though, so be careful. Oh, Angel. Okay. Okay. Well, at sea, Heismay sometimes leaves fishing gear on deck, which you can use to fish. Any fish you catch can be using ingredients. Okay. What up, Del?
Seriously.
I was wondering what sort of rubbish excuse of a ship I'd find, but I got to admit the insides are impressive. Compared to the rest of it, at least. Oh shit, they're new books? Top secret poet. That's for eloquence? No, we just got courage. Yeah, we could fish too, man, Cardi. I don't know. We just got courage up to 4. We don't really need to waste time on it right this second. Unless we need courage for rank 8 for... All right. For Brigade. I got fishing too. I'm gonna talk to everybody first. Seems like fishing's only for cooking. I haven't really dipped in the cooking yet, though. Yeah. Sea breeze is perfect. You smell the fish and feel your hair. I'm quite restricted. What a bass. Speaking of. This is some runner your man's put together, full of weird things I've never seen before. Spins his off hours working on the runner too, does he? Does. So we could fish. No idea how that works. Okay. Does it get me any sort of tangible things aside from fish?
Understood.
What now?
Could start working on our wisdom. It's getting close to halfway. I have a feeling we might need eloquence too. For Alonzo. I'm gonna leave Elle on the screen for a second. I got a beer. Yeah, that's why I didn't want to do fishing first off right now. Because it said it's only for cooking. It like doesn't give me like anything else. I'm trying to figure out what would be the best thing to level up for me right now. I'm assuming getting to 4 on everything, I guess maybe unlocks most of the final unlocks for like trees. So I'm wondering if eloquence or imagination is for like Alonzo, tolerance is for Highesme, you know. I'm wondering if I need 5 courage for Brigitte too. I should probably look that up. I don't think that's a spoiler. Oh, I don't. Okay, okay. So to get to 8, I just need courage rank 4. So we're good there. That's good. Highesme. So Highesme, I would need imagination, not tolerance, at 4. Okay, so tolerance to 4 is for Maria. Yeah, tolerance of 5 for Katharina. Holy moly. So maybe we should start on tolerance right now. Courage level 5 for Alonzo. I think I might do tolerance just because that's 2 of them I need at 5 at least. And then imagination is for stocking Juna's of unlock. Let's do let's do tolerance right now. Let's read. Do tolerance first, and then we'll work on imagination. Because I can just read like a madman on this fucking boat ride, huh? And this one's for courage. I don't need courage quite yet, so we can wait on that. Tolerance is bygone days. Yep. Alright.
All right.
the sun dips below the horizon and the stars begin to reflect off the water's surface, the gauntlet runner reaches the shore. Lurking below the surface, in the black and fathomless deep, are the eager eyes of predatory hunters. But the party, safe inside their gauntlet runner, relaxes from the burdens of their voyage, gazing out over calm waters.
Whoa, what a view. What the hell is that? We'll arrive 3 days from now. We're being watched, so be careful with what you say.
Yep.
Well, Hulkenberg will eat anything. A Luma bee. Imagine. Oh, we got a lot of imagination. Is everybody just imagination? Okay, well, I guess we're all imagining shit. Okay, we're not taking a bathroom. Cat, who do we want to imagine with? Who do we want to imagine dragons? I don't think it matters. Let's just do it with Juna since we haven't fucking done anything with her yet. But let's talk to them first.
What?
No monster attack like we'd see in land, but you never know. No run-of-the-mill monster could possibly capsize my sea runner. Hey mate, I was half thinking this dinky little gauntlet runner was gonna sink any second. Did a decent job running today. Out of all the candidates runners, this one's pretty fast for what it is. Not that I've set foot on it without Lady Junabe.
Got it.
I think I'm gonna take my eyes off you just because it's past sundown. Think again. You want to try something? Go ahead, see what's happened. Count Louise won't be asking me to justify myself. Yeah.
Oh my.
What up? Alright, let's get our imagination up. So now you have to find the Mistari tribe's divine relic. Isn't that fabulous? Calling this an absurd demand would be an understatement. Let's do this. Right. Let's go out there and do some relic hunting. Aren't you the happy warrior? So enthusiastic in the face of long odds. I'm glad we're on the same page. Just happy to have this opportunity to fight alongside you. Living under Luis's foot was a lonely place to be. I've held my ground thus far, though if I'm being honest, I was scared the whole time. I had to talk myself into keeping a stiff upper lip. But being past that, I feel more hope than I ever have. I'm not alone anymore, and I have faith that we'll see.
All right.
Whoa! Big bit of imagination. Holy moly, was that 6? Oh, hell yeah. Well, hot diddly damn, that was worth it.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Oh, goodness.
This mugginess is my worst enemy. I don't mind the ocean, but being at sea makes my hair 10 times harder to manage.
Sure.
Exactly what you mean. The salty air makes it so much worse. Hey, Hulkenberg, what do you do with your hair? I don't think hair is dog.
Yes.
Find that the sweat buildup by swinging a weapon quickly relieves one concern over such trifling matters. Speaking of, would you care to spar, Jim? I don't think so. I'm quite the wrong person for that, in fact. But I'll tell you what, if I find someone to help comb out these knots, I'll see if I can find you a sparring partner. Barbaric. Your courage. what up? You found the kitchen we don't use. Fishing. Nobody else is up here. Where the fuck is everybody? The hell is everybody? They all just chilling in here? Oh, they're playing. Assigned watchdog or no, it does us both good to sharpen our tactics together. Figure you lot wouldn't be much use in a fight, but you're better than you look. Suppose you former knights are good for more than grandstanding and being and at pretentious speech. No. Back to tolerance.
All right.
We're about halfway there, it looks like, if not a little further.
Come look at this.
Whoa, hell yeah, new place to gawk at. Hold on, I'll scoot down. I'll scoot down.
The gauntlet runner halts at a sandy hollow that suddenly arises from the sea. The towering seawall.
The towering
It is not an island
seawall.
or a reef, but a mass of sand expanding below sea level. There is no sign of a water flow. There are many places in Oceania where the laws of nature fail, but here it is especially evident. The surface drops as though it were gouged out. Still, best not to be distracted by the spectacular. Monsters roam the deep, and tales of people being dragged below are not uncommon.
I want to see it. Oh, what the hell? This is gorgeous. What the hell is this? Holy shit. Wow, the sea's been split in two and we're standing on the sea floor. This is what magma anomalies are capable of. It's the same principle that maintains the water sphere in Biohaven, but by Jove, this is on a whole nother level entirely.
Boy.
Dell, are you sure about all this? This water ain't about to come down on it, is it? Can't swim? Listen, mate, you best keep your nose out of places where it doesn't belong. Look, there's fish swimming in the wall of the water. Never seen such shiny fish.
Huh?
Feel it? Hulkenberg, what are you doing?
Enough.
Don't eat the fish. I was merely considering how I would secure today's allotment of rations. You'd eat these weird-looking fish without a second thought. In fact, that weird luminescence was a defense mode. They gather together in the depths and shine to ward off predators. The weaklings that they are, they travel together in a group. That remind you of? She sling barbs at every opportunity. It's exhausting. Besides, it's only natural for those lower on the food chain to seek advantage and compensate for. I'd say those shining scales would work as excellent dyes. Hulkenberg, be sure to catch some extra. I'll need a few specimens to dissect.
That is well.
I shall catch enough that we should all dine well. I'd rather you didn't. The supplies we receive in town more than meet our needs. Besides, the sky looks ominous, a storm likely approaching.
I see.
That's the consistence, and let us head back. I feel not the least bit of regret. I guess you do, Hulkenberg. You wanted to eat the shiny fucking fish. Seawall might even, I mean, we don't know that. Catching sight of this unexpected view has broadened my...
All right.
I mean, I'll take the free wisdom, baby.
Here.
A drawing of the seawall. I made sure that the glowing fish were depicted as true to life as my hand allowed. Dude, Maria's gonna love it.
As the water sparkling in the setting sun begins to lose the light shimmer, the gauntlet runner reaches the calm surface of the reef. Yet the day draws to an end, and all are left to wonder how to spend the evening hours.
Well, if it's stormy, we're probably stuck inside.
What terrible rain. It will be a storm soon enough. Can this vessel withstand it?
Probably.
It's doing better than me, at least. Suppose we do owe Forden, if only because he handled that sea monster.
Close your way,
etc.
close your way.
Did we hit a rock out there or something? Back in a mo. I'll go sneak a look outside.
Those fool brothers are still abed, even in this tempest. Bloody Parapus. Almost makes one envy them.
Right, I heard. You aren't too fond of the Parapus. They both had horrible upbringings, those two. But they really do have kind hearts behind the glares. They've risked their lives for mine countless times. One time, I asked what I could do to repay them, and they came over all red-faced. We'd like to hear you sing, Lady Juna. Your voice is awful pretty, Lady Juna.
Aww. Is this a joke to you? You think an outcast Eugif is in no position to speak ill of the Paripus?
What? No, I didn't mean...
Bloody hell, how does anyone sleep on this old bucket? You feel that shaking earlier? Huh? Could cut the air in here with a knife. What were you two on about? About tomorrow's supper. You're a terrible liar, you know that.
We don't have to keep dancing around it, do we, Del? Why can't we be straight with them? Just come out with it, yeah? Tell him you still ain't sure that stuff with Glottel was on the level.
If even we're suspicious, there's no way Lord Luis hasn't worked it out already. Not that it matters to me, anyway. Still, I had to make sure, see for myself whether Lady Juna is on our side or not.
Come on, you two.
Oh.
Something's out there!
Uh-oh.
It's a monster! A great briny beast!
Uh-oh.
Quick!
What's happening?
What's happening? I think everybody's set the way I want them. I don't know where Juna needs to be. Hulkenberg definitely needs to be back. I need to be back. Fuck it. I guess let's save beforehand too. I guess we're gonna fight a big fish.
You having a laugh?
What to do?
Okay, I'm not okay. I get it. We're all gonna say dumb shit. Oh shit! Hold on, we got anime. What is that? It's like coiling around the whole damn ship. Come on.
What the hell are you doing? This is supposed to be you helping those in need.
You want to get dragged down into the depths?
No! Hurry!
You alright, Del?
You realize this changes nothing. We're still...
Ain't got time for this, idiot. Got old fucking Davy Jones. Oh, it did. Oh, it's a
We've got the arms. We'll clear him out of the way.
Got it. If we don't kill the thing, we're all sunk.
Oh,
Don't get used to it.
That's a big boy.
Yeah! Come on over there!
Now's our chance!
All right. Oh, it's a heart. It's a heart squid. What the?
I don't know about you,
Okay.
but I'm not dying today. Let's get this over with.
If this keeps up, the runner's wrecked. Can we get
Why
these
he
giant
look
legs
like a
on?
heart to switch out party members? Oh, you could switch out during battle? Whoa, what the hell? Okay. That, dude, my brain, dude. Okay, so if I need to switch out, it uses a turn. I assume they have to be alive to switch out. Okay, the Sea Horror Homo Sabara. He's got a bunch of plunder on his tentacles. He's got a heart for a head. He's got 400,000 ears.
Distance.
What? His bro. The. Okay.
To the vanguard.
All right. I bet he has.
Looks like we can't brute force through this one.
Oh, okay, maybe he doesn't have anything on. All right, let's hit that evasion. Oh, good damage.
I've
Okay.
got just the dance for you. This is just what I need. This might be. Come on, help me out.
Oh, I should have ice on me.
Let my power support you.
This might sting.
Great job, Juna. Now they're
Let's stay
reaching
calm.
something new.
Lend me your strength. Not this. Wizard!
So what I'll do is
Ice!
hit the head.
You hit their weakness. That's your
healing
opening,
power.
Captain.
Grant a
Cleric!
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Oh, come on, man. Oh, why are you all weak to this? Stop it! Jeez, stop it!
Beautiful dodge.
Stop it!
If we can take out some legs,
Oh,
that'll be
power
what we
of
have to deal with,
kings.
right?
Rancor.
I'll give you the performance of a lifetime. This might be a good strategy.
I will fight with pro. Let's work together.
Hold nothing back.
All right, we're gonna hit all those with a weakness.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Oh, he come. Are you all right?
I knew you'd help.
Quite a boon.
Thank you.
Let us clean up this mess. Now we strike.
Whoa! Okay, what do we have? Deals extreme magic fire damage to all enemies and decreases their hit and evasion for 3 turns. Holy! I mean, we get back to Juna. He can start next turn with a double. I can hit everybody. Fuck it, might as well.
Let's do this.
Hellfire! Mandible bearing.
Yes, good shit, Heismeg. Good shit.
Now for a grand maneuver.
We'll combine our strength.
Oh, this is about to be a fun turn.
Great job, Juna. Now they're
It's
reaching
okay.
something new.
I'm all prepared.
All right, smack them all.
Ice!
You hit their weakness. That's your opening.
Oh, look at that, the quad kill.
That should make things a little easier.
Oh, look at that.
A solace.
Cleric!
Adding 56 seconds.
Shine!
Be neither timid nor... Now accept your fate. Charge!
Dodge. Nice one, Captain.
Well, at least one of us dodged.
Let's do this together.
You can do this.
This thing's about to get absolutely pummeled.
Great job, Juna. Now
I
they're
will
weak
fight
to
with
something
profit.
new.
Set it up.
Get him.
I gotcha.
You hit their weakness.
978. Holy moly. Oh man, that's a lot of damage.
With blade in hand.
I got faith we won't die.
I'll use what I must. Some darker arts.
Oh, is he getting his leggies back?
Now that's finesse. Beautiful dodge, Hydra.
Dick?
I feel sick.
Oh, that's the worst person it could have hit.
Is everyone okay?
Oh my lord. Oh, that's the second person.
Juna's down. Someone, quick, get her back on her feet.
I have days. Okay, she's next. Alright, this is fine. Probably.
Here.
Time for my grand comeback. Falconbird's in bad shape. She needs help.
Power of heroes. Healing us.
I know I don't get to be healed from this, but everybody else needs the fucking healing.
The captain's
Let us
sickened.
clean up this
His
mess.
abilities are down, and healing magic can't help him.
Do I even have anything that fucking gets rid of this shit? Oh. Well, if I make it through the turn.
It sprouted more legs.
Oh, that's not ideal. Oh, well, we're good now. Well, we're good now, right?
No one here fights alone.
It's up to you now.
Let me just hit everything again.
Going for the weak spot. Great job, Juna.
Let's stay calm.
Now they're weak to something new.
I'm all prepared.
I wonder if I could just kill.
I'll lend a hand myself.
Nice.
You hit their weakness. That's your
healing
opening,
power.
Captain.
Come. Are you all right?
That helped.
Quite a boon.
Thanks.
You think, Commander? Rancor.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Stinky. Oh, you're probably dead, aren't you?
I feel sick.
Dude, 3 of us got hit? No way.
Many people knocked out here. Gotta get back on track, or this'll get ugly. Come on, not like this. Someone, help, please. I can't handle feeling sick.
Hey, Aurora. Well, this took a fucking
Be a
turn.
waste to let this sit.
My spirit
Heisman
is
got
I'll not
knocked
give
out.
in to sickness.
We've gotta revive him.
I think we might be dead, though.
Freeze.
Your Highness.
Disappointing ending.
Alright. What I've learned is I'm just gonna deal heavy damage because that turns quickly when nobody's dodging anything. Retry the battle. Oh, we're good. Just let me back in.
If this keeps up,
Hope you're doing well, Aurora.
can we get those giant
I'll
legs
use what I
off?
must. Some darker
I thought those parapists were supposed to help us out.
No one here fights alone.
Let's do this.
This might sting.
My phone's acting weird, so I'm a dip. It's acting weird today, but I hope you're having fun. Is this an Atlas game? Yes, this is made by Atlas. It's Persona-like-ish, but in a fantasy setting. I've been saying it's Persona-ish, meaning the Tales of story is what I've been calling it.
Freeze! You hit their weakness.
Is
That's
everyone
your
all right?
opening, Captain.
Oh, power of heroes! Shine!
Did I open your stream and started playing music that I don't have on my phone? What's with all the crits?
If we can take out
Dick?
those legs, that'll mean less attacks to deal with, right?
I'm gonna pass for one
I'll
turn.
give you the performance of... Come on, help me out.
We'll combine our strengths.
Good luck. I must just need to charge it. Well, thank you for stopping in. Hope your phone stops acting up, Aurora.
Job, Juna. Now they're
I will
weak to
fight with
something
pride. Let's set it up.
Tis yours.
Nice.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Oh, healing. Let justice prevail. Are you all right?
That helped.
My thanks.
That helped.
You think yourself commander?
Alright, this should be a good turn. Next turn, assuming bullshit doesn't happen. But this is Atlas, so here's the bullshit. Okay. Never mind.
Now for a grand maneuver.
Let my power support you.
This might sting.
Great job, Juna. Now they're
Let's
weak
stay
to
calm.
something
Lend
new.
me your strength.
Strike true.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Observe the enemy. Come. Oh,
All
mystic
right.
purge.
The general's commander. Some darker
One more lucky dodge would be nice right now. That's not lucky dodge. That's fine. Can you dodge anything?
Now that's finesse. Beautiful dodge, Heisman.
No one here fights alone.
We'll combine our strengths.
Okay, this will be fine because we'll kill all the legs, and it'll let
I'll show you the Let's set it up.
and it'll let Hulky heal us.
Freeze.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain. The legs retracted. That should make things a little easier on
Oh,
us.
healing cleric. I will not let you die.
Okay.
Thanks.
Much thanks.
Thank you.
The commander.
Oh shit! I made it go down one. Fine. At least we dodged.
Now for a grand maneuver.
Let my power support you.
This might sting.
Great job, Juna.
It's okay.
Now they're weak
We
to
can.
something
I'm all
new.
prepared.
If you would.
Big damage.
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain. Captain.
Let justice prevail. Are you all right?
Now we recover.
Quite a boon.
That helped.
The General. Some darker arts.
It's kind of working now. Oh, hell yeah. Good shit.
Come on, help me out.
It's up to you now.
Okay.
Going for the weak spot. Great job, Juna.
I will fight with
Now
pride.
they're weak
We'll
to
do this
something
together.
I'll lend a hand myself. You hit their weakness. That's your
stand
opening,
ready.
Captain.
For all that we
Honestly, we can attack this time.
shine.
You think you're now accept your fate. Rancor.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, not the best timing. Oh, double miss. Good stuff.
Dodge, Hulkenberg. Like poetry in motion.
Oh, the dodges, baby. The dodges. Oh, you love to see it. All right, let's fucking end this. Let's end this. End this here.
Do this. This might sting. Great job, Juna.
It's okay.
Now
Lend
they're
me your
weak to
strength.
something new. Get after it, love.
Gonna be enough?
Ice.
Oh, all right. Second try, not too bad. Sorry, Mr. Atlantis Heart from hell. Oh. Sabara's sucker. Don't ever say that to me again, game. Oh.
Satisfactory.
Whoa, the quad level, the triple rank up.
I feel stronger.
I shall rise to the occasion.
I continue to grow.
Tremble
getting that.
before me.
Okay, so she's definitely better at magic.
I could get used to this.
Oh, power thrust. Oh, hell yeah, good shit. Oh. Wasn't that a pain in the ass?
We overcame it somehow.
That was pretty easy.
Can't believe this. There are still monsters out here. Forden lied. He lied to everybody.
Either he lied, or he didn't know. Maybe the humans are spreading faster than anyone expected.
Oh, first time we've seen you lot really cut loose. That sure was magic, even with no igniters. Guess that's the kind of power that kills humans. And you can do it too, Lady Juna.
Well, I picked it up from him. You know I've a knack for improvising, love. But we'd never have gotten through this without you two helping us. Thank you.
Of course, my lady.
I don't know what they did,
You
but
too, Fidelio.
Don't mention it. Wouldn't have survived otherwise.
Wait, something's amiss. I still hear water flowing, but it's coming from inside the runner.
Uh-oh.
Blast! We're dipping awfully low. Getting a bit soggy in here, chums.
Hold on, we're sinking. You've got to be kidding.
Bail the water. You two, help us.
What? You can't just order us. Oh, this bloody rust
He
bucket.
just got attacked by a human. Chill, bro. Save the books. I need my
Time
tolerance.
marches on, and the age of a new king draws
Save the
nearer.
books. Save the literature. Glad we lived to see another morning. Very happy we survived and are still afloat, but after bailing all that water out, should seem my poor back was a casualty. Really came through at a pinch. It's all thanks to you. My dear girl is well and safe. We must repay those old bonesy. Their sterling
You're right.
service. Maybe a day off will get those brothers to lighten up a bit too. How about it? Let's take a day just to relax and watch the ocean.
Come on.
I guess we're going up top. No tolerance today. Parting the very waves to go on. An incredible sight.
I see.
Wait, who else? Wait, is it just with Stroll and Hulkenberg? Hulkenberg? Where the hell is everybody else in here?
What do you want?
Yeah, we're probably gonna talk to him too much. Let's do it.
What do you want?
What do you even want? Trying to get closer to me, you're wasting your time.
No.
Chat? Don't lie to a mirror, mate. You're just trying to win us over. Oh, fine. I suppose I could use this opportunity. Got one warning for you.
A word of warning.
If you try anything funny with Lady Juna, I'll make you regret being born. Seems like Fidelio doesn't trust me at all. I'd remember that if I were you. You done talking? What, do you think I was going to thank you for yesterday?
No.
Hardly makes a difference if I live or die anyway.
Seriously.
Well, it's true you end up being the one to save Lady Juna and protect Basilio. For that, at least,
well,
thank you. No matter what your agenda is. Really don't trust me, do you? Of course I don't. That's how I got far in this world, especially while looking out for Basilio, the dunce. Everything is a threat. Well, a debt's a debt. What you want about me, but I've got me own code. I'll return the favor before long.
Leave.
But don't get it twisted, yeah? That's the end of this conversation. I'm not out here to stand around chatting with the likes of you. Alright, okay. Ah, shit, losing my damn mind out here. Whatever. Here, now bugger off. A handmade flute. What the hell is that? I saw a Parapist peddler in Brylehaven selling souvenirs. Bought this on a whim. Gave me this whole story about how its sound wards off heat. Not planning on dying out there with you idiots. It's just for peace of mind, but it's better than nothing. We'll be at the encampment soon, and while I have your ear, your ship rocks like a bucket in a storm. Tell that clumsy driver if he doesn't shape up, I'll throw him overboard and sail it myself, and I'm dead serious. Thanks, Del.
As the clear surface gives way to the glassy ink of darkness, the gauntlet runner reaches a remote island. The party gets a good night's rest, grateful for the still land that does not sway them at its whims.
Islet Camp. Islet. Imagination. Well, I guess we're getting imagination out of this. Anybody else have anything else? Fucking see anybody else. Don't have anything. Imagination. Well, guess we're getting imagination. Let's just talk with Luna again. We've talked with everybody else a ton, and she's new.
Oh my.
This gauntlet run is such a mystery. In particular, I'm very intrigued by the igniter responsible for the teleportation magic. We happen to be in the middle of a covert operation, so we can't be too free with our words, but if we could, I think we'd cause quite.
I see.
The integer really that amazing? Huh? Oh, very much so. It's simply on another level, a much higher one than both technology and magic. I studied at the Mage Academy for a spell, and from what I recall, teleportation with magic was deemed possible. Though something like this is in the same category as divine relics. Frankly, I'm thankful that nobody will believe in its existence, even if we use it to teleport to the city. But the technology already exists, so perhaps it can be mass produced. Maybe one day each household will have their own teleportation item.
All right.
Damn, another 6. Single blade's terrible for your skin, but seeing as we're already at it, why don't we chat a bit longer? Everything's bad for your skin. Don't worry. Literally doing
Time
anything.
marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Luis has sent an emissary to Verga Island.
Oh boy.
As reported by a crier, it's the elder boy who brought Joanna to the judging.
So he stands with Luis then. No doubt he seeks Dracodius.
A gambit to steal the public's gaze, perhaps. Taking a prize from the only land beyond the church's reach. Laughable. The reason we leave those barbarians alone is that we've nothing to gain from them.
Unless we got the Draco spear.
Your Eminence?
Merely a passing thought.
Let him chase the lance. It changes nothing. With the dawn of Saints' Day, your Eminence's authority will be unshakable as the mountains.
As long as we tell the public that these divine relics truly originated in Sanctism, yes, that should do. The candidates gathered at the Saints' Day festival will be under the protection of the King's magic. Some of them may use that as a shield to sow violence and discord.
I am aware, Your Eminence. Please, leave everything to your humble servant.
Oh-ho!
So our long sojourn at sea will come to an end today. We should arrive around noontime, but we must make preparation for Earth beforehand. Seems like the weather will be hot and humid. I'd like to hope that we could just pop in, grab the... Yeah, I'm sure that's how it'll work, Gina. I'd be lying if I said I didn't wish the same, but we'd best prepare for a long stay. This island is infamously insular and closed off. Our welcome will not be a warm one. Maybe I should take a nice cold shower before we arrive. We don't even know if there'll be real inns there for us to stay in.
Narrowly escaping the threat of the sea monster, the party rides the currents of the inland sea to their destination, Verga Island. Verga is a word given to the island by the mainland, meaning uncivilized. But its inhabitants give this name no purchase. Put another way, we are trespassers from a country that has unilaterally regarded the islanders as heretics. To forget this is to invite pointless conflict, as though it knows it is unwelcome. The gauntlet runner glides silently onto the island's less populated rear shore.
Well, this ought to be an adventure.
I can't take this heat. It's enough to cook a man alive.
All my ear fur is stuck together.
Do we really have to go this way? There was a beautiful beach just over there.
Chin up now, milady. Easy to get a good backstab when you're coming up behind him, see?
There will be no stabbing, back or otherwise. Honestly.
It's at least true that coming at them head-on would only alarm them. First, we need to find out where this lance is.
You can bet the runner won't be spotted here, eh? Got the wide ocean on all sides. The old girl's not exactly unscathed from the beastie's clutches, so I'll stay back for a spot of repairs. Good luck on the lance hunt, what?
Thanks,
Who's
Norris. But then,
Are you from the outside?
are you from the inside?
Very funny, Gallica.
I didn't tell any jokes, I think.
All that salt air gets your head. Our chances out here already aren't looking too good.
So, how do we find this lance?
You know about as much as us.
Blend in with the locals, gather information. But if they really are all Mustari, that might be a bit tricky. Let's see. To start with, we could try staying hidden and observing the village from afar.
Sounds like a right hustle. How many days would you have us playing hide and seek?
Fair point. How long can we actually stay on this island?
Well, given the deadline for arriving in Altabury, it would be best to get the lance and leave by September the 5th.
The sooner we're out of here, the better. Let's go.
I have it done in 2 days.
Hey, does this place look familiar to you?
We may be a bit lost.
A voice inside my head, speak up again. We're lost.
Some godforsaken island. This is a disaster. Oh, I'm sweating through my outfit. And these weird bugs. I've had enough.
What I give for a snack and a cold tub to dunk me head in.
Need you voice every little complaint. You are not the only ones enduring this trek.
Quiet a moment. Running water nearby. Sounds like an open space. Could be a natural spring of some kind.
What? Really? Let's head that way.
Phew. I suppose we might as well if we're lost.
Beach episode.
Whoa!
Damn.
It's drinkable. Much clearer than the capital's water, too.
Oh, brilliant. I could use a dip to get the salt off me.
Whoa.
Who are you?
Who are
Can you hear
you?
me? Then surely you must be a messenger of the dragon god.
Am I?
Is something amiss?
I'm imagining things.
Oh, hell yeah.
Could it be a villager?
You must be the...
Priestess!
Hey, Del, let's go.
Mainlanders, you're not of this island!
Wait, listen!
Seize them!
God damn it. Every time.
Behave yourselves. Now, you're a candidate for the throne, are you not?
Yeah.
Here to steal Dracodias, no doubt.
No.
And not content with that, you befouled the priestess's cleansing pool.
Man,
we need hear
know.
nothing further. You shall all be executed.
Fastest trial I've had.
Calm down. First off, you can't kill a candidate. Have you not heard of the king's magic?
You beg for your life in vain, wretch.
Hail, I'm told the priestess is ready.
Accept your fate. You're not getting out either way.
I can't wait till my protagonist powers kick in, asshole.
It seems the brothers have fled. Perhaps they've gone to report to Neurus.
I doubt it. Those thugs are here for the lance alone. They care nothing for us.
We can work with that. Can't return without the lance anyway. But I'd rather see if we can break ourselves out instead of counting on them to save us.
By the way, anyone else find it strange that they recognized a candidate at a glance? I wasn't expecting news to travel this far.
Probably my fault, I'm afraid. They had a lot of questions, and they weren't, gentle.
Is that Rookhead?
Well,
oh, it's Batlin. God damn it, Batlin.
What did you do this time?
Oh, you wound me, sir. I was hoping the word of the Crown Theocracy might be worth something here. Turns out, they prefer chains to questions.
Yeah.
But why are you here?
Why else? I heard some helpless, boneheaded twit of a candidate crossed the waters to Verga Island, so I naturally had to follow.
And you went in the front
Stowing
door?
away on that Mastari candidate ship might get me safely on the island, and, well...
And now who's the helpless twit? This is ridiculous. Why would a crier go to such lengths anyway?
Seemed as good an opportunity as any. I wanted a peek behind the Sanctus curtain, see what the truth really is. For now, we may as well be patient. You'll have your opening soon enough. The people here, well, you'll find they aren't as monolithic as they'd like.
Whoa.
Have you heard? The Sanctus Church has ordered its adherents to seize all divine relics.
Those zealots go too far. Surely this must be the reason for the dragon god's wrath.
Don't be alarmed, everyone. Please
Oh
remain
no,
calm.
he's hot.
Master Adeni, there are trespassers upon our island, from ships other than the trade vessels. But we have already captured them. Reportedly, one is a candidate, and one is a crier from the Sanctus Church. They seek Dracodios, the lance of the dragon god. Until now, the church has hesitated to intrude in our homeland. We can only assume they are making their move.
You know what assumptions
They
do,
think they're
Chad.
untouchable. No offense is beneath them.
That damned Borden. He's not just after our relics. He would silence us forever.
Master Adeni, put them to death! Let us see justice served!
Why does everybody jump to killing everybody in this
any of
game?
the islanders. Why do you hesitate? If they would pervert our dearest beliefs, then they deserve only to be sacrificed.
Oh, God.
Our livestock are all maddened by disease. Our seas are infested with grotesque horrors. And now, even our fields lie dead and fallow. The
Ain't
dragon
our
god
fault.
must be appeased, else we shall never survive his wrath. It has been our way since time immemorial. When disaster strikes, we offer a sacrifice to the dragon god that he might ease our woes. It is the most basic of our teachings.
Everyone calm down. All this talk of justice, of sacrifice.
Master Adeni, would you see us repeat the tragedy of the past?
Hell yeah,
In all
Mito.
respect, you abandoned your chase for the throne. You returned to your rightful home.
We're like 45 hours
Surely
in.
you have accepted that our traditions are the only way. Because of your
Catch up.
indecision. Because you faltered in your faith to the dragon god. Your father and mother both.
I will have silence.
Yeah, that's why I posted what I posted, like, on Twitter and my YouTube and stuff. Like, I was just thinking about it last night after stream. And I just couldn't get the fucking, not the boss battle theme, just the normal battle theme out of my head.
Master Adeni, please. The sacrifice. We cannot simply suffer in silence.
My brother, do not fear.
Hey, it's her.
I have just purified myself for the spring. I'm ready to serve as our people's sacrifice.
Oh.
I am a priestess.
Yufa.
I have known from birth that my life's greatest impact would be as an offering to the dragon god. Indeed, it brings me great pride. I can serve my village in a way the priestesses in times of peace could not. If our island might be saved, I will gladly give my life for it.
Hope you're enjoying it, though.
Oh, bless you, Priestess Yufa.
Oh, don't
We
stick
will not
around
forget
too
your
hard,
sacrifice.
so you don't get
This will
spoiled. on
surely
anything.
appease the dragon god. You are our last hope. Priestess Yufa, our salvation, our future.
Prepare the ship. I will accompany her to the altar in the Dragon Temple, where Dracodios rests.
You catch that? The Dragon Temple. Sounds like that's where we'll find our lance.
I did a bit of reading on Verga Island once. Army reports say it's surrounded by an archipelago, otherwise uninhabited. And one of them islands is nothing but a massive temple.
Oh boy, that's the dungeon, isn't it?
Strange lot, these pagans. Gotta be bloody stupid to build your big important temple out where nobody can get to it.
Could be. Or maybe they weren't the ones who built it.
They did say immemorial.
Either way, we'll need a ship.
Sounds like we better hurry and bail our new crewmates out. All this stink in the square probably means less guards on duty.
Ugh.
Come on, Del, we can't leave him high and dry. The fair lady Juna likes him, don't she?
And the fair lady's the only one we have to rescue.
I don't think Nuris is gonna
Not
help
getting
you out,
attached
dog.
now, are you? You knew going in they might be our traitors. Look, you want to work together, then let me do the thinking, right? I've got all this under control. Oh.
Hey, Del, you're not still hurting from the sea battle, are you?
I'm fine. We'll wait till nightfall. Shadowy business, all this.
Ugh.
Lady Juna. Let's get those bindings off. Easy does it now. Calm down, you amateurs.
Oh, thanks. I'd hoped you'd come back for us.
We know where the lance is. Let's move.
Wait, aren't you going to untie the others?
We're your bodyguards, not theirs.
What?
Jesus
Since when do you follow orders to the letter?
I've already told you we can't trust these people, and now it's clear we can't even trust them to protect you.
Well, you're the
He
one
did
that
a fine
left.
enough job saving your life out at sea.
Ooh.
He's one of us now. Lord Luis gave him direct personal orders, and you'd still leave him to die. I promised Lord Luis I'd keep an eye on him too. If you get him killed, I'm the one who's failed.
Hear, hear. 3 appropriately stealthy cheers for cooperation.
Damn it, Batlin.
And I'd be very much obliged if some generous spirit could get me untied too.
Ugh. Better to let a church leech rot. You're annoying, and you talk too much.
Ooh.
Yeah, I get that a lot. Funny thing though, I get more chatty the more distress I'm in, and I'm quite beside myself here.
We could just shut him up permanently.
I mean,
No, Del. We don't want to leave a mess.
At least
If
not
things
in
get
here.
dicey, we've got some meat shields at the least, eh? Gonna need all the manpower we can get if we want that lance.
Is the lance somewhere dangerous?
Well, about that. Turns out this dragon god might be a bit more real than we thought. And more bent out of shape.
They're sacrificing some village lass to it, and the crowd was scared stiff besides. We can't rule out that this dragon's more than a folktale.
So we're to face a dragon?
I mean, we already killed the dragon once.
Untie everyone this instant. Or do you fancy better chances with fewer swords?
Oh, fine, I get it. Just give me a second. Oi, kid. Don't make me regret this.
You're the one that don't trust me, dog. I don't know why everybody's pissing at me.
Nice to be back on the team. You're completely mental, you know that? Just don't drag us down. Fine, just get over here and I'll let you loose. Oh, you're going last. Considering the size of the island, there's only the one settlement. The chief's young, too, goes by Edeni or something.
Edeni? Was he not the Mastari candidate we met before? I'd no idea he was this island's ruler.
He and the sacrificial maiden are headed for the temple on one of the deserted islands. That's where we find the lance. Oh, and the girl marked for death is his sister.
His own sister?
Something about appeasing the dragon god's anger. All these islanders worship it, and they say the calamities come from its fury.
Is that true?
Course not. Just don't know whether all this superstition is rooted around an actual dragon or a made-up one.
Fair point. I'm curious about this Draco Dios being a divine relic myself. If it was found in that temple, then the temple's probably an ancient ruin. Might be the perfect den for a dragon.
Should this creature exist, mortal sacrifice is beyond all reason. No torment is worth taking an innocent life for.
Oh, that's rich from a fallen knight. You think nobody makes sacrifices out there in the real world? Or is all that below you, eh? You ask me, I say at least these people are doing what needs to be done.
I mean...
Fair enough. Though it would seem beyond the pale, it is not our scale of morality that measures them.
Yet I refuse to stand idly by while innocent lives are at stake.
Who cares about what they do with their lives? We're here for the lance. Got enough problems without you trying to fix theirs.
You're coming with us. You
These
joined
people
us.
offer up their very lives for peace. They'd only ever told me these lands were wild and uncivilized, but it's like seeing sanctism reflected in a mirror.
We'll get the spear, of course, but we won't let anyone die. That should be good enough. We've been saying it since the beginning. We help anyone in need, no exceptions. Right, my friend?
Yeah, of course.
That settles it.
Indeed. 'Tis the path we've chosen. Let us withdraw to the Sea Runner first. It shall bear us across the waters to this temple island.
Go on. Give them a chance.
Need the tough nut to crack. Whoa, what happened?
Please, help my sister.
Wait, he's...
Please help my sister Yufa. The temple full of Makla.
Uh-oh.
Pull yourself together, man. He's barely breathing.
Did he just say Magla? I wonder what happened.
We need to get him to the Gauntlet Runner. No, tis too deep a wound for its capabilities. To the village, then.
What, are you mad? You just broke yourselves out of that damn place.
We cannot leave him to die.
I don't understand you lot.
You're the one that wanted to come with us.
He's the island's chief, right? If we save his life, the whole village might come around on us.
What are you talking about? We already know where the lance is. All we have to do now is take it.
And how about this? I'll follow him because I'm assigned to keep an eye on him. And you have to keep an eye on me. Because you're my bodyguards, right?
Fine. Be my guest. But if it comes down to you or the lance, you know I'll have to take the lance. Whatever happens, I can't trust anyone but my family. And my Lord Luis.
Well, Batlin, looks like you'll have to repay the favor a bit earlier than expected. Go tell Neurus what's going on. To be honest, it's possible we won't make it back.
Getting a bit messy, this. Not that I mind. Consider the favor returned. The Gauntlet Runner's just further down, right?
Right. We'll carry this man back to the village. Give me a hand.
Where am I?
Chief!
I'm still alive.
You're in one of my spare rooms at the inn.
You see, these people brought you here.
Wonders never cease. It's you. But you were being hunted. How did you manage to return safely?
2 of my companions acted as decoys to draw the soldiers away. That was all it took for us to sneak in.
Chief, what happened? Where is your sister?
We made it to the temple, but the air was thick with Magla. Some of the island's beasts have turned feral.
You mean the melancholia set in?
They made short work of our guards. Yufa and I were separated. I was the only one who fled to the sea.
My word. Then we need to gather more troops. If we don't act, the ritual...
No. Our soldiers cannot stand against those horrors.
He can,
We'll only be sending more to their deaths.
But...
Then we can do the honors. We've our own reasons to see the lance. And such monsters do not frighten us. But there's something I need to ask you first. Assuming we find your sister, what would you have us do with her? Are we ensuring you complete the sacrificial ritual? Or are we bringing her back?
Please, bring her home. When we left for the Temple Island, I'd intended to let Yufa escape. But when I saw no fear or hesitation in her eyes, I faltered. That's when I realized. It's not just the fate of the island that we've placed on her shoulders. She's been trying to bear all our fears and anxieties. Her life is in your hands. Even if her sacrifice would save us, I don't care. Please, save her from the curse we've placed on her.
Well said. Spoken like a true leader. Leave it to us. I pledge we will see her safely returned. You've no objections, I trust, Captain?
Yes. Let's get her back.
Right.
Like every other dungeon we've done. Cleared in a day.
Right. We'll save your sister. In return, though, would you be willing to lend us Dracodios?
So be it.
What? That is the very symbol of our faith!
Nobody ever
If they've
sees
the
it. Who
strength
gives
to
a
overcome
shit?
the Templar's trials, then they could have already taken the lance for themselves. Yet still they seek permission. I trust them. It seems like they really do believe in what they say.
But they're not like us. They're outsiders.
It doesn't matter what tribe they are. They're people just like us. If the race on the mainland taught me anything, it's that.
Right, it'll take more than a day to save her, right? Not to be morbid, but will your sister survive that long?
She knows those halls better than I do. If she's found a safe enough chamber, she can stay out of sight. And I made sure to bring food to the temple when we left. She could survive for even 4 weeks. Yufa is a priestess. She knows her life is too valuable to the ritual not to keep going. Your offenses will be pardoned. Anything you need, I'll try to provide. So please, save Yufa.
Alright.
Well, glad we talked our way out of being thrown back in a cell. This place is rather cozy, especially compared to a prison.
To be free of the bugs is its own comfort.
Wait, weren't you staying in Broilhaven? What kind of rundown hovels do you board in?
Finally, we may come and go as we please. Even if we must bow to Luis's whim, we need not draw the same ire.
I know, right? But lifting the prince's curse will only be the beginning. The public has to recognize him as the rightful king too.
Considering the road ahead, it might do to help as many people as we can while we hunt the Lance. And ideally, keep the other candidates in check too.
All done with negotiations, are you?
I don't know what we'd do without you. It's amazing how you can lead those guards on such a long chase and turn up none the worse for wear.
No one alive can catch a couple of platypus lads in the woods.
Our job's to get the Lance. I assume that hasn't changed? Then nothing else matters.
No, our job's to get the Lance. Y'all
Well
just wanted to.
Let's lay out our
tag
situation.
along.
Our destination is the Dragon Temple, built on a nearby deserted island. Once there, we search the temple for the divine relic, Dracodios. And while we're in there, we'll also be looking for the village priestess, Yufa.
The hell we will. I thought we made it clear we were here for the Lance.
You're
According
using
to
we a
Edmund,
lot.
The Lance's actual place in the temple is a close guarded secret, known only to the priestess herself.
Never simple, is it?
We've got 2 problems to worry about. Firstly, by now, the temple's positively awash with melancholia. We should expect monsters, and lots of them. And secondly, there is a possibility that this dragon god of theirs is an actual living, and therefore angry, dragon.
I'm ready
Hope we don't
to
have a battle
beat
like that
another
ahead of
one.
us. But we'd better make sure we don't lose if we do.
And be quick about it, yeah? If you miss your deadline, Lord Luis will assume you're all traitors.
That puts our deadline in 17 days.
Bro, we got 2 weeks.
Beyond that,
I'm
we
gonna
can't
have
let the
another
priestess
10
survive.
fucking eons to do shit.
Pardon? You all, you're going to save Priestess Yufa?
Wouldn't have to if you hadn't sent her to die.
Yes, I know. You're exactly right. But you have to understand, not everyone here wanted sacrifice. To see a girl her age going willingly to die. She's as young as my own child. It's not right.
Damn.
So please.
We will see the girl safely home. You have our word.
It's a strange irony. We came only for the Lance, but even that pursuit has earned us a chance to save a life.
Oddly familiar. You sought me intent on capture, and instead convinced me to join you. You have a knack for opening doors others have closed.
Well, let's get some rest for tomorrow. Getting lost in the wild and captured by soldiers really takes it out of you.
Alright.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Alright, let's see what kind of stuff they got in town. If I have the money for it. Wonder what kind of place the
We
dragon
gotta
Temple
prep.
is. Mountain Rose on the eastern beach. Virgo Island. Whoa, is that a mighty Anna?
Beg pardon?
I hear you saved our chief's lives. For that I offer you thanks, but let that be the last time you interfere with our business. Island matters should be. Well, you want to go to the temple? I don't think so. Oh, where can I go here? Oh, this place is crazy.
Let us have faith in Lady Yufa.
Am I allowed to just go see the rock? Like, I just want to
have faith in Lady Yufa.
Let's not.
I'm trying to check the damn rock. Oh, did I go past it? Oh.
Well now, what are we on about?
The rock.
Hey.
Apparently the bigger face, the more qualified, blah, 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 blah. Oh, we got a lot of mag, though. That's good.
Let us have faith in
Alright.
Yufa.
Okay,
All right, then.
Beg your pardon.
Whoa. Climb the ladder, you'll find equipment shop and general store. If they'll be of any help to you, feel free to visit them. What up?
Good go.
She can't do it if she dies, but died. Fuck. No, where's the... I need the shop. Alright, let's see what they got in here. Oh, it's in both. Hell yeah.
What have we got here?
One of our traders who ventures beyond received a word from Lycon Magic. We're to sell you our gear at a discount. I objected to taking orders from mainland igniter peddlers, but the chief said it couldn't hurt to give you a discount. Alright, what do y'all have? Increases fire, increases ice, increases electric. Increases damage against plant type monsters. Oh man, it's 20% off today too. Mermaid's torch. Crossbow. Deciduous katana. A lot of plant type stuff, which kind of makes sense. Increases the strength of synthesis skills that cost 0. The obsidian abacus. Hawk fan. I should have just fucking waited for this fucking area, huh? It's only plus 28. I'm gonna leave this one for now. I don't want the fan. Don't know if I want the torch. I just want the fan. It's only plus 40. This one's plus 50 and prevents raid. I think the only one I'd actually go out of my way for here is this right now. Oh, these might be something I want. Oh, that's something I want. Okay. Oh my. Evasion against dark and greatly and all stats plus 3 and it's 20% off. I might as well just take this now even though it's draining my money. Then we can put it on me.
Yeah. What now?
Hulky should have a new thing now, though. Oh, she was already wearing it. Never mind. Alright, let's go. I'm sure once we go through the Well, doesn't look like I can leave.
Stop!
Whoa, chill. What the hell? Next door, they're expecting a child. This island's full of innocent people. What the hell, bro?
Just can't stand it.
Well now, what are we on about?
Oh, this is where the chief's at. Oh, thanks, dog. Where the chief's at. I don't think I need to go in here.
It was all in vain.
Unstinking believable.
Okay. Alright.
It was all in vain.
I don't think I can go in. Okay. Whoa, nice monument. Oh, it's one of their masks, it looks like.
Yes.
Apologize for placing such a heavy burden on visitors. I'll be able to join you after my wounds
we'll make
heal a
it?
bit more. Alright.
Leave me alone, will you?
What's it now?
Oh, hold on. Can I plant these? What to do? Well,
What
fuck
do you
it.
want to do?
Well, isn't that something?
I'm gonna grab 2. Wait, hold on. Let me see.
What now?
I want to see what this shit is. Where the fuck is it? Feeds from a rare. Adds in 3 minutes. Ready to live ad blockers. Each yield will grant considerable art tab EXP if grown in the plant. Oh, let's get a couple
What's
more.
it now?
Let's get a few
What do you
more.
want to do?
Well, isn't that?
Let's get 4.
What's it now?
I don't know how long they take, but let's
Whoa.
get 3 of them. Alright.
What'll it be?
There's cooking stuff. There's probably more cooking stuff.
Oh,
Ooh,
it's
what is
you.
this? What up? Premium X. No. Close.
Hey, mister.
If I hear this, whoever's saying, "Hey, mister," say it one more damn time. Alright, here's the beach.
Yes.
Hey, it's the cordial. We love the cordial. I once dreamed of visiting the outside world too, but rather than despairing where I learned what's really I got there, I'd rather stay here where I know I'm comfortable. The outside world's too big to care about people like us.
Can you see it?
The air feels muggier than it does in Oceania. It kind of makes me want to go swim. Damn, that is a view though, ain't it?
I won't be forgiving that anytime soon.
Here.
Thank you. Well, I'm already ready to go in that place. This must be that main beach they were talking about.
Such a sky surely shows us.
Oh, there's our thing.
I may.
I understand. Used to be you could spot fairies on this island if you looked hard enough, but I'm pretty sure they're all gone.
Hello.
Mm-hmm. The outside world really is frightening. I don't think we islanders would win if we were ever to go to war.
All right.
Yeah, it's fucked up there. Well, I don't really have the money, unfortunately. I didn't see a mag trader anywhere. Oh, it is what it is. Hey, what up?
Hey, mister.
No, you're. Well, I get. All right, let's go to the dungeon. No reason to not get there day one.
We're all ready for departure. Time.
So this is the
Whoa, look at
It's
that
not too far from
place.
Virga Island, but we have to consider the currents.
Whoa.
Now then.
And we get to sightsee on the way there.
Let's see here.
Good luck with the ads, everybody.
You would pursue peril.
Alright, let's go.
So we bring the fight to them.
No reason to stop. Straight shouting business. That ain't no stopping me, nah. Let's plant these seeds. It's gonna take the whole day to plant these.
Isn't that... Hey!
It takes the day, but let's plant them. Leaf of light, baby, the big boys.
Whoa!
Alright.
Navigating the archipelago's
here we go.
currents north of Virga Island, the Dragon Temple comes into view. It is dedicated to the dragon god, Et. The wind carries the unsettling cries of beasts over the water, ensuring that even reaching the temple will be a trial. The gauntlet runner pulls into the shores of the isolated island amidst surges of sinister magla.
We're here. Maybe the tide was with us this time, but that was a much quicker trip than I thought.
What's up, Del? You seasick?
No. And keep your eyes on them, not me. Don't want them pinching the lance and doing a runner.
You really worry too much, mate. Once you've got doubts in your head, you don't know how to let them go.
Damn, he's not
That's
wrong.
the Dragon Temple.
Just as I
Oh
thought.
boy.
I've seen this exact view in historical art. It's as ancient as ruins come. Perhaps the reason the Sanctus Church doesn't want anyone near the island is that they want whatever's inside to stay buried.
I'd avoid it too if I could. The place looks totally overrun with magla. We're definitely gonna find some monsters in there.
This melancholia aura is most ominous. What is this magic? And from whence is it born? We only ever see it when faced with grave burdens.
Might not be unrelated. We know magic is possible without an igniter. In other words, magla can be controlled by the mind alone.
You venture that it springs from mortal minds?
Hey, you lot about finished. Let's get on with it.
He's right. Let's hurry on.
Ain't just running in without at least talking, though. Is what it is. I kind of level up Knight a little bit, but fuck it. We can just get Wizards to whatever the next rank is. Oh, 20. But I do want to have everything on me that I need. List 6. Clerics at 14 too. Yeah, let's just keep this going. We don't need to talk to everybody. I'm good to go. "45 hours, baby." many damn steps. So that's why those ones are good for killing plant enemies, huh? That's a big tree.
Look at the entrance.
Looks like it's screaming.
What's going on here?
It's some kind of giant tree,
With
right?
brains.
But it almost feels like it's radiating pure magma.
Gonna have to kill the tree.
We shall force our
aren't
way
we?
through if we must.
The woods turns aside all steel. It's no normal tree. The Melancholia's influence, maybe.
That's the best you've got, old man. Too sloppy by half. I'll show you how it's done.
Del, what's wrong?
Nothing, I'm sound. Just dizzy, that's all.
Sure.
Hey, Del.
Welcome back, chat, by
Whoa.
the way.
You burned it up. Why?
Allow me.
He was wounded against the humans.
Your foot is badly injured. It is
Infected.
infected and inflamed. What possessed you to hide this?
I said
Pride.
I'm fine. Stop wasting time.
A wound-borne fever can turn fatal. We should turn back.
She's right, Del. We've got to get that looked at.
Basilio, are you gonna listen to me or not?
Oh, please. You don't get to die like an idiot. From an infected foot of all things. Learn to rely on your allies. That's what a real warrior does.
Sorry, Del. I can't afford to listen to you this time.
You damned fool.
We need to get back to the village. Every second counts. Teleporting might be our best bet.
Man, I just got here.
We'll be seen, but we don't really have a choice right now. We can't get into the temple like this anyway. Let's ask around back at the village to find out if there's a way in.
Basilio, carry him to the bunk inside the gauntlet runner. Also, once we get moving, don't leave the room or look outside. We're charging home full throttle, understood?
What? Right, got it.
Hey.
Hey, Gran, how's Del doing? Can't help him, right? Good thing you came back immediately. One night more of this, he'd be lost. But rest easy, I've treated him with both magic and material curses. Good hardy carapace constitution should be all he needs to fight them. However, he'll have to stay on bed rest, even once the fever's down. If he pushes himself too far too fast, he'll never walk on that leg again.
Thanks.
Oh. Thank you so much, and actually there's one more thing. We could use your wisdom.
I see.
Giant tree in the temple, didn't see it when I was in the area. It's grown that much in such a short time, it might be the magma exposure. The temple's positively leaking stuff. I believe I understand. Your aim is to destroy this tree, a concoction known to the ancients as the Potion of Blight. Wise choice. There's no record of the ingredients needed to make it. All I know is that they're not found on this island. I've heard something that induces thirsty. If you could bring me that, I'll try my hand at concocting the Potion of Blight.
Let's give it a shot.
Batlin or the informant at the Golden Deer Hearth might know more.
Hey.
Sorry, Lady June. The way I see it, someone's got to stay and look after Del. Don't be silly, Bass. Of course you could stay with him. You know he'd chase right after us otherwise. Hate to say it, but we're short on time. I think you lot might have to handle this temple shit alone. Seems our debts are piling up.
Listen.
I don't need to worry about it, dog. It's about when Del would say something like, hey, they're gonna run off with Lance, waste them all. But me, I don't think you lot are so bad. I trust you. So we'll hang out here and you sort out the Lance. Well, the priestess girl and all, if you like. Can't exactly turn me back on your sister after all you've done for me, own brother. Delio could stand to learn a lot from you if you'd ask me. You can leave it to us.
Time marches on, and the
Where
age
the hell
of a
is
new
Batlin?
king draws nearer.
Nonetheless.
Sentries blocking our path, blah blah blah, pushing the blight, blah blah blah, gather all of them on the island, blah 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 blah.
True.
Oh, alright, let's
focus.
Quest start, we got 17 days. Mission with the deadline has begun, round table, blah blah blah. Scorching heats may occur on Verga Island. Priestess Yufa is trapped in Dragon Temple. Rescuer obtain Dragonos for the day depart from Alphaberry.
Really?
What are my options here?
Yeah, what up?
Why?
What?
Well, she was always a bit strange, very interested in monsters, so she left home one day, set off toward the den of them. To satisfy her curiosity, you really was a fool. This happened so many times the people of the island gave up on it. Come back unscathed every time before, but her luck was bound to run out. No news.
Please, I beseech you.
Avenger. Sure. Sure.
God, I am grateful.
Bird-like monster called the Leo Gran. Lords over the tower. Oh, another fucking tower. You should ask the informant in the tavern. Spire of Blind Faith. I read it some.
Please,
monster. I don't mean to send you in harm's way, but you seem capable.
Let's give it a shot.
Courage 90,000. Yeah.
All right then.
At least one more quest in town. Go get that. Go find that pub.
Let us
have faith. We'll get this Magla right quick.
Hey. Let's.
100 to 100, baby.
Let us have faith in Lady Yufa.
Here's the tavern. Where you? What up?
Aha.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah.
Beg pardon?
Oh, sure. Not too long ago, a trader came to our shores and sold us this model for cheap, claimed it was a broken piece of regional craftsmanship. I'm right, it's an igniter, a pretty valuable one too, so I'm hoping I'm still gonna praise it. Back up my valuation. I have to, I got no other contacts, and the future of the Mystari is writing on them.
No kidding.
Well, that's easy enough to go do.
I am so great.
Certificate of appraisal. Alright.
Let's give it a shot.
This is gonna take like 3 minutes. And we get wisdom, and we get a crystal, and we get money? On it.
Leave it out, mate.
Alright.
Well, cheers.
Hey, I was told to talk to you.
Fancy a bit of info?
Hey.
Hopefully I have the money. Wasn't able to find any useful information. You may have better luck finding what you need in the royal capital. Informant there.
Okay.
Okay. We're not going to the Dragon Temple just yet. I want to hear about the Spire.
Want in on this?
Spire Blind Faith, no one dares to go near it. Technically, it isn't all that far from this island, but due to the way the currents flow, one must approach it by circling about to the north. Oh, so that's why. And then you get to that island. Oh, god damn.
That's...
Spire Blind Faith, it's like at the very edge of the ocean.
And right
Well, I
there,
guess we're going there quick. But it's a damn long trek. What's it? 1, 2,
Nice little...
It's a campground.
3,
It's a
4
campground.
days? Oh my god.
Ooh.
Alright. It'll be 4 days to get to that damn
We'll face
tower.
danger here.
A monster dwells within the power. It supposedly resembles a large bird with vivid plume. Might just be overly cautious. The closer you get, the more violent it becomes. Best to attack from as far away as possible from the rear.
Don't say.
Yeah.
Just between us.
Fire and pierce. Okay, well, that's good enough for me. in their masks
Cheers.
there. Eugene runs shop, you know, by all the cauldrons. I mentioned this before. He used to live outside the islands. You know some. It's over on Seabreeze Street, but the shop keeps an old miser, and all he claims selling is medicinal herbs. In truth, there's some interesting stuff for sale, harvested from the remains of monsters, useful for experiments and of all things cooking. The Navy knew he was selling those dodgy items. They'd have him strung up, so he's extra cautious. Tells do not much chance gained and show you what he's really got, but maybe having a mutual friend. Alright.
Isn't this a dilemma?
Okay, first things first. We'll get that igniter praised, I guess.
Leave it out, mate. Let us have faith in Lady
All right,
Yuffie.
Where to?
Let's go.
Alright.
Welcome.
Yeah, what up?
Hmm.
Why, this is, I asked. I borrowed it from her guy. Belongs to those pagans. Well, this is most unexpected. What I meant to say is igniter. Nothing special, and on top of that, it's broke. Let's ask Brigida. There are field representatives has more important matters. I understand those, so perhaps I was hasty.
An intriguing offer.
At second glance, this is truly a remarkable find. It has many of the same qualities one would find in a divine relic. Perhaps you'd be willing to sell it to me. Pagans were meant to use this. They could undoubtedly come into conflict. Not like that. Even if it was ours to sell, I'd never tell it to someone who spouts such prejudice. Whoa. Child abduction, Amber Alert. Christ. Hell, scaring the shit out of me. What the hell? God damn. Scaring the piss out. Hopefully that kid's okay though. Holy moly. Scaring the piss out of me. Jeez. Christ. Even if it was ours to sell, I never let someone who spouts blah blah blah. We like it back.
Splendid. Understood.
Better, man.
Okay then.
Alright, let's go.
Where to?
Let's go.
Oop. Well, that was easy enough.
Leave it out, mate.
What up?
Aha.
Appraisal's complete. Burn them, it's old but high functioning. Sounds like a valuable find. Kind of impressive you knew that from only a glance, actually. My evaluation was correct, and that means my dream's in reach. Truth is, I need a professional's opinion so I can test my own judgment. I'm planning to open up an igniter shop here on the island. Ah. Thanks to his creations, yes. I know there are many islanders who don't care for them, but with your arrival here, that got me thinking, someday this island will surely open up to the outside world. When that time comes, I want igniters to help me be a bridge between our lands and the rest of the country. Prejudice against our people won't disappear overnight, but I think it comes from people's fear of the unknown. That's where I want to help. The Mistari seem like the unknowns. I can try making this. For everyone that both Mistari and igniters aren't effective. And you've proven there are people who can see past tribes, people who just want to help. Truly, you are my hope.
I am so great.
Good shit.
Mission accomplished.
Gleaming Crystal, we got Wisdom, and we got 15k. Good shit.
All right.
The Wisdom inches
Farewell.
closer. Alright, what is that?
What now?
All stats plus 4. Oh. Oh. I see. I wasn't familiar with your game. Also, handmade flute. What's with the all stats +5? I forgot to even check this. Oh my. Well, that's two good finds, huh?
Let us
All
have
right,
faith in
now
belief.
we need to go.
All right then.
Where the hell we need to go? Okay, so we're not gonna take the trip just yet.
What now?
That's gonna wait a second. Honeybee Grand Trad, that's what it was.
All right then. Where to?
Let's go.
Fancy a bit of him?
I don't care about that. Yeah.
What?
I've heard of this potion of blight. It's some secret concoction from Verga Island. I believe it's made with an ingredient known as parchment. Visit the general store in Sunshade Row. Comfort concoction called. I heard they recently got some stock. Good shit. Alright, let's go get some parch water.
Lovely.
If I had extra magla, I'd sell it right now for some cash. Still might. Hey, mister. Hey, mister.
You've come at a...
9.6.
I'm out of ideas.
Well, stranger things have happened.
Hey, you got something I might need, dog.
And what is it you want? Huh?
Yeah. Where is it?
What's this?
Hell yeah. Alright, so we got that done. Good shit.
Well, stranger things have happened.
All right then.
Well, that's that
What
done.
now?
Lights are cool. What's this? Oh, Bart. No, it's lit. I ain't ready to kill that yet. Nobody to hang out with right now. Okay. I guess let's just go back to the island.
Where to?
Let's go.
Ah! Excuse me, chat. Excuse me. Hey, I got your water, dog. Make it.
Hello there.
Brought the ingredient you asked for. Here you go.
I see.
Quite fleet of foot, these gauntlet runner contraptions. I see I have much yet
Leave
to
it to
learn
me.
about them. I'll get to brewing, you won't be waiting long. Take a moment to rest. Alright.
Mission accomplished.
Alright, now we can get into the temple whenever the hell we want.
Thank you.
AKA, we're going to that fucking island first. The altar where Dracodios is dedicated should be at the far end of the temple. Considering the situation, I doubt even you've made it that far. Oh, yeah.
I'm counting on you.
Okay, so there are a bunch of... That makes sense. That's what I was gonna check next is bounties. What up, Juna? Oh, what is it? What be it?
You know,
Some
of
of
the
the
islanders were so enamored by my songs, they opened up to me a bit. They were still rather sheepish, but I simply can't leave them hanging, can I now? Apparently they've been plagued by monsters raiding the tombs just off the coast. I dare say that sounds right up our alley, doesn't it? If you'll help, I'll even make it interesting. I'll let you in on the secrets of a songstress.
Secrets, you say?
What kind of secrets?
Oh, the key to capturing hearts. Some tips and tricks for carrying yourself with dignity.
Dude, sick
Rather useful
magazine.
to a kingly candidate, no? Well then, our monsters are to be found on an island the locals call the Orb-Wise Path. Their legends say that if you offer your dead to the snakes there, their souls ascend to become guardian deities. Problem being, the monsters are eating the snakes, which has left the bereaved unable to complete the ritual. The sadness in their eyes was just too much to bear. You know? I couldn't help but come to you about it. Oh, and evidently, there's some sort of offering there that's yours for the taking. If you'd like it, well, have I piqued your interest? Do these people a favor, and I'm sure they'd rally behind you.
Yeah, we get it. You didn't have to... So we go to that smaller...
Brilliant! I'll inform the others.
So we take the smaller one, get some money, get some weapons, and then go to the tower, maybe?
I'm sure we'll be able to...
Maybe that's what we'll do.
Ear. I'll tell you what. I'll throw in a little something extra for you. On top of my secrets,
Oh,
of course.
whoa, chill.
This one's important.
Monster desecrating the orb-wide path, the observed, blah, blah, blah. And we get imagination out of it?
Here's the place, if you're interested.
Well, it's on the way to
And
the,
right there's a labyrinth.
Okay, well, it's on the way to where we're going. I mean, that works, I guess. We do it on the way to this place here, I guess.
Here's where we are now.
We just do it in one fell swoop.
And do bring me along when you go, won't you? We can tackle it whenever you're ready.
Alright, fair enough. Let's see what we can buy with this money. Let's also find out what the hell's going on up here. I do want to go to that,
All right, then. Where to?
Where that's at. Is that in Brylehaven? Sea, that's what it was.
Let's go.
Because he has masks that I might use. Where was he? I think he's over here. Like, yeah, what up?
Really? That's not it.
Sounds like something more up Alonzo's alley than ours. No, Alonzo, a good while that silver tongue of his saved me from the gallows
Really
once
helped
upon
me
a
out,
time.
you
After that, I made it a point to not deal with people who weren't in the know. Oh, hell yeah. Ingredient on idols.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, damn, these are expensive. What's the fucking one I needed? Do I still have it open? It's the Emperor White Mask. Is that on sale today? Fuck, it's not even on sale today. But what I want's not even on sale. Unfortunate. Alright, so...
All right, then.
That's out.
Where to?
Let's go to the weaponry. Oh no, we need to go see what's on that island first.
All right then. Let's go.
There's a bunch of plant-based shit.
Well, isn't this a dilemma?
Fancy a bit of him?
Fuck, we might as well take both of these over here.
Want in on this?
Okay, mourn our dead. If you die on the island, you expect your bones to rest there for eternity. Monsters have been on rampage lately, and we haven't been able to mourn anyone. The area's become a stomping ground for the Cocos. Oh yeah, I heard about this name somewhere at some point. They prefer their prey to be soft and fleshy, so be sure to fortify your defenses before facing it. Moreover, I heard that the skill that repels non-magic attacks. You know, fire is effective against them, but no one's been able to. I mean, I can just go full non-magic. It's fine. On the cold too, don't let them give you frostbite. Alright, and then the Dragon Temple. Are there a bunch of like plants in there I would surmise? Moving stone statues and spectos. Swords and spears, like bows as well. Huge tree-like monsters. They're called Alintos. But what's tricky, there are different types of Alintos. The green ones weak to fire, but for the others, fire won't at all. Lastly, the green ones can use wind magic, so hold the ground. Okay, so we would need those ones for... Okay, was that secret of something? Hold on. That can, that'll can wait. Okay, so we're probably going to...
What now?
How do I want to do this? We could put Stroll in. I think I might put Stroll in once we get to the next place, but I need to switch him over to having Gunner, because it needs to get to...
Run if you want, but you can't escape my aim.
Yeah, Hyde might want to keep leveling. I need Commander to level up a little bit. Aurora moves from her slumber. Aurora moves from her slumber down there. Alright, let's see what the guides are. Not buy too many if we can help it. The fan though. I mean, that'd be good if I need to use Assassin. Increases damage against bird type monsters. I mean, that's pretty much solidifies he'll be on the team for the bird at the top of the thing. We should probably grab that. Oh wait, I already have the, wait, hold on. Wait, I already have the one for bird type?
What now?
I mean, I know I'm stupid. Oh, well shit, I even need to buy that. It's not that much more crazy. Yeah, I don't need to buy anything, right? I mean, the plant one would be nice, but I'm not using... I mean, one's weak to fire. Maybe I get the fire staff?
What have we got here?
Just to have the fire staff, I guess. It's plus 28. That'd be the only thing I'm buying right now, so yeah. Let's do it. I mean, it's only plus 15 on attack. I mean, it's plus 15, but also I'm losing my MP. Either of these, Vince Rage. I mean, now would be the time if I'm gonna buy it. It is plus 56. I'm gonna be using it for at least a second. I have 2 of anything.
Now then.
Fuck it, we're going cheap. Let's grab that.
Good.
Can't wait to find one, can't wait to find one in this stupid place. But it is what it is. Alright, so...
All right, then. What now?
Okay, now we check our notes about the orb wide. Repel physical. I don't give a shit about repel physical. Because we have a bunch of fire we can hit with anyway.
Want in on this?
We can just use me and you just use Eggy. Heismay. We can throw an igniter on. Yeah, I think we're good on fire.
Just
Frostbite. Okay, so party for now. Heismay is good. He's got fire attacks on him. Okay, he's got fiery strike. So he's got a fire attack. Tuna's, I'm pretty got a fire attack. I'm a mage, so I have it, and Hulken. I can put the igniter on Hulkenberg if I need. And then for the
What now?
the other guy, the fucking bird. This one. Yeah, well, we all need to be back.
Want in on this?
Closer you get, so we can just back row. Technically, I can back row everybody. So I'll just swap out Heismay for Troll, and we'll just back row it all.
You don't say.
Just between us.
And we have fire on everybody too, so yeah, we'll be. I think we'll be good for. Oh. Well, I'm ready to go.
All right, then. Let's head there right away.
Wait, there's another thing out here? What the hell? It's outside.
But...
Oh, it's the old lady.
Pardon me.
I need some stones for my grandchild's first fishing trip. What? They're called polar stones. Wait, where are they at? Are they at that last place on the way to the thing? Household, I offered them up to the temple. The dragon god loves stones, and knowing how troubled it's been lately, I felt like I had to do something. Alright.
What a mess this is.
Alright, we'll grab it. I mean, we're not going there right this
finished
second,
yet?
so... 3? Alright. August 3rd? Bro, we're gonna be...
Let's give it a shot.
We have 12 days to do that.
Oh, I smell trouble.
I wish I could just teleport there and back.
See.
You know, hello Aurora.
Let's see. Let's help.
Okay.
All right, then. Where to?
What am I
Where
doing?
to?
What am I doing? I'm an idiot.
Let's head there right away.
What am I doing? Okay.
Looks like everyone's here.
We're about to have a long ass trip.
All right.
The question could have been what provoked the last of
I
it.
cannot say I see the
Revenge
point,
we've been
but
entrusted with. Let's ease a request for
Yeah,
suffering and slay the monster.
It's your call.
Great. Let's move.
All right.
What to pick?
The truth is,
Dude, Heismay during the day? And Hulkenberg. Chill. What do you get? What does 5 get? Thief lineage. What does 6 get for Hulkenberg? The knight. Oh, that's good because I'm working on leveling the knight. Oh, we're using Hulkenberg, so it's not like we're gonna get rid of Hulkenberg right now. Let's do Heismay.
the truth is,
All right. All right, let's get Heismay up. Let's go.
yes.
Oh, look at those things up there being assholes. Heismay 5. What happened back in my hometown, you should know it wasn't Tadari's fault, even if he's the village leader. Village leaders have always ostracized others like that. Even when I was there, it's not their fault. Is that why you left?
Yes.
Yes, there was an incident, one final push I could not take.
No.
Most of the tribes hold little love for the Yuji, but in my youth we lived in settlements, mixed people, traded and traveled for good. One day conflict arose between the two settlements themselves. They began to feud and both sides asked that our village side with them together. We wanted to sit in prize, we were asked to choose who was a friend and who was a foe.
However,
Ew. Yet the village put off the decision. Took no sides and sought to appease both sides. But we stayed the course of our hesitance. Their dispute was resolved.
Hold on.
and then
The village lost the trust of both sides, and they cut off all their troops. Suddenly left in poverty. They called us Yuji, irritable, unknowable, and their prejudice only escalated. It even led some to violence. Yet, the village tried to justify their predicament by saying there was nothing they could have done. They took no action to escape poverty and isolation beyond their bitter lamentation. That more than anything else disgusted me beyond words, so I abandoned the village and ventured out to become a knight of. But Tadari remained to take a stand while I simply ran away. Role of leadership, determined to bring honorable change. Honorable too, Heisman. You did nothing but run away. The world of difference. Tadari. Yet, as we've seen, the village still a long way from the change he drove for. Villagers are rigid enough. They hope to maintain the little control they had by excluding and blaming. All the backbiting and even the theft of the urn, all born of this clinging separation. It's this xenophobic nest. Pity them a little bit. Fair enough assessment. In some ways, they've entrapped themselves, but you know, when I'd returned there, a thought struck me. I suddenly knew I would like to let my son sleep on that hill where the glow, that they may run free where he. And yet, perhaps the reason I'm so attached to my village is because I'm the same as them at heart. My indecisiveness that cost me my son and my knighthood. This burial is no different. The guy waxed on about being time to face his death as an excuse, nothing more, and run for yet another decision.
No.
All right, ahead. Now my son is the one paying for my wretched hesitance. See what has become of him? How can I call myself a father? Giving up?
No.
No, I refuse to let this end here.
Right.
Hesitation is in my nature, but so too do I hesitate to let go. Perhaps this is simply who I am. Aggie, I have a confession to make. When the urn was stolen, somewhere in the back of my mind, I felt relief. Because I not have to see it anymore. I'd no longer be reminded of his death. Heartbreaking, perhaps. I don't want to think of it. I don't want to face it. How could I when every reminder shatters me? That's why God, Aurora, why are you biting at my calf? That's why I put off the burial longer and ever longer. But I must change. I would show my boy I'm a father worth his love, not his.
Surely.
And so too would I prove this to you, you who placed your trust in me. I can feel Haizme's fatherly determination and his deep trust. Wake up to 5.
My son.
While in reserve, the amount of experience Haizme gains increases. Okay, this was worth it to get Haizme to 5. Give me 1 second. I will soon depart for the village to look for my son's remains. My apologies for all you've been made to endure. I'm coming with you, dog.
Thank you.
From the bottom of my heart, I thank you. Let's head to the village together at 1450. Hell yeah.
The Orbwise Path, a cave on an uninhabited island east of Virga Island, comes into view. An old Mustari custom says the deceased can ascend as guardian deities
FJ is
if
the
their remains
stupidest.
are fed to the snake
I
skin.
know.
Time passes, lands and peoples change.
Who did it?
And the unthinkable becomes sacred tradition.
Drop by to say hi. Do want to avoid spoilers though.
Giving it some thought?
Man, I'm missing lore. What are you guys doing? I'm missing lore about the island. I'm missing lore. But Hezekiah, thank you for the 33-month streak, you mad lad. Hope you're doing well, sir. Sorry, I haven't got to talk too much lately. Hope work's not killing you. Hope you're doing well. My lore. Doing great? Hell yeah. Good to hear. Good to hear.
Ah, I see.
This is just a random dungeon. It's not like story important. Working club stuff for eating all my time. Bro, I've been streaming too much this past week. It's making do and editing for me, aside from, this last week or so. You gonna play this, by the way? Good. I'm enjoying it. Highly enjoying it. Well, I hope you got a Atlas number of hours to spare. Because it's an Atlas game. So. Oh, you understand? Okay. I very much like this. I hope they do another one. I'm not even done with this one, and this has got the making of what could be a good series. You ever played Persona? This is what I've been saying is this is kind of Persona. The archetypes are kind of quote personas. But what Mancardi's been saying is you're not dating kids, you're not dating sim kids, and I've been saying you have a Tales of like story instead of a Persona story. So if you like Tales of like I do, or more, you know, obviously fantasy stuff, not like not like Tales of is like the end all be all of fantasy, but it's very much a Tales of series like story. So if you like any of those games, this plus Atlas plus kind of Persona, it's right up. It'll be right up. P5, but everything I've always wanted to be. It's we don't even have P5 yet, and if we can't, what are you talking about? I mean, we do have P5, but I don't think this is Persona 6. This is like Persona, I would say 4.5. I think this is closer to Golden than P5. But thank you for being on topic. Yeah, good to see you, man. Good to see you, man. I've got to catch up a little bit. You'll get to it. Hey, if you don't get to it, you're never gonna get to it. It's an Atlas game. You gotta start it to get to it. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna get back to it. So if you got a dip for spoiler reasons or whatever, I totally understand. But good to see you, man. Good to see you. So this is it, the cave that Virga Island's inhabitants use for their funeral rites. I'd ask you, I'll help clear the... Yeah, I'll kill them all. Yeah. Alright, see you later, man. Good talking. Elden Ring DLC. Oh, that's easy, bro. Just go do it. It only took me, like, less than it's taken to get this far in this game. Which is already a monstrous amount of time. I understand a monstrous bird is preventing ceremonies. Indeed, that shall not stand.
Be that as it may.
Offering your dead to snakes, try to keep an open mind, but the Mastari stand alone on this. You do funerals different from Thinktus ones as well, and from what I hear, so do Parapus rites. No two cultures are alike. Yes, well, right now there's some stupid bird threatening theirs, and I say we send it flying. Wait, so is this the... Wait, is this the bird that I need to back row? I'm so confused. The Cocasadors.
Want in on this? Just between us.
Big bird-like monster. I'll just use a bunch of magic. Fire. I have fire. I mean, you don't have fire, but whatever. You have fire. You have fire. I think we're gonna be good for in here. I think we're gonna be okay. "46 hours! Ring the bell! 46 hours!" Alright, I could go talk to Moore, but he can wait. Alright, let's go get this done one day.
Let's go.
One day, chat. Ain't no bitch. We got a tower to get to.
This place.
I'm surprised there's not a relic in here to find for what's his face. Oh, that's a... Well, that's ugly as sin, ain't it?
Damn, they're onto us.
I see the enemy.
Let's push through. Amazing. Great move back there.
Right there. Time for some close combat.
Alright, what the hell are you with, you stupid worms?
Commander.
Water, so probably electricity.
Some darker arts.
This'll be over soon enough. I'll show you. Gale! Stubborn, hey?
I will fight with pride.
Ratliff, Arkansas, apparently is where there's... Man, this fucking Amber Alert scaring the piss out of me right now, dog.
Lightning! Last one.
One for the captain.
Superb.
Keep it
Cleric.
going.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Now accept your fate. Rancor.
Noise.
Formidable indeed.
Howling wind. All right, easy enough. Good shit.
Okay.
All right, these underlings aren't
anyone
too
back
bad.
Let's keep moving.
Unscathed, so we're gonna get a little bit more
next one will
archetype
fall to
experience
greater
too.
heights.
Level up for the homie Heisman.
Excellent. I've grown more powerful.
I don't see any more.
Oh.
I think we're safe.
Ooh, Magla injection. That's some good MP. What are you doing back here? Yeah, whoa, what up? What are you doing
Pardon?
here? What up?
Isn't that?
Frostbite can suck the life out of you. The only way is for someone to act as a deep. There's not much. Oh. Oh, well, thanks. Well, that's good.
There they are.
There are enemies around.
All right, how's that?
You've
Stop
no
that.
time for prayers.
What the hell is a terrestrial shopper? What the hell am I looking at? I got anything on
Settle
you?
for the easy way.
Fireproof. We
Binding.
better use something else.
They're totally fireproof.
Now
Luckily,
accept
that's like
your
everything
fate.
we have.
Some darker arts. Formidable indeed.
Oh.
Don't. This is just what I need.
Whoa, 469. That's a lot of damage. Holy moly, that wasn't even a weakness.
The way's clear.
That'll do it.
Alright, not too bad. How the hell I get in there?
think there's
Where's the
treasure
hole?
nearby.
Where's the hole? Add in 3 minutes, chat.
To find some.
There's definitely something up here. I have
You're so
expected.
lucky.
Oh, isn't that what I needed? The Emperor? Isn't that what I needed for her night one? Whoa, lucky. Ah, there's the hole. Found the hole, shit.
They saw us. On
I
your
see
toes,
the
everyone.
No, I was rolling! Oh, unfortunate. Oh, fuck. Not my MP, you dick.
June is frozen over. Her attacks are gonna be weaker
Oh,
now.
power of kings. Rancor.
So cold. Nah. Watch me. Howling wind.
Let's stay calm. I'm all prepared.
That's your opening, Captain. Lara.
Okay, so that doesn't take away, whatchamacallit.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
It's almost decided.
Splendid.
Only one
Commander.
left. Finish them off and we're clear.
Some darker arts.
Dick. Can you stop taking my MP?
June is frozen over. Her attacks are gonna be weaker now. I call upon a royal soul. Stubborn, hey?
Wizard! Roar!
Asshole worms, man, I
Great
swear to
work,
God.
everyone.
He really still cold.
What now?
What about you losing all that MP? Alright, well, her, you know, well, if her shit doesn't, hold on, we'll wait for it to wear out. I don't want to run into a mimic. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna wait for her to thaw out right quick. I'm pretty sure if you just kind of chill on the overworld, it'll sort itself out. I'll make her run in circles. That'll unfreeze all of her joints probably if she's running in a circle like this. It'll just kick the frostbite out, huh? She just keeps moving. That's how it works. Oh, it did work. Hell yeah.
Nice.
Whoa, 3,000? Oh my, that's a lot of experience. Okay, excuse me.
We found something.
Incredible.
Sapphire? Oh, we're finding money now, baby. Oh, we're moneying up.
We found something.
Endurance +4? I mean, that's okay, I guess. That's okay, I guess.
Found something.
Empress fight. Shit. Alright. Oh, there was this entrance too we could have used. Shit. Alright, let's go. I guess let's go this way right quick. Get this part of the map.
Right there.
Come on!
There they are.
This is our chance. Forward!
They're weak to electricity. Give them a Ice doesn't work. We need a different approach.
Oh, they're all weak to electricity.
Commander! Rancor! How's that?
After I die? What the hell does that mean? I ain't losing this fight.
To die for.
The hell you mean die?
Maybe they're weak to slash attacks.
Oh, slash.
Make this easy.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
Let's work together.
1,200? Holy moly.
What a finale.
That's a lot of damage.
That'll do.
Hey, 18 for sniper. That's good stuff.
I don't see
That's some
anymore.
good stuff.
I think we're safe.
Alnova Hardwood. Called me in high school. What the fuck is wrong with me? Fucking worms, dude.
Right there.
Charging in.
Now! We must strike!
Stay calm, everyone.
Commander! Some darker arts.
This'll be over soon enough.
Let's stay calm.
We'll do this together.
Show them our light. Justice prevail. Oh, mystic purge.
Woo, not too shabby. Let's
Welcome
keep
back,
this up,
chat.
everyone. Applause, please.
Hey, double rank up, baby. Love to see it.
Retained my edge.
Oh, hell yeah. Medium fire damage to all enemies. Oh, baby. That's beautiful.
That's all of them. Yes?
Fucking worm right there.
We cannot avoid this fight. Stand ready.
There they are. Time for some close combat.
Stop staring and start fighting.
I can't pet you if you're gonna come up here and...
There's a better way.
Commander! Rancor!
I'll give you the I call upon a royal soul. Hail!
Lightning!
Doink. Doink.
Smooth finish. Great work, everyone. Looks like we're safe for now.
And so what the hell is this? This place is a mess. So many fucking turns. Oh my.
Right there. Forward!
Good job. It's too late for you.
Let's go.
Try dodging this.
I've got just the Kurt. You hit their weakness. Don't let up now.
Lend me your strength.
Go!
Roar!
Yo, what about us? I don't know why there's a tilde over the U. I'm not Jesus, but hello.
I feel a song coming on.
Not bad.
36. Wait, I'm the first one of 30s. When the hell did I get ahead?
Our immediate vicinity is secure.
Bro, I'm wide as
We
hell,
should be
bro.
safe.
Only Spanish I remember from school is donde está el baño, por favor, mi amigo. From that. Oh, this is a shithole.
I see the enemy.
Come here, you dumb worm.
Right there. Time for some close combat.
Let's sweep them with
Yeah, I'll be doing well at that. Good to see you.
Get ready.
Got you.
Oh, I don't even care. I'm gonna save MP.
You better be sure. Let's set it up.
I'm just gonna save MP.
Hold nothing back.
Lightning!
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Oh, Mystic Purge! Satisfactory.
Only one
Face
left.
me.
Finish them off and we're clear.
Man, if I thought that my melee would kill, I'd do it. I think it might have too.
Woo, not too shabby. Let's keep this up, everyone.
Unscathed. All these EXP gains. 35 for
I
Hulkenberg.
continue to grow.
I see the enemy. Let's push through.
That was well done.
Oh, I've leveled up enough where I don't have to kill them now in battle. Alright, well, this place... Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, where did I miss it? Oh, I missed the whole thing right here almost. Oh my god, this place is hell. Oh! Okay, we just need one more beetle, I'm pretty sure. Oh, what are you doing here? Why is, man, this floor is never ending. Oh, why is that? Murderous intent. What the hell?
Wait.
The hell?
I think maybe we should try moving things.
Oh, it's one of those. If I go, okay, wait. Oh, I can probably open a door down here. Oh, no, that's not where I want to go. Hold on. Down. Alright, let's open this so you don't have to run around 100 billion years. Okay, so now we can cut through if need be. That's good.
This is bad. They're onto us.
There they are. Charging in. Okay, let's give this all we got.
First move.
Try dodging this.
Don't Good.
Oh.
You hit their weakness.
I'll show you the. Let's work together.
Show Show them our might.
Fine work,
Observe the enemy. Still standing, I see.
Got you!
Okay. Easy enough.
That's the last of them. The way's
Kill
clear.
that other worm there. I gotta turn around and fight.
Don't let your guard down.
I see
There's
the
more
enemy.
of them.
Time for some close combat.
Okay.
Preemptive
Let's give him a
strike.
fight.
Everyone, go.
Commander! There's a better way. Got you!
This. The Kurt.
Okay.
Hit their weakness. Don't let us down.
Maybe not.
No, no.
I'm all prepared.
Synthesis. Come on now.
Tis yours.
You have the gameplay loop for this first floor right now.
Big shark. It's not bad.
That's your opening, Captain.
They yet cling to life.
Try dodging this mandible bearing.
I'll give you the performance.
Okay, I didn't do quite enough, but we got it down. It's fine.
Victory's ours.
And we got some worm meat for our troubles.
That'll do it.
Okay.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Miraculous and medicine. Alright, so where... Oh, I see where I need to go. There's an asshole over there. Wait, hold on. How do I get to it? Is there a hole here?
Come say hello, treasure.
I did that. Maybe I go up and around over there? So I don't think I can get through unless... Key to this door is on the other side. Can't really open this. Let's go to the far one and go up first, then we'll go down. Maybe that's the play. I don't know. God, I should. Oh, we gotta go further this way. God damn it! Come on. All right,
Oh
that's
no, we're respawted.
fine. It's fine. They're blowing stupid probably. Oh god, I'm stupid. I'm taking the dumbest route. Whoa, hey everybody. Whoa, excuse me. Pardon me. Coming through. Alright,
Right there. All right.
Feel greater power within.
Oh, hell yeah, Commander.
There they
Whoa.
are.
Yo, bro. Whoa, with the fire, bro.
Right there.
That was neatly done.
Okay, so now we can go give those beetles to the old man. Oh no, this just leads to this spot. Okay, so what if I go down over here then? Where this spot leads?
They found us. Get ready, everyone.
Who found us? Can they even reach me up here? The
We
hell?
scattered them, I think. No threats I can see.
Yeah, this is just this spot. Where am I going? Right, how? Maybe I just go down. Maybe that's the play. Maybe the playbook was wrong and we're just going down. Maybe we'll come up the other side. Okay, well. God, this place is a hellhole. Whoa! Hey, buds.
Stop staring. Start fighting. Get ready.
Commander!
I forgot what these things are weak to.
Rancor!
You hit their weakness.
Oh, it's
I've got
darkness.
just the dance for you.
Looks like it's dark.
Behold this power. Gale. Already.
Oh, and wind. Okay.
Come forth, royal soul. Wind.
Oh,
What a finale. Keep your
armor piercer. Sick. Big experience.
If I say
Ooh,
so myself.
19. Level up for Juno. Alright, alright. Welcome to level 36.
Our foes have fallen. We are safe for the time being.
Right there. All right, how's that? Forward! If we take this...
Okay.
Too late for you! Get ready!
Now we strike.
Oh yeah, I have that.
Commander! Some darker arts. First one!
This'll be
Alright, easy enough. Easy enough.
Keep your energy up, everyone.
That'll do.
Hey, 35 for the stroll man.
I admit, it feels good to get stronger.
I think we got them all. We'll be safe for a while.
Magician white mask.
What now?
I might need to equip something right quick on me.
That did.
Cyclo, you're gonna have to wait. I need the fuck is it? Wait, do I not have it equipped? Did I not unlock it? Oh, can I not unlock it maybe? Am I just missing it? I'm downgrading for a turn. Just so I can get magic recovery for this overworld stuff, so we can get some MP back. What do we need? Wind and electric, I guess. I'm pretty sure I have both of them. Poochie going to town out there yelling. Right, so what I want to do is I'm gonna run back down and farm right quick. Just a little bit, just a wee little bit.
What now?
Dude, I'm all sorts of fucking turnaround, dog.
No.
There they are.
Incredible.
Right there.
Come on, are we really not strong enough yet?
Got you!
Don't underestimate. I call upon a royal soul. Howling
Okay, I get it.
Work together.
Go.
Fine work,
That's your opening hand.
Shine! They yet cling to life.
Oh.
You think yourself right, dodging this?
Alright, this is fine.
Okay, I don't think there's any more backup coming. Let's keep moving.
I
see the enemy.
Impressive as ever.
Asshole.
We're spotted. Blades at the ready.
And
right there.
That was neatly done.
I see the enemy.
I knew you could do it.
yo, bro, stop chasing me. Now you're a persistent one, ain't you?
There they are.
All right. How's that?
Our immediate vicinity is secure.
Still
We should be
fucking
safe.
chasing me? Oh. Bro, he's been chasing me for 8 years.
Looks like they gave up.
Right there.
Push through.
That's all of them. Yes?
Damn worm. Are those all worms up here? I think there's like 5 of those dumbasses. So apparently there's some cheese, and I'm about to try it out that I saw.
Draw steel. We are spotted.
Come and get me.
Thank God.
There they are. Come on. Right there.
A nice find.
Come and get me.
Dumb worms. Dumb worms. See ya. Dumbasses.
Looks like we managed to rid ourselves of them.
Now we gotta go upstairs. I'm wondering if I do this.
There they are.
Push through.
Good job, love.
Right there.
Bro, I didn't know they could. Oh, this is annoying.
Shuna, careful! Your defenses are down.
Fucking assholes, dude.
Farewell.
Fucking dicks.
There is still
See
danger.
the enemy.
We stop fucking trying to fight him. Oh my God, I hate. You know, what, fuck it, dude. Fuck it, I don't care anymore. We're just going back down. I don't want to farm. Just gonna use the damned items. And use the damned items. Hey, does that make him respawn up there? It sure doesn't. It sure doesn't.
What now? What now?
Come on.
There they are. Time for some close combat.
They're down.
Expect no quarter.
Start. Everyone, go!
Try dodging.
I'll give you the performance of a lifetime.
Let's blow them
I call
away.
upon a royal soul.
Let's stay calm.
Buddha, Buddha, Buddha.
Scour.
Right, these guys are pretty.
What a finale! Keep your energy up, everyone!
A halfway decent result.
Hey, 15.
We made
Knight
short work of that.
Commander.
All right. How's that?
Your death will be swift.
Let's go.
Got you.
Behold this power. Howling
Wind. What a finale! Keep your energy up,
Another
everyone.
armor piercer.
Satisfactory.
Hey, rank up does, I forget what it does, but rank up for cleric.
Victory is ours.
Roar, you're
Safety
not
hard
going
won.
outside, you dingus. There's a worm there.
I think they see us.
I see the enemy.
Come on! Hey, good one.
I think we shook them. We should be safe.
There they are.
Let's push through. Cat.
Well, I'm rabbit.
Wait, what? What's use? I didn't even see an item.
It's all clear.
What's useful?
What now?
No. Looks like they found us.
Whoa, 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 okay. We're going. We're going. Now I'm gonna talk to you right quick. Well, I'm here to help.
What?
Doesn't matter, I'll slay him anyway. Nobody in this island will doubt what a man I am. Man, I'm trying to fucking help you guys. Fuck you then. There is a path back this way.
What now?
Okay, sorry about that, chat.
I imagine that would be of use.
I didn't see what I got.
They saw us. Stay on your toes.
That's fine, we're just running through. Just passing through. That could have gone worse. Oh. Yeah. Okay. You're not going outside, Aurora. Why are you yelling?
Yep.
Back off, big guy. Hey, how the hell do I get to that path over there? How do I get there? I miss it. Okay, so there's okay, this must be a midpoint, not like the actual boss, right?
Ah, looks like they're out of their sights.
Isn't that Moore's cat?
Oh. So this must be how you go up and around and end up on the other side there, right? So that's okay. Oh, hey. We're not gonna beat this. No, it's fine. We're not gonna. A ruby, big money, baby, big money. Why is that all glowy? Whoa, that's a big one. A bloodthirsty vesture, demonic vestment that grows more powerful when monster blood is spilled upon it. Whoa. Whoa, that's sick.
What now?
That seems like a Heisme one, right? Because it gives him more evasion. And we can give him the healing thing now. Okay, well that was hella worth it. And now I guess we can unlock this door too. Alright, we fully explored the place. Good shit. Got all the treasure chests. This wasn't too bad.
What now?
That wasn't too bad.
Wizard! Ah!
Oh, missed my turn. Alright, so no physical moves. Bunch of fire from what I remember. Yeah, it's like down right here, isn't it? Alright.
Yep. This place.
Ready as I'm gonna be. Alright, chat, another monster. That son of a bitch. What chance did the snakes have this foul beast is disturbing the natural order?
Go!
And here we go. What? Hulkenberg and Heisman. What the hell? Yeah, let's go.
You think you own this place, huh? You're not raiding this tomb on our
Witness our strength.
Deals extreme magic fire damage.
Let my power support you.
Blaze!
no weakness. Don't underestimate me. Heisme. This is just what I need. Let's not. Now for a grand maneuver.
I mean, he's already weak. We don't really need to do that, do we?
Raging
You
fire.
dumb bird.
Don't
Let's
let
stay
him
calm.
down, Juna.
Lend me your strength.
Get him.
I got you, don't worry.
That's your opening, Captain.
Lend me your strength. Cleric. Oh, Mystic Purge.
Be neither. On me, we go together.
No reason not to.
Hellfire!
Big damage. Oh, look at that. Look at that.
It's
okay.
We'll do this together. I'll lend a hand myself.
We're incinerating this chicken. 10-10, holy moly, the damage.
The generals come now. We strike.
Keep pouring it on.
I'll give you the
End it. Unscathed. Easiest goddamn fight I've ever done in my life, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
I only hope this proves me more.
Oh, the quad rank up, the quad level up.
I feel stronger.
Oh, baby. Dude, more. Oh my god, everything's happening. New skills. Hex shot. Oh, baby. And that means I can level him up too to sniper, I'm pretty sure. Oh, what a fight.
Great work, Captain. The
Thanks,
Islanders will be
Juna.
happy to hear the news. Let's hurry and let them know.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
All right.
Big imagination boost as well. Dude, we've gone up to 17. What
Might
a
I
shrink.
ask you a random
Oh.
question? What does strength truly mean to you?
Strength is to show compassion to others, I suppose.
Well, aren't you considerate? I wouldn't have thought. Well, then you pass. I hereby appoint you to the position of my personal escort.
Oh, well, thank you. Was I not already
You
doing
know
that?
I have an adoring public all over the continent. Yes? I get absolutely swarmed when I go out alone. How honored you must feel. Oh, but I kid. I'm just glad to have you aboard. After all,
Oh, we're
both
getting the
putting our
bond.
lives on the line to achieve the same goal, are we not? So let me put it to you again. If there's something I want to save, are you still willing to risk your life for it? I do appreciate you fighting alongside me, and I was deadly serious about the escort thing. So, let's give it our best.
The ephemeral songstress, Juna. Within her dwells the virtue of the masked dancer. Nurture thy bond with her, and a new power yet slumbering within thee may awaken.
Rank
I
1.
can rely on you.
The party can now study the masked dancer.
Oh, that reminds me. I did promise to teach you a songstress's secrets.
Did you now?
Though I hardly think they're all that impressive. All I do is show everyone the me I want to be. It's the audience who sees that and feels what they do about it that makes me a songstress. It sounds cryptic, I know, but watch close and you'll see what I mean. Right, my good man?
Well.
So, for your first duty as my new escort, shall we head back?
No, we're heading to the goddamn tower.
Yeah.
But I'm
let's
done
go back.
exploring it, so we can go back. Alright, all in a day's work. That actually went a lot easier than I was thinking it might. Alright, so we need a back row party for this next one. So, I think I was taking Heisme out, and we're putting Stroll in. So we're all just gonna be back row Betties. I should be able to level them up though.
That is...
Oh, I gotta get Seeker to 10. Ain't no. Okay, that's a little fucking annoying. It's cheap as hell to study
This right here. All right.
All right, let's see what I have on me.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Yeah. I don't care. I get it. I know what the secret of 10. Yeah.
Right. I could get used to this.
No. What we're gonna do is let's see what I have on me. Got 1,000. Maybe we could just 3,000 it, right? See how far that gets.
A new ability.
Oh, sick. He's almost there. Good shit. 500 get me there. Might as well just go 1,000. Not waste the 500. Okay. Well, I'm glad we found that. Alright. Scroll. How do we do this? And we have 9,000.
I see.
Okay. Sniper, baby.
Fascinating. This right here. All right.
Yep.
I'm counting on you.
Of course.
Okay. I hear the voices of the past heroes' souls, blah blah blah, greater still. Strive for victory even from a distance, the soul of the gunner. Sniper Snow, no matter what opponent, none shall escape my sights.
A new power to wield.
We want that.
All right.
Just so we can actually fucking attack. You know what? Fuck it. Might as well just shoot that last one, right? A head start. Sniper. Alright, so we have Sniper, we have Ears, we have Back Row, we have the thing that hurts. Birds. I don't think that much matters for this one. I think they said they're weak to fire too, so Duna has fire, I have fire. I mean, I guess I could put the fire thing on Stroll. What's his magic? I mean, his magic's not that. Okay. Oh, I need a commander, so that doesn't matter. Alright, let's go.
Hey!
Get the hell out of here. No, we're setting up camp because we're moving on.
Thanks, but...
Oh, no, hold on.
Hey!
Just want to move onward.
Let's see. And let's see. Let's... Hey!
No, I don't want to... Wait, so am I setting up camp here? I'm so confused.
Thanks, but...
Want to go somewhere else
Okay,
tomorrow. There we go. Okay. Damn, they made that hella confusing for my stupid brain that's been streaming for almost 9 hours. Okay, the Orb-wise path.
All right then.
Okay, we got whatever. Oh, Hulky Bird can level up. So let's get that done. If he's not in the party, she should level up. Oh, I can put Juna in my notes under Heisman. J-U-N-A-H level 1. Okay, now we're just missing 2. Alright, well, let's hang out with Hulkenberg. Get her to 6.
Ah, 'tis you. Say,
Let's go.
I thank you. And then...
Recall we talked about my one-time compatriot. Yeah, we've talked about that asshole a lot. Decided to challenge the Knight Commander to a... I seek only to correct him, but I know he is not a man easily persuaded by words alone.
'Tis settled.
Your warriors, as such, it's only through battle that he will be shown the error of his ways. A bold move.
Yes.
Certainly I realize anything more underhanded and surely backfire. Could not have ended any other way. To that end, any knight who prizes their honor would never resist. A shame of refusing a challenge, and my would-be opponent is the Knight Commander himself. If I were to throw down the gauntlet in public, he could scarcely deny it.
Say.
Recall the broken sword from the other day? It sparked a realization. This is a problem only blades can solve. Indeed, the tally of all our previous bouts we stand even. This seems a fine opportunity to settle things once and for all.
Right.
I know you can win this, Hulkenberg. Besides, I would duel Rodanthe for the people, yes, but even more so, I would take measures for myself. He is single-minded as much now as he was then. Once he decided on it, rising to the knighthood's peak, so indeed he did, by whatever means necessary. And while I eschewed from familial honor to pursue knightly calling, and when that was lost to me, I sought the prince, my shifting purpose is speaking the path beneath. I've been long mortified at the truant I saw in the mirror, and long did that feeling fester in my heart. But no longer do I stand ashamed. My path, however, serpentine, has led me to you all, and to the woman I am today. The lack of doubt does not make one strong, nor does it make one right. I shall face him headlong, surpass him in ability, and right ways. You show him. You will know that my years wandering and my journey with you have not been in vain.
Say.
I have a request. I want you to be my witness for if only to witness your victory. You to bear witness? I somehow feel I cannot. But the duel must be fair in all things. No matter what happens, I ask for your impartiality. Rank 6.
Witness my struggle.
Knight lineage 3. Battle hypnosis. Hulkenberg will gain experience at a normal rate while in reserve. Good.
All right.
I shall propose to duel to Rodanthe in the days to come. Call upon me. Well, it's going to be a minute. We're kind of out on the road here, dog. I think you're hungry. Yeah. Fortunately, I have just the thing. My prize cache of tender fermented meat. Jesus Christ, that sounds awful. Holy shit. You'd be hard-pressed to find meat this soft, pungent, and ripened anywhere else. Here, as a token of thanks, take some. Listen, that's your prized meat. You need all of it. You're a growing girl. You don't need to give me your precious wares.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
If we dawdle too long here, we'll really be in trouble. We got. What? We're going to the fucking. Where do you think we're going? We're already here. We're going to the. We're going to
Which one?
Oh, we're going to here.
Right.
I cannot say I.
Yeah, but it's your call.
Let's go.
Let's move out.
We can head back, but I don't want to head back, then head back out. We'll just get it all done in one cycle.
What to pick?
Oh, is this done?
Did it!
Oh.
Whoa.
2 heroes, Leaf of Light.
Did you know?
Gauntlet shrooms. Is anybody leveling up? Not, I'm planting more seeds.
Hey! Whoa!
Alright.
Oi! You lot!
Oh, god damn it. The absolute audacity of that monster. I mean, they're just kind of floating, aren't they?
Hey! Would you mind not just barging in on us?
Try a bit of this!
Man, I never kill these things quick enough.
We're evenly matched. Guess we better stay on our toes.
I don't know what it's. I don't know what it's weak to. I'm just gonna hit it.
Burn!
Let's stay calm.
Ice!
Oh, power of heroes!
Bullet
Let's give me
barrage.
your aid! Not the right move. Snipe. This better hit!
There they go!
Wow, thanks.
Great
Is there no end to them?
Wow, it's good old
Don't
bitchy.
underestimate me. I'll show you. No need to rush this. To light. I guess it's our time to shine. Raging fire.
Disappointing ending.
Forgot about that. I forgot about that.
I'll show you the essence of truth.
Quick, get her back on her feet.
Forgot about that whole repel thing.
Let's do this together. I think not.
It's okay. Hold on. Lend me your strength.
I can't really fucking do anything to this guy with this fucking lineup. I'm gonna be honest.
I stand ready. Captain. They're weak to strike attacks. Smash them up.
Let justice prevail! Shine!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak
I
spot.
can't afford to hold back.
Pierce!
I'll give you the performance
How
of a
do
lifetime.
Okay, how do I... L1? No, not L1. Switch teammates. We switch... Q for...
I'll leave this
I
to
won't
you.
fail you.
I will fight with pride.
With blade in hand!
Such a dick. Okay, you're an idiot.
Win
We
should
two
solve
again?
this.
Win.
Let's blow them away.
No holding back! Run them through!
You think you're scared enough?
I got Mega Dio? Oh, that's sick.
Oh, power of kings! I'll take this.
Hey, give me your thing. No!
Okay. We can do this.
Wait, don't
Maybe
you
not.
repel?
They're weak to strike attacks. Smash them up. Hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Oh, Mystic Purge!
Hulkenberg got them right in their weak
I
spot.
shall fight.
Are you prepared? This better hit! Let's wrap this up!
Be neither timid nor arrogant. Face me! Some darker arts.
Dick? Double dick?
No, I'm all prepared. Maybe there's a come forth, royal soul. Scour!
You hit their weakness. That's your opening, Captain.
Shine! Snipe.
You think yourself equal to a Ujief's agility? I retreat for now.
Leading lady.
Let's stay calm. Vitus power. Wind!
Only one left. Finish them off and we're
I don't
clear.
think I really needed to swap, but
Settles
Not
that,
bad.
if I say so myself.
Cilento, a settlement known for its marine trade, thanks to the bounties of the sea. The bay's most prominent feature, though, is a sinkhole of unfathomable depth.
Whoa.
Some believe to gaze into its abyss is to be spirited away. The gauntlet runner glides into the inlet as seabirds overhead cry out songs of victory at their catches.
Giving it some thought?
oh. Yeah, we should stop in town while we're out of town. But I need to sell some stuff. Cilento. The butthole. A lovely village. It's like a little outdoor resort. Makes me want to go swimming. Agreed. All the islands around here are hot as blazes after all. I bet there'd be a stampede on the island if people found out a famous songstress. I can't imagine the islanders would know, eh? Perhaps I ought to gather an audience and sing for them. Alas, we are not here on leisure. Was there not something we needed to buy? I don't know. Hell if I know. Hardwood, ruby, sapphire. No, that's my human stuff. So we have an apple. We have an eggshell. We got baby clothes, and we got a sucker. We're just making a baby human at this point. We're just making a baby human at this point. Alright, what do we got here? Oh, this is some good stuff. Hold on now. Hold on. Might just buy these out, honestly. I don't know if I want to buy these out right now. Come back. Alright, what do you got to say? The village. Old suntan man, we're able to get by because we can still catch fish here. Thankfully, we don't have much to offer, but please make yourself up.
Right.
What are you talking about much to offer? We just got a butt ton of experience, bro. Stuff like that means nothing to us out in a remote village like this. Moreover, if the church is involved, I don't even want to know about it. Yeah, that changes. Don't. No one's ever seen the bottom of the giant hole in the bay. If you're all confident in your swimming, why not take a dive? What if a runner could become submerged? Make some adjustments here and there. I dare say we could dive. Nurse, we have no need to journey below the sea. Well, you don't know that.
All right.
All right. Let's continue. All right.
As the sun sets over the sea's horizon and the birds rest their wings, the gauntlet runner settles into a reef, waves lapping softly at its hull. The gauntlet runner anchors itself at the reef to stave off danger. Within its walls, the party sleeps peacefully.
The reef camp.
All right then.
Okay. Nobody I can talk to. I doubt my seeds are done already, but we can check. Okay. A bit more time. Want courage. Courage. We have. Oh my god, I don't care. Get our imagination up. I feel like imagination is the hardest one. Did anybody have imagination up there? I think one was eloquence. One's eloquence, one's wisdom.
That reminds me.
What now? Hell, I can't be. I guess I could get my tolerance up. No. Let's just go do wisdom with Hulkenberg up there. Fuck it.
Indeed.
Alright, here we go. If we pick the good one, we might get a good amount. Alright.
Alright.
Oh, I don't even get a chance. It's just 4 nowadays. Alright, let's keep going.
Time marches on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
What to pick? Alright then.
You did it!
Hey.
Whoa.
Shit. More. If I could plant something else.
Hey.
So, I think I'm just gonna plant this last set.
Hey. Whoa.
Bada bing, bada boom.
Nira speaking.
Oh, do we get a new place to
At
see?
last, the party arrives at
Oh,
Sporico
what the
Cave,
hell's that?
nestled deep in the forest.
Oh, what's that?
Within,
Hold on,
vibrant
scoot down,
flowers,
chat.
rich
There you
with
go.
color, blossom in full
I'll scoot
bloom.
down, guys.
But theories claim the cave itself is a weapon of a bygone era, and the magic of its circuitry infused the ground with magma. As though drawn in by the bewitching light, the gauntlet runner draws near the mouth.
Oh. See what this looks like, chat. Whoa, look at all the flowers. Holy moly. As a place that grows ever more curious, it almost appears as though the plants themselves are creating a path. Everywhere on this island's bursting with nature, but this is on a whole nother level entirely. Look at all the foliage.
Oh.
The proper ruin. It's an extremely old one at that, too. Time has taken its toll on it, but what lies beneath all these plants remains distinctive. Could it be? Something you want to eat? How is it you perceive my thoughts so readily?
Look.
The shape of the flower petals. Betrays the edible nature of the species. There's likely a most precious nectar flows within.
Still.
That matter aside, could there be a reason why this place is so conductive to the growth of grass and trees? Definitely fate, but I do feel the flow of special magma. It's not the type that naturally drifts in the air. It almost feels like an igniter.
Rather.
Remains of this structure most certainly originate from an era before the advent of igniters. If that's true, then we certainly got quite the discovery on our hands. However, whatever magic remains here now seems like it's only got the power to make plants. Great civilization withers only to leave vegetation behind. It's perhaps a mirror of our own fate. Curious pattern reveals itself to me under the roots of this tree. It almost looks as if could it possibly be a magical form.
Now then.
We should continue forward before Neris's curiosity truly takes root and he finds himself amongst the planted here. Boy, come on now. Allow me another moment to take a better look at this.
All right.
Wisdom getting close to 4.
Here.
Oh shit, Maria's gonna love this too.
As the clear surface gives way to the glassy ink of darkness, the gauntlet runner reaches a remote island. The party gets a good night's rest, grateful for the still land that does not sway them at its whims.
All right then.
So we got wisdom.
All right then.
I mean, might as well just keep doing wisdom. Fuck it.
That remind.
Alright, Oki, let's play again.
Indeed.
I mean, we might be getting our wisdom before right here. Gonna be close. It's gonna be close.
Now then.
Touching the tip, baby. Wisdom level 4.
Wisdom. Why, that's...
Erudite? Is that the word? I don't fucking... That's
Time marches
at least
on, and the age
at
of a
least
new
a
king draws
$5.50 word. Alright, we should be getting to this stupid ass tower now.
What to pick?
You did it! Whoa.
I mean, I could, but...
Did you know?
What the hell else is close for me? Imagination's close. I don't think 4 will do it, but fuck it. Why not?
All right then. All right.
Oh, one. I think one more, and we'll have imagination of 4. Sick.
The spire of blind faith.
Here
is
we
the
go.
Decision to pursue such a beast, one of bravery, or something else altogether. The party sets foot in the tower, filled now only with discord.
Oh boy, we got heat too.
All prayers.
Uh-oh. Thinky. This place just got a whole lot harder. I'm here for it though.
And
Binge on a monster, pity the whole story.
No.
Don't believe we'll need very long over there. Is that not the very person that brought us here? How'd they get here so fast? Alright, so we need a lot of back row, which is what we have in this group. We have fire. I use fire. Junie uses fire. Cleric and sniper for back row shenanigans. Man, this is going to be a pain in the ass with it being hard mode, but it is what it is. It be how it be. What up?
wait a second.
That's our line, but at least you're alive. Your brother back on Verga Island asked us to avenge your death, but you're not very dead. I'm not leaving. I refuse to go home until I reclaim my life's work. Those creatures surprised me and I dropped my monster notebook.
Huh?
Drop something?
What more can
Precisely, it happened earlier. I was fleeing that very place, but worry not, I remember exactly where I dropped it. Should still be a room in the tower's tallest point where a blue bird-like monster known as Leogoron awaits. Oh boy.
Come on.
I mean, we were already gonna do it. Fight them from a distance if you can. We got a whole team for that, don't you worry. Alright, see how pain in the ass this is gonna fucking be.
Okay then.
Last tower was a
Let's go.
shit. I could honestly just stay here and go back in tomorrow if I just can't get it done. So let's find out. Alright, let's go, chat. Well, there are two different birds.
I see the enemy. Time for some close combat.
Dude, how many times? Unfortunate.
Shonna's anxious and they're out for her blood.
Ain't no fucking way, dog. Chill.
Sheesh, they're pretty tough.
Alright, Corvinite, chill.
Be careful.
Frenzied. Oh, you know what? Well, I guess we'll just fucking find out about. Oh, let's find out.
Let's stay calm.
Oh, we're doing damn good damage, though.
Burn! A tough one.
Cleric! Oh, Mystic Purge!
Now, what's the... No holding back! Pierce! Last one!
Great job.
Damn. Dick.
Only one left. Finish them off and we're clear. Howling wind!
It's a come forth, royal soul. Fire!
Okay, not too bad. And got hit head on, but it is what it
Great
is.
job, everybody.
Careful! We've got
Right there.
Let's push through! Hey, good one.
Hell yeah. Well, okay. I wasn't expecting that, I'm gonna be honest, but. Whoa, 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 whoa. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Chill, bro. Oh, Nelly.
There they are. How's that?
No, I was hitting the roll button. Oh. Oh. Okay.
The captain's anxiety is overwhelming him. We can't let him
You
get
have a
hit.
plague mask? Well, I can't steal it, unfortunately.
Dancer.
Are you also weak to fire? Like your brother? No, you sure aren't.
Maybe we can't do this.
Oh, power of heroes!
Run it, sniper! Pierce!
Boink.
Still standing!
To be its weakness.
Sick. Not sick.
Is that all?
Could have been worse. Hey, I'm back.
Stroll! They've stopped your you!
Do 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 do.
Howling wind!
Do do do.
Way!
Well, okay,
Let's stay
that's fun.
Wizard! Roar!
Oh, Cleric! I will not let you die.
Oh, this guy's an asshole.
Thank you.
This guy's an
Helpful as
asshole.
ever.
Well, I'm dead.
Someone, help him back up! Hey! Hey!
Are you
Wake up!
prepared?
We're still
Run
in
them
a fight
through.
here!
They're tenacious!
This will be over soon enough. Behold this power.
Burn!
Is everyone all right? Let justice prevail. you all right?
Dick.
Still fight.
Can we hex this asshole?
But I thought you hit me.
I've got just the dance for you, masked dancer.
Raging fire!
Sorry, my mistake.
It's okay, let's go. Freeze!
I missed. Don't get sloppy, Captain.
Ah! Oh, come on, man.
Oh, Stroll's badly wounded.
Yeah, we all are. Luckily, it's Hulk.
I will not let you die.
I knew you'd help.
Alright, this guy's an asshole.
I owe you.
I don't even know what he's weak to yet. Besides Pierce.
Hit them all in one fell swoop.
I shall vanquish evil. This better hit.
Thank God. Alright, I don't want to fight these assholes again. Can you give me the drop?
Keep your energy up, everyone.
That'll do.
That's
New
good.
ability.
That's really good. Wild salvo is a good.
We are
a
not
good.
done yet.
You found something. Let's take it with us.
I bet there's something on that corner over there. Don't see anything there.
We're spotted. Blades at the ready.
I don't care about that guy.
There they go. Everything's pretty standard.
And I didn't see anything. Alright, next floor. Dude, last time I tried to fight everything in here, and I'm just gonna run through like a madman. Just fuck that. Fuck that. Especially on a day where I'm not getting extra turns. Oh, y'all do your thing. Oh, God, that's a big boy. Kill this one first.
Right there. Charging in. We'll hold our ground.
Wait, did I get hit? No way, dude. Man.
Nothing.
Oh.
Cursed. Juna's got a hex on her. If she attacks,
Watch me. No need to rush this.
Fool!
I will
Hulkenberg's guard
fight
is
with
down.
pride. Come forth, royal soul. Burn!
I stand ready. I'll stay my blade.
Now, let's make an end of it. No. I call upon royal power within. Pierce.
Okay.
Two remaining.
Stroll always comes through.
Masked dancer. Maybe
No
not.
weak to piercing attacks. Hit them all
I'll
in
show
one
you.
fell swoop. Gale! Let's see the
So
finale,
bad, Juna.
God damn it, at least somebody dodged.
Hulkenberg's guard is down.
Fire!
Woo, not too shabby. Let's
And
keep
I'm
this up,
leaning
everyone.
my asshole.
If I say so, I shall rise to the occasion.
There they are.
Not through them yet.
Good job, everyone.
Okay, let's heal right.
What now?
Okay. Medicine. Oink. I think that's good for now. Please, for the love of God, don't be a member. Oh, big item.
Spectacular.
Whoa, a tidal trident. Normal attacks become wind defense. Oh, that's good. That seems really good. Do I want to go kill that? Do I need to go kill that? I think I have to. Oh, I gotta go over there. Chicken boy, you need to keep going. I ain't fighting you. Damn thing diddly darn hell of a hard enough time as it is right
now.
Honestly, I need him to have MP for the top there. Can you go somewhere? I don't care where. Just get out of my way. Stop guarding the stairs. Okay. Right, second room we get to run through. Hell no. Hell no. Give me that though.
We've been spotted.
Yeah, I know we've been spotted. It's fine. Get the hell out of here. No, 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 no. I see you behind me. You're not gonna attack me. You're not gonna attack me. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Oh, they're dumb. Oh, come on. What is all this?
See the enemy. Forward!
Right in the weak spot.
Charging in. There they are. All right. How's
Keep
that?
the pressure on.
Right there.
Blades at the ready.
Forward! Catch!
Oh, right. We hit him where it
Guys
hurts.
are assholes. What the fuck?
There they are. Charging in. On your guard. I see the enemy.
No. Why do you get yours off first?
Forward! Right there. I see.
Why do you have the thrust of...
Push through.
Oh my god, these guys. I hate the targeting so much. Hold on, hold on. Yeah. Chill.
What now?
I didn't want to have to use this skill, but I guess we gotta heal.
Right there. Come and get. I'm right here.
Good job.
Hold on right quick.
Not bad. I'm sure you'll find a use for it.
Excuse me. Thanks for the item. I'm out. Wait, where the fuck are the stairs? I'm dumb. Oh, I didn't go far enough. Oh. Can you stop trying to hit me?
Hey.
Okay. Okay. Pain in my ass. The biggest pain in my butt. Oh.
Yep.
I'm as ready as I'm gonna be. We're all back row, right? A little worried about those one shots, but fuck it. Fuck it. We're not gonna get extra turns, which not ideal. Oh, hey, big fella.
On guard.
All right.
They're weak to piercing attacks. Hit them all
Pierce
with one
and
fell
fire.
swoop. I call upon a royal soul. Raging fire.
Let's stay calm.
Weakness.
Wizard! You better be sure. Lend me your strength.
If you would.
Burn!
What? Wasn't that supposed to be its
Run
weakness?
if you want. Are you prepared?
I mean, I guess 2 to 3 times.
Pierce. They're tenacious.
Uh-oh. Oh. That's fine.
Stroll's combat power is down.
With blade in hand.
Attack down.
A mystic
yeah.
shield.
Do that.
I knew you'd help.
Thank you.
Helpful as ever.
I'll give you the perform. Watch me! Burn! What's hitting me?
They will fight with pride.
Weakness.
Let's set it up.
Get after it, love.
Fire! That should have done it.
Wasn't that supposed to be its weakness?
Stop lowering my attack!
Everyone okay? Gotta heal up. You're all hurt bad. Can anyone
I shall
get
vanquish evil. This better hit. Oh, how can this be?
I thought you hit its weakness.
Oh, power of heroes! I will not let you die.
Thanks.
That helped.
I normally remove my debuffs there, but
This'll be over soon enough.
I mean, I guess I could pass twice. Oh, 'cause she's going 4th. I would have to pass 3 times and do no
Behold
damage.
this power.
Fuck it.
Raging fire! Seriously, what
Let's take off. Let's go. Burn! What?
Uh-oh. Oh. Dick.
Ah! Run them through. Really?
Wasn't
Still
that supposed to
standing.
be its
A
weakness?
swift blade in hand. I will protect you.
Dude, my attack is so fucked.
Thanks.
Helpful as ever.
Don't. I call upon a royal soul.
A burn would be sick at some point.
They will fight with pride. Wizard! Fire! That should have done it.
Hit weakness.
Oh. Well, that was a curious choice.
I shall vanquish evil. This better hit. Oh, how can this be?
Oh, healing cleric.
Do I have debuffs? Oh, I don't. Oh, shit. You can just hit it.
Shine. This'll
Okay,
be over soon.
out of the
Watch me.
They're just healed. That is what it is. They're just healed.
Seriously, wasn't
It's
supposed
okay.
to be its
By
weakness?
this power. Burn! It wasn't enough?
Is that all?
Ow. Rude.
Snipe. Pierce. Really? Still standing.
I step up. Are you all right?
I owe you.
I'll give you. I call upon a royal soul.
This could be going worse, I guess.
They will fight. They won't hold back.
Famous
Fire.
last words, too.
What?
Uh-oh.
Please.
Oh, okay, that could have gone worse, too.
Hulkenberg, your attack
No
power is
holding
low.
back. Run them through.
I thought you
How can
hit
this
its
be?
weakness.
Let
If I hear her say, I thought you hit its weakness one more damn time.
A mystic shield.
I'm so tired of it. I get it. We're in here on the worst day. I understand.
I've got. Watch me. Raging
I
fire.
understand.
Seriously, wasn't
It's okay.
supposed to be
By
its
this
weakness?
power. Burn! That should have done it.
Wasn't that supposed to be its weakness?
But had to waste one on Heat Riser. That's sick. Hit me.
This is nothing.
Alright, fine. I'll just heal. Not a fucking deal.
Ah! This better hit. Really?
I thought you hit.
Ooh,
Still standing.
303.
Blade in hand. Healing us.
Thanks.
That helped.
Helpful as ever.
This I'll show you. Burn.
Let's take. They won't hold back.
I'd be sick if I hit a crit in any of this.
I thought you hit its weakness.
Dick. Alright. aren't you a dick?
Hulkenberg, your attack.
I call upon royal power within.
I mean, mine is
Run them
too,
through.
but...
How can this be?
I thought you hit its weakness.
I will protect you.
Alright, we're just gonna make sure that I kill with these 2 attacks. Barring the worst miss known to man right now. Oh, okay, that wasn't too bad. Not too bad. The Talisman of the Avian and a bunch of fucking EXP. Oh, baby. Is that the quintuple level in Ranky? Is that the 5er? Holy moly. Hold on. Look at that. Easy peasy.
I'll strive for greater heights.
I admit, it feels good to get
Magic and agility. We got agility and luck. We got agility and strength. We got endurance and agility. New skill, Pierce Dodge. New skill, Masked Rebel. Covers a medium amount of caster's MP every turn. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Oh, the Monster Notebook.
What should we do?
I want to explore a little more. Oh. That fight would have been a lot easier if I had those extra turns, huh? Alright, let's go to the top. Last time there was like something sitting up here at the top of the other tower. Let's check it out.
Yep, we're safe here. Oh my.
A celestial abacus. Perfect. That's why we run up here. Oh, that's a good find. Did I miss anything on this floor? Oh yeah, I didn't get that. Wait, I didn't get that? Well, I guess I'll run over to it. Way down. Well, I guess I'll run down to it. I'll just come back up. Teleport down with the plateau. That's probably what I'll do. Run down, grab it. Easy peasy. Damn, you dumb. The fight? Oh, it's another big item.
A magnificent find.
Oh. Well, that probably would have helped a second ago, huh? All the hit skills would. Okay, well, maybe. Hey, we have it now. Shit.
What now?
That could have been a tiny bit easier. Roll, take your fucking. But I think I was fine using this because of the bird type monster. That's sick though. That's big. That's a Nisus, by the way. Nice. I get there's a chest boy in there, but I don't want. I think we're plumb tuckered out. We are ready to head back into town after a very nice excursion.
Yep. What?
In that case,
Let's head back.
Whee. Whee. That's my monster notebook. Oh, my sweetest of treasures. I thought we'd never meet again.
Thank you.
I cannot express my gratitude. It's also moving. I almost feel like crying. No one on the island understands my fascination with monsters. But that didn't stop me from meticulously documenting all of my findings in the notebook. This knowledge has proven valuable, and I've earned quite a bit of money from it. I'd like to make even more so that overprotective brother of mine can stop worrying. I've already realized that. I want to hire you all to be my personal body. Okay, chill. Sounds great.
Hang on. Hey.
Oh.
What more can I do? Until next time.
See you later.
All right.
All right, we did it. Everything explored, everything beaten. Everybody's in relatively all right shape. Get the hell out of here.
Okay then. Got it.
Alright, we got both dungeons done. Both requests done. We got all the shit, all the stuff grew. We got the town we stopped in, the extra drawing. Back to the Virga Island Tavern. Got to say the temple looks massive. I can't imagine how much of it stands between us and the lands. I know we've got days left to find out, but still. Really think there's a dragon waiting for us in there? So we better be damn sure we're strong enough to take it on. Our life depends on it.
Feeling worn out?
Oh, look like you've been put through the ringer. Nothing like food and rest to fuel the mind and body. You're at our rest today. Good job. Good shit, chat.
Time
Good
marches
shit.
on, and the age of a new king draws nearer.
Well, now that we all have that done in, what, 3 days? Not too bad. Oh,
Look at
Bart.
this.
Dog.
All right then.
Oh, Hulkenberg's ready to do her thing, but we gotta go turn some shit in first. Yep.
What?
Got here awfully fast. She's quite familiar with the currents that swirl around these seas. Anyways, promise here's you.
Mission accomplished.
Peak curiosity. Courage, 90,000 money, 3 jeweled roots. Hell yeah.
All right.
4 for my courage. Well on our way to 5. Never imagined she'd still be alive, but I'm thrilled to be wrong. It really is fortunate she's back safe and sound. Should I talk to her again about pulling stunts like this? Can't be good for your heart when she does this, right? Not wrong. My sister is a hopeless fool, a perpetually selfish brat, and entirely bereft of common sense. It's a shame she's so damnably adorable. Seen the way her eyes light up when she talks about monsters. She's been that way since her kids. When she looks at me like that, I can't be. But this time really pushed me to my limits. I have to train harder so I can be the one to protect her.
God, I am grateful.
Now, excuse me, but I must continue my physical training. You people are our saviors, and I pray you'll have good luck throughout your journey. Do I have anything else to turn in? I don't think I do. Is that one down here? I forget what. Oh, I guess I can get Mag too.
Let us have faith in Lady
Oh,
Yufa.
Stroll. Oh, I can. Oh, I can go with him. Okay, so I can do Hulkenberg.
now,
I
what
can
are
do
we on
Stroll. Oh my. We came to see the King's Rock Dog.
Let's.
I just want my money. 2,800. Hell yeah.
Let us have faith in Lady Yufa.
Okay, so we can do Hulkenberg. I think time to call it a day. It's been 9, almost 10 hours. We're almost at 48 hours in this fucking game.
Let us have faith in Lady
Oh. Let's find y'all somewhere to go. Even though it's 1 a.m. Good God, I haven't been up this late playing video games in years. In eons, if you will. Is there anybody even going to be alive at this ungodly hour?
Let us have faith in Lady Yufa. Let us have faith in Lady Yufa. Let us have faith in Lady Yufa.
Okay, you need to shut up. You need to hush. I can't deal with that in my ear hole right now. Blah, 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 blah. I'm gonna send y'all over to Zove. She's playing some Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know if anybody's even still awake or lurking, but thank you for lurking if you have been. It's been 9 hours, almost 10. A lot of stuff done. I'm gonna go to bed. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for lurking. Thanks to anybody that stopped in throughout the night. We'll play some more tomorrow, and then Sunday I'm taking a break and I'm watching football. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll do some more of this because, yeah. Don't say what's dope, put a smile or don't. I don't care. Yeah, do whatever you want. I don't know why I'm up this. But yeah, get out of here. Get out of here. Quick raid. Bye. Yeah. Get out of here.